Hello everybody and good morning. Welcome along to the third round of the 2026 United Karting Series, as we have already had two rounds in the calendar, both in Belgium, starting at the opening round of the season on the 8th of March at Karting Genk. And on the 12th of April, we headed to Corvin in southern Belgium to Karting de Feigne at Marienborg. But now we make our return to the Netherlands for the first time out of 4 rounds this season to Circuit de Landsard, just a stone's throw outside of Eindhoven Airport. Hello, everybody. Alex Goldschmidt back in the commentary box with you all the way through race day today. 21 races on the timetable. Very fast and furious action, as it always has been through this championship, as we do have there on the screens for those watching on the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel. We'll be kick-starting things off with our first set of heats, which will take us through to the brief lunch pause, and then we will have our second set of heats. So Micromax and Micromax Rookie will be up first. Then Minis, Juniors, Seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters will be running together, and then we'll have KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. The first 6 classes associated with Rotax will be rolling starts, but KZ2 and KZ2 Masters will be standing starts only, very much like single-seaters and Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup these days. But, of course, the UKS started earlier on this season, is an amalgamation between Chrono Karting and Rotax Max Challenge Belgium, and also overseen through the RACB, the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, and CNAF, the ASN for the Netherlands, with regards to the FIA. Firstly, a few thank yous. We have to say a big thank you to Wagtechniek, the specialist in ship tuning, maintenance and engine overhaul for your vehicle. Van Werven Recycling. Also have to say a big thank you to Fontaine and Coffee Machines, as well as Montfort Motorsport and Ongevallen Analyse Nederland, OAN, who have also sponsored the live stream. One of the good things about the Micro and Minimax engine, as they are provided by lottery through the organisation. So they draw an engine by lottery on the Saturday, and then they have to return the engine after racing today. Prize giving, the top 5 drivers in Micromax, Minimax and Junior Max will go to the podium. We'll then also have the traditional Wisselbokal, which is for the best newcomer or best rookie in the class, and then top 3 for all other classes. And, Lionel Munguia was the first recipient of the 2026 Driver of the Day award. This is determined by the organisation in collaboration with the official team. There have been a few penalties issued through post-qualifying and also free practice this morning. So the grids have been a little bit jumbled up, so to speak, but we have over 130 drivers here at this 1,030-metre circuit. For those wondering about the remainder of the calendar, we head to Circuit Park Berghem on the 7th of June for the midway point of the season. Then we head over to Germany, to the Eflandring in Kerpen in Nordrhein-Westfalen on the 12th of July. Then return to Berghem on the 6th of September. And then the final round will be on the 1st of November at the home of champions, Karting Genk. 3 championships to be decided at that point in the series. So UKS is in the overall championship. And then we have 2 other championships, which then also provide an opportunity for drivers to qualify for the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which now has a new date. It's been brought forward 2 weeks, basically because of what's been happening in the Middle East earlier on this year. And MotoGP will head to the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and then 2 weeks earlier before that at the kart circuit, the Rotax Grand Finals will head over there. And with regards to that, the tickets that are available, in Micromax it is an open ticket, so anyone that takes part in all 7 races will have a chance to qualify for that 1 ticket. 2 tickets for CNAF registered drivers, for Mini, 1 for RACB drivers, Juniors 1 ticket apiece, Seniors in DD2, again it will be 2 tickets through Chrono Karting, and 1 ticket through Rotax Belgium, and then only 1 ticket for CNAF drivers for DD2 Masters. We are just a few seconds away from getting underway with our first of sets of heats, which the heats today will take place over 9 minutes plus an additional lap. The finals, 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And prize giving, barring any stoppages or delays, should be taking place at approximately, and I say this with the biggest maybe, of course, at approximately 6 p.m. tonight. So after qualifying yesterday, Kart 10, and that's Marlon Wutkowski, got an official warning for driving standards. There was a one-place penalty given to the number 6 kart, and this is referenced an official warning at Marienburg in race 2. But the Granalst on row number 2, Julian Laurisson and Kenji Schurz on row 3. Marlon Wutkowski and Quinten Kreins round out row 4, with Tukrul Yilmaz and Leonard Marx from Germany rounding out your overall top 10. Jeff Gainens and Hossein Al-Husseini round out row 6, with Victor Moser and Sven Borgesius rounding out the 14-strong. Mick van Echtelt has now been declared a non-starter. 15 mini Micromax drivers here this weekend, so brings us down to 14 in total. Next time around, we will go on to the official formation lap. Air temperature, 10 degrees centigrade. Northwesterly wind to the tune of 17 kilometers an hour. A big amount of cloud cover around the circuit. And we had brilliant sunshine yesterday when I landed at Eindhoven International Airport at about 8:30, 8:40 yesterday morning. And it was only until qualifying where I did find out from Marijn on the start-finish straight that some of the KZ2 drivers went out in wet conditions on slicks. Complete madness would ensue normally. And I think there might have been a little bit of dramas thereof. But the drivers now getting through the inner triangle of the circuit, which then leads us on to the far part of it, where we've got this very, very difficult chicane. I mean, you can see the curbs very, very adversely cambered. So if you are watching along, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. And make sure that you keep that notification bell, because all rounds of the championship will be broadcasted live from the circuit itself. We are set and ready, but it looks like we are going round again. Full start has been called for the first time. So just when our race director says that everything is in order, he will allow them to go along their way. And you will hear in the background overhead passing aircraft. So literally on the way from the hotel, you can actually see the runway of Eindhoven Airport, which is quite a interesting and also captivating sight. But Ian Halfer in the number 28 from Germany will have to. So, yep, thank you very much to JNL68 for the comments in YouTube. Right, Koenstout, good morning. Watching and cheering for Didi Dadali, Jordi and Carl Klibort. Good to hear that Carol's doing very well in Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, powered by Yokohama. Been keeping an eye on Carol's progress, so good to hear from you, Koen, and also best regards to Katrine and the rest of the family. So it looks to be a very, very tidy formation this time around as we go on the shortcut. And looks like, another full start has been called. So again, it's just the case of now we go into something that is quite unusual in karting, and the fact that the timer has now started. After the second full start, we do not throw a red flag. It is until the drivers get the start right, and we will find, and this helps the timetable to run to schedule as best as we can. So the drivers are now under pressure. This is going to be the third start attempt, and well, it looks like red flag has been called, as I see a red flag at Marshall Post 3 and 4. And that is going to be circuit wide now. So the drivers will have to come to an arranged point on the circuit to stop. So the counter will continue to tick down. This is very, very important, as I said, about scheduling, because we have got 21 races to get through. More to the point, it puts the drivers under pressure, and they've got to get these starts right. So drivers now coming to a stop, and our race director heading over to Ian Halfer in the number 28 kart, running for the MTech Praga team. And it's just about educating the drivers more than anything. You know, it's not giving them a, you know, there will be a little bit of a stern tone in the voice, but it is just about saying, right, this is what we expect of you as a driver. If you're on pole position, you're meant to be controlling the field. Okay, JNL68. Oh, it's my phone that's skipping the sound. Carry on. Thank you very much. So please, if you are, well, for those that do have my contact details on Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, please feel free to throw your comments in, or to throw me a message. That'd be good to hear from you all. Also have to give a big shout out to Dan Pepples and Giggs Alvarez for holding the fort in Marienburg whilst I was otherwise engaged elsewhere. But now, again, the timer is still ticking, and for the start, they will actually shortcut the final part of what I think I appropriately nicknamed the Bermuda Triangle of karting in the Netherlands, because if we get significant downpours, there is a low-lying mist that actually sort of like comes over the track, especially through the triangle section, as we now will try for our third start. Okay, into the tram lines. Do we get event number 3 of the season underway? Yes, right. Into turn 1. Halfa has the advantage. Moyat up the inside of Zani through into T1. They're 3 wide, 4 wide. Fanning out in the mid part, heading into turn 2. And it's just about and we've got a spinner or two. 22's gone around, 16's gone around, and about half the field. Looks like there was a little bit of a coming together. So kart 16, Victor Moser. 22 was Amizio Zani. So, and straight away, Ian Halfer in the MTech Praga entry, number 28, battle for P2, which includes the number 7 Tugru Yilmaz for GKS, up to 3rd position now as we head into the tight and twisty section at the far end of the circuit, just by the main building, and Halfer getting an initial lead over everybody else, and the gap is really extending. Could be the best part of half a second by the end of the opening lap. The gantries on both sides of the main building. Halfa leads after the opening lap. Marlon Vutkowski up 5 spots in the number 10. Tugru Yilmaz. Hosina Hosini up 8 places. Now runs P4. Julian Lauriston rounds out 5th and has got Kenji Schreurs trying to go up the inside at turn 2. Halfa, after the second lap of the race, up by 1.3 seconds. Bit of a run wide there by Tugru Yilmaz. That's right. Okay, kart 28. Halfa has got a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines during the start procedure. So Ian Halfa now has to go full throttle and just take a little bit of risk to gain that reward, and hopefully by the end of the race be 3 seconds plus ahead. So at least 3.1 seconds is the gap that Ian Halfa needs to secure victory over the person in 2nd position. But Tugru Yilmaz now closing in on Marlon Vutkowski. And this is a great battle here for 2nd position. Into turn 1 they go. And the gap is still 1.4 seconds. Quinten Krains. Oh, disaster, unfortunately, for Henry Moyat, who started P3 And it's not just Henry Moya. Maybe Kenji Schreurs has also had dramas. So the number 14 and the number 19 not having a great start to event 3 out of 7 for the season. And again, Ertuğrul Yilmaz keeping Hossein Al-Hosseini on the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis at bay. Right, kart 7, Ertuğrul Yilmaz has got a 3-second penalty for unsporting driving, as I've just seen on the live timing. So Ertuğrul Yilmaz, that will put the youngster running under the Belgian flag down to around 7th position, give or take. But Ian Halfer not able to extend the lead significantly, and it's come down. It's gone from 1.4 to just under 1.1 seconds, as Witkowski puts in a best effort of a 1 minute 4.635. Mads van Aalst, who started 4th, now running 7th in the number 35 kart, has just put in the fastest lap of anybody, 1 minute 3.722. So Henry Moya out, Kenji Schreurs out. Jeff Gainens in the number 9 kart rounds out the 12 that are still running. And now Ertuğrul Yilmaz closing in on Witkowski, might get through at the chicane. Oh, that was nip and tuck from the number 7, but got the job done. Witkowski might lose another position to Al-Hosseini if not careful. And Al-Hosseini bumps over the curbs through into the double left. That brings them into this very tight technical final few couple of corners. Al-Hosseini's front axle went skyward whilst bumping over the curbs. And now there could be a potential change of the race lead, because Yilmaz right on the rear bumper through into turn 1 on Ian Halfer. 9/100ths of a second. Yilmaz going for the lead. This is only on the road, however, because both of the top 2 have got a 3-second post-race time penalty. And this puts Marlon Witkowski into the de facto race lead on the circuit. And Yilmaz finding grip on that outside line, trying to get the crisscross on Ian Halfer. It's the drag race through the middle. And there goes Yilmaz. Yilmaz takes the lead from Ian Halfer. Witkowski, Al-Hosseini, Krains now with them. And look, it's 6, maybe make that 7 karts, because you've got Quinten Krains and Mads van Aalst, along with maybe Amizio Zani in the background. And that's your top 7. So 2 more laps to go. And how big is the gap that Ertuğrul Yilmaz has opened up? It's 8.5 tenths. Witkowski to the inside of Halfer through T1. It's the long run down to turn 2, as Halfer having to go right to the outside of turn 2. Keeps it on the black stuff. And here comes Quinten Krains looking on the inside of Witkowski. And again, Halfer drifts wide. Witkowski trying to get the opportunity to go round the outside by Marshall post 4. Gets the move done. Here comes Quinten Krains on the Paralin chassis, gets through for 3rd position on the road. So the timer has expired. After this, 1 more lap to go. And how big is the gap that Ertuğrul Yilmaz is going to gather? Not that much, because it's not now 8.5 tenths, as this could be an opportunity here. Change for 2nd. Quinten Krains gets through, becomes the de facto on the road leader ahead of Marlon Witkowski. Final lap underway. Ertuğrul Yilmaz now 1.3 seconds is his advantage. And there is there's 2 penalties. Ertuğrul Yilmaz has got another 3-second penalty. Oh, someone's had a drama through turn 2. And along with that, kart 9, Jeff Gainens has had a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. But here is the battle for what is going to be the on-the-road, well, the actual victory, because even though Ertuğrul Yilmaz is away and clear, heading into the chicane for the final time, Yilmaz has a total of 6 seconds worth of time penalties. Quinten Krains has got to be very, very careful. Witkowski goes wide. Halfer gets through. Or is that somebody else? No, that's the 22. That looks to be Amizio Zani has got through on Marlon Vutkowski. Tugrul Yilmaz will take the checkered flag on the road, but it's going to be Quentin Kreins that will be promoted to race victory. Amizio Zani finishes P3. That'll go to second. Marlon Vutkowski will round out the top three. Hosina Halosini fifth, ahead of Eindhoven, who will tumble down to around about 9th position. Tugrul Yilmaz no longer the race winner. It has been confirmed. Quentin Kreins now your new race winner after just over 8.2 kilometres of racing. And it has all changed. And there you see Quentin Kreins, 7 places gained from 8th to victory ahead of Amizio Zani. Marlon Vutkowski and Hosina Al-Hosseini ran out your top 4 ahead of Mads van Aals, Julian Lauritsen, Victor Moza, Tugrul Yilmaz demoted down to 8th, and Ian Halford demoted down to 9th. Sven Borgesius rounds out your top 10 with Leonard Marks. And Jeff Gainan's completing the 12 strong. Kenji Schreurs and Henry Moyet out on laps 2 and 1, and Mick van Echtelt a non-starter. So the recovery vehicle out on to the circuit. First race out of 21 completed. It took a little bit of a while to get things going, but nevertheless, we did at the end of it all get through and get the first race at Circuit de Landsard completed. So very shortly, pre-grid should be shutting in about a moment's time for Minimax, and then we'll get things going at 10:50. And then, as you can see on the timetable, which will update courtesy of our live timing, live streaming partners. Big thank you to Camp Company GmbH for their team who is on site. So that will update as we go through the respective races. Of course, if anyone might remember the opening round at Karting Genk, well, I certainly do, because we had 2 big red flag stoppages, and that was in the 2 junior heats. We haven't got overflowing capacity grids. I think the biggest contingent we've got this weekend is 30 in the senior Rotax division. And they were out in qualifying for 2 groups yesterday. There have been some further, let's say, transgressions being penalised through morning warm-up, which each class had an opportunity to gauge the track conditions for about 5 minutes. KZ and KZ2 and KZ2 Masters had an opportunity also to practice their starts on the start-finish straights. So the recovery truck has made its way to the start-finish straight. So the 2 carts of number 14, Kenji Schreurs, and Henry Moyat, number 19, can now be taken through. And that means very shortly, once the recovery truck is in position, we will then release the field for Minimax and Minimax Rookie. So recovery quad bike, I should say, now going into its position just off of the opening corner. Wind is still quite more than blustery at the minute. Still to the northwest, so the drivers will have to keep their eyes on. Right, green flag waves, so let's get things underway with race 2 of the meeting. So we now head into Mini Max and Mini Max Rookie. Here is the official results following qualifying. So Dan Hillen and Flynn Locker round out the top, well, the front row of the grid with Hillen on pole. Ryan Rampadarath and Noah Stayhouder rounds out the top 2 rows. Stayhouder was given a three-place penalty for a front bumper, despite being the fastest in qualifying, and got an official warning from the organisation. Danny van der Molen and Xavi Redeke round out row 3. Laurens van Vlaanderen and Tristan Abiels row 4. Jesse Munin and Matthias Clever ran out the top 10. Theo Freher from Ireland, joined by Belgians Dejan Habits on row 6. Mila de Kaalsmaker, Louis Letowers and Arno Hardstra round out the 15-strong grid. Okay, also just checking, I'm getting regular updates about front bumpers and weighing. Everyone has weighed okay in micros. So once again, we set the time. It's 9 minutes plus an additional lap here for Mini Max and Mini Max Rookie Heat number 1. And Noah Stayhouder is the highest placed of the non-rookies in this division, but would have secured pole position had it not been for the 3-place front bumper penalty, because the clips were in after timed qualifying yesterday afternoon. So the drivers now come out of the formation lap. Do we go green here for race 2? Yes. Straight away, we are underway. And oh, a big moment there. That was the 112 of Noah Stayhouder sideways coming through turn 1. As we get through into turn 2, a couple of karts running a little bit wide, going off of the tarmac. And there is going to be a change for the race lead. So a bit of musical chairs here in the opening few corners. Now through into the chicane, which puts us on to the second half of the circuit. And the drivers bumping over the curbs as it's getting a bit close for second position. At the minute, that's Ryan Rampadarath in the 132 that has ended up in second place, having started on the inside of the third row. But it's Laurens van Vlaanderen that's now moved all the way up from 7th on the grid and leads by just under 9/10 of a second. Rampadarath, Danny van der Molen. Oh, and we've got a spinner. That is one of the karts from GKS, I believe, that has gone around. So it can be just one of those things that you hit the brakes a little bit too hard in these very, very intermediate conditions here at Circuit de Landsard. And you press on the brake pedal too hard, it will make the back end snap around and swap ends with the front. Someone's gone off just after the chicane. Change for P2 as Van Vlaanderen and Van der Molen battling away. Theo Freher, the youngster from Ireland, now is challenging for at least third position, maybe even make that second. Well, no, it's Dejan Habits. Freher has tumbled down the order and has gone all the way down towards the back. It was So Dan Hillen in the 143 has ended up at the bottom end of the field behind Theo Freire. DN Habits is now through for through for third place behind Laurens van Vlaanderen, who's running away like a scalded cat. As we have just over 6.5 minutes plus an additional tour of the circuit. 1,030 metres here at Circuit de Landsard. The only visit here this season. Looks like DN Habits and also Xavier de Decker in the 117 have both got through on Danny van der Molen. As they come across the very, very short start-finish straight out of the final turn. So you're accelerating through that final corner and then building to go through the sweeping right at turn 1. But it's more like a 90 right at turn 1 as DN Habits makes a misstep. Xavier Redeker gets through. Here comes Danny van der Molen through on the Dams Racing driver from Belgium. So we should also have there Tristan Abiels, Noah Steyhouder, Louis Letauers in the 156 now sets the new fastest lap of the race, a 53.454. That was, you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing at the minute. And there's a big, big dry line on the circuit, but there is still some standing water, some puddles here or there. Ryan Rampadarath has cleared off to the tune of nearly 1 3/4 seconds ahead of Laurens van Vlaanderen, who rounds out the top two. Xavier de Decker P3. DN Habits, Noah Steyhouder, Tristan Abiels. Oh, you could just see that again. There's a misstep. That would have been DN Habits. So through back goes Danny van der Molen in the 127 on the Birrell Art. And Habits again manages to get through. Van der Molen's going to lose 2 positions because there goes through Tristan Abiels. And Letauer's not that far behind either. Jesse Moonen a little bit further back in the 110. Oh, that was sideways, and there's a little bit of drama also. I think that was for DN Habits and also Danny van der Molen. Through goes the 115, Arno Hardstra, who starts at the back end of the field. When we went green, Theo Freire gets through. I think Theo might have been the one that spun a little bit earlier on at turn 2. So the driver from Ireland up now, back up into P10 through on Jesse Moonen. Rampadarath's lead, however, is being truncated. It's being chopped away at. As there is DN Habits, who's just been passed by Arno Hardstra, who again has set another successive fastest lap in a row and is into the mid 52, well, high 52.6s, 52.694. Well, the driver that started last, and as I say that, Arno Hardstra goes off, has a tag from behind from Theo Freire from Ireland. Oh, hopefully that did not be such a significant impact for Theo, that the bumper hopefully did not get pushed in and the clips go out. That straight away is a 5-second time penalty that cannot be appealed, cannot be protested against. So sometimes that can happen where the driver in front has a misstep and you end up in the back bumper of the driver in front and then your clips are pushed in. You can't, you know, and as soon as they get the iPhone, the phone or the tablet of doom, or iPad as doom as Henry Bodette likes to call it, as soon as those clips are in, that's it. 5 seconds down the order, you tumble. Xavier Redeker has started to dig his spurs into his steed and has moved up to P3 with also the newest fastest lap of the race. 52.247. Van Vlaanderen in the 57s, more like a high 57, high 52s, 52.772 for the 170. Jesse Moonen having further dramas in the 110. The 110 from Belgium drops down to 14th, ahead of Flynn Locker in the 116, who started on the outside of that front row. But Rampadarath's lead has now once again been heavily cut into. As there you see Van Vlaanderen and Redeker closing in on Rampadanath. So just coming up to a minute and a half to go, plus an additional lap. So I imagine with the pace that we're setting. Oh, Rampadanath goes wide out of 2. Here comes Van Vlaanderen to the inside at 3, gets through for the race lead, and here comes Xavier de Decker and makes sure that he gets through. So Van Vlaanderen and de Decker, after an uncustomary mistake by Ryan Rampadanath, the number 132 from SP Motorsport, the team owned and operated by Stan Pex. But Rampadanath has gathered himself back up. Oh, Van Vlaanderen makes a mistake now. Radeka could have thrown it to the outside, decided discretion was the better part of valour. We are going to be nip and tuck on whether we're going to be 3 or 2 laps. Across the line we go. It is going to be, I think, 2 laps remaining. We were on the bubble there. And the 2 leaders now out of turn 2 for what will be more than likely the penultimate time in this race. So Laurens van Vlaanderen in the 170, trying to keep Xavier de Decker at bay on the Paralin. Gap was a 10th after 9 laps of racing. We're on lap 10. And again, Van Vlaanderen trying to put up a defence, get ahead of Xavier de Decker. Last lap board is out. And here comes the run to turn 2. Where's de Decker going to park the kart? It's going to be in the wheel tracks of Van Vlaanderen. I think there might have also been a drama for Day and Habits in the meantime, because the 131 from Dams Racing, or still keeping a stern eye, and de Decker's got to be very careful with that front bumper, but manages to get through for the race lead on the final lap. So into the final sector we go here on the last lap. Lap 11 out of 11, and it is going to be Xavier de Decker that is going to pick up the win in the first heat of the day, ahead of Laurens van Vlaanderen. Ryan Rampadanath takes a comfortable P3 ahead of Noah Steyhouder. And then Louis Letaro's P5 from 14th on the grid. Finishes ahead of Danny Van Molen, Tristan Abiels, Theo Freher, Miller de Gaalsmaker and Dayan Habits. Complete your top 10. Every single runner and rider has gotten through and taken the checkered flag. So Xavier de Decker, after nearly 11.35 kilometres with an average speed of 69.2 kph, wins by just over 0.56 of a second ahead of ahead of Laurens van Vlaanderen. Ryan Rampadanath rounding out the overall top 3. Noah Steyhouder, Louis de Towers, Danny van der Molen rounding out the top 5. Justin Abiels, Theo Freher, Miller de Gaalsmaker and Dayan Habits ran out the top 10. All drivers made it to the checkered, with Dan Hillen, Matthias Clever, Jesse Moonen, Flynn Locker and Arno Hudstra completing your 15 strong. But de Decker tames the storm and gets over a win and was very quick to celebrate it. So that is the first 2 races out of 21 completed. We still have another 5 to go. Just been informed that kart 73 had the bumper was in on Micromax. And that would have been Leonard Marks from Germany on the Praga chassis. Got the juniors coming up next in just a couple of minutes' time. So we are... So we've got about a 5 minutes or so reprieve. So the calm returns to the circuit here at in the Landsard, and one of the other things that I am also spotting out of the commentary box is the pit lane, a hive of activity. Of course, there will be a point where the pre-grid shuts, and then once the drivers get released onto the circuit, then they will open up Parc Fermé for the drivers that have been on the weighbridge. So I will give regular updates as I can. And right, all front bumpers seem to be okay on the Minimax division. They're going over the weighbridge scale as we speak. So very shortly, in the next 5 minutes, we'll be getting underway with our next race, which will be race 3 out of 21, which will be our 9-minute plus an additional lap for Junior Max. And Junior Max Rookie coming up very shortly here on the live stream. So after a little bit of a wait, I'm frantically waving the green flag by turn one. So junior Rotax and rookies out on the track, 25 in total. Here's your starting order. Lieke van Berkel and Lionel Munguia will line up on the front row ahead of Olivia Mazurkiewicz and Devon Mieta. Tiger Holthuizen and Sven van Melk round out row 3. Nicky Naruhito Tomasi now makes his debut in the junior division, having moved up from mini after event 2. Jenthe Moonen completes the top 4 rows with Justin Fonk and Milano Schipphorst rounding out the overall top 10. Didi Tadal and João Pereira round out row 6 ahead of Matthias Verreken and Leon Herboz. Dimitar Lazarov and Pelle van Echtel round out row 8 ahead of Sasha Al-Jabral and Jim Danen. Joshua Lauritsen and Jesse Andringa complete your overall top 20. Liam Hauger, Yara Kivitsbosch, Aidan Bigman, Connor Halfer and Kai Abelera round out your 25-strong grid. Connor Halfer was due to start 19th, but got a 5-place penalty for ignoring yellow flags in free practice this morning, and that is a big, big no-no if you ignore the yellow flags. So race control and the judges of fact on the circuit are keeping a very, very close eye on proceedings. So Connor Halfer has got to gain a bit more real estate in this race. Lionel Munguia did pick up the Driver of the Day award last time out. Found out very last minute, but it is going to be Lieke van Berkel from SP Motorsport who starts from pole position. We are into the tram lines, the revs rise. We are underway for 9 minutes and there we go. Van Berkel takes the advantage, but there has been a multi-cart incident that's caused a chain reaction through turn 1. One cart has pulled off to the left-hand side of turn 1 and is stationary. Driver trying to get is looking to the right-hand side of the cart, walks straight away. I'm wondering, that driver has straight away done the right thing. And I'm thinking, is that that's Connor Halfer. That might be Connor Halfer that might be out of the race. So early dramas for the youngster from Germany as Lieke van Berkel is embroiled in a 4-cart fight for the race lead. And that will have the likes of Olivia Mazurkiewicz, who's up into P2, Lionel Munguia P3. And that is Justin Fonk for GKS Lemons Power. Yellow flags into turn 1. So slow down, no overtaking permitted. And again, they've got to be careful of this. And there's going to be there's a few drivers that have tumbled to the bottom of the order. So the cart that is stricken on the outside of turn 1, that is the MTech Praga entry of Germany's Connor Halfer. Looks like Aidan Beekman hasn't even come through to cross the timing line as well. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 5, and there is Aidan Beekman in the 247. So yellow flags again. Meantime, there has been a big change because the first thing I'm going to say is where on earth is Lieke van Berkel? Because it's Tygo Holthuizen who now leads. Olivia Mazurkiewicz is in, right, okay, 5-second penalties going through. Jenthe Moonen and 2:05, that is Yara Kivitsbosch. I think, there have been some drivers that did look like they overtook under yellow flag conditions, and that is a penalty of some time description. But Tygo Holthuizen for Shepherd's Racing Service BV leads the way. Mazurkiewicz P2 on the Tony kart. And then Redeka Racing Teams, Lionel Munguia rounds out your top 3. Lieke van Berkel running now 5th. Behind Justin Fonk, who is about 1 second behind Lionel Munguia, as now Mazurkiewicz wheel to wheel with Holthuizen through into turn 3. Holthuizen gets through, Mazurkiewicz drifts wide. Munguia now up into 2nd position, up again. And now the chase begins. 3 minutes out of the opening 9 completed. So a very, very tight circuit. It's not exactly a driver's favourite here at the Landsard. I have had a couple of drivers say, well, it's not the greatest track, but we still have to race here, so you've got to do what you can. Mazurkovic now in P3. Nicky Naruhito Tomasi has been passed by Pelle van Echtelt, as there goes Justin Fonk through at turn 2. And Jent Timonen, I think, just tried the crisscross overtake on Lieke van Berkel for P6, for P5. So might have gotten the move done. As Justin Fonk now trying to pull away from Olivier Mazurkovic. Munguia has got a real good amount of pace around the circuit here at the Landsard, and is closing in on Holthausen, who for a multitude of years actually used to run on Maranello equipment. And now running on Kart Republic. But the gap between the top two is 0.23 of a second after the opening 5 laps. Munguia, fastest lap of the race. Where is the Redeka Kart Racing Team entry going to position the kart through into turn 2? Stays in the wheel tracks. Wait for your opportunity to try and get through. Munguia is now going to launch it to the inside. Oh, might have been a little bit of a rub between the pair. Justin Fonk has managed to get through the big barn doors that were opened as a result of that slight contretemps. And Justin Fonk on the Xpree. Oh, goes sideways. Mazurkovic goes over the curbs to avoid. Catches the slide beautifully. Does the 2.16 and retakes P3. In the meantime, Jent Timonen in the 2.10 on the Haase chassis has managed to move up to P5. And then there's a big, big gap because Pelle van Echtelt closing in on Lieke van Berkel. Nicky Naruhito Tomasi past Matthias Verreken, and Trent van Malik rounds out the top 10. So battles up and down the order here in Junior Rotax for the opening heat out of 2. And there is Justin Fonk right behind Olivier Mazurkovic. And Holthausen within half a second of race leader from Redeka Kart Racing Team, Lionel Munguia. There's Leon Herbos just ahead of Devon Yates, Jim Dannon and Didi Dale. Oh my goodness, that was a second and a half, whoever that was, on the CS55 chassis. I think that might have been Devon Yates, possibly. But again, just these young drivers are really putting in a little bit more risk versus reward kind of situation, going for late dive bombs, late overtakes. As there goes Holthausen through at turn 3 on Lionel Munguia to retake the race lead, and has also set the fastest lap of the race of 48.578. Gap went down by 3.5 tenths. It was half a second the previous lap when Munguia and Holthausen crossed the line. As Justin Fonk now getting pressure from behind, courtesy of a fellow country driver, Jent Timonen, in the 2.10 for Moonen Racing. And Holthausen, look at that for a pendulum swing. That is over 9 tenths. Holthausen is now clear of Munguia by over 3/4 of a second. And Justin Fonk just saying to Jent Timonen, don't fight me now, and Moonen decides otherwise through at 4, gets the job done. So another driver that can be very, very quick and committed. And Vivian Alago saying, let's go, Team GKS is on top. Well, Justin Fonk's got a little bit more work to do, as Olivier Mazurkovic has got the 2.42 behind. That's Pelle van Echtelt. Who is currently at the minute P9, has got through on Leon Herbos. Holthausen now has expanded lead. Hardest charger in the race is Van Echtelt in 9th, having started on the outside of row number 8. And welcome into the chat, Levi Dries. Let's go, Ollie, Tygo and Nicky. So, of course, Tycho Holthausen, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, and Niki Naruhito Tomase. That's a bit of a mouthful at this point in the morning. 20 past 11 local. Right, kart 210, Jente Moonen, 3-second time penalty post-race for unsportsmanlike driving. So that will demote Jente Moonen behind Justin Fonck in the 223 GKS Esprit. And Munguia has lost out to Mazurkiewicz, who has catapulted away into the distance. But even with the fact, if Jente Moonen passes Lionel Munguia, there's not much that the 210 from Belgium can do about it, because there is a 3-second post-race penalty coming that driver's way. Time has expired. Moonen, dips to the inside. Munguia backs out of it at the last moment. And blue flags are being shown, so back marker traffic coming into play. And side by side. Final lap underway, and Tycho Holthausen is 1.3 seconds up the road from Olivier Mazurkiewicz in P2. Munguia and Fonck battling away at the moment is for P4. Which eventually will come third, but Tycho Holthausen, the youngster from the Netherlands in the 229 Shepherds Racing Service BV Cup, will make his way out of the final corner, and Holthausen wins Heat 1. Second, Mazurkiewicz. Third will be Moonen on the road, but then it will be post-race Munguia being promoted. Justin Fonck takes fifth ahead of Lieke van Berkel, who started from pole, recovered her way up to sixth position, whilst also last time, on lap 11, setting the fastest lap of the race of 47.036. Trent van Melk, Pelle van Echtelt, Niki Naruhito Tomasi and Leon Herboz round out your top 10. Average speed of 75 kph after 12.36 kilometres for Tycho Holthausen. Who is not only the fastest or the winning driver in juniors for that one. There you see Holthausen, Mazurkiewicz, Moonen, who will be demoted by 3 seconds. So that will promote Munguia, Fonck and Van Berkel. They will round out the top 5. Moonen will be demoted to 6th position ahead of Trent van Melk, Pelle van Echtelt, Niki Naruhito Tomasi and Leon Herboz. Milano Shiphorst 11th, ahead of Joshua Lauritsen, who made up 7 places. Matthias Verreken, Joao Pereira and Jesse Andringa ran out the top 15. Devon Mieta, Liam Hauger, Dili Dodale, Dimitar Lazarov, Sasha Aljabrail round out the top 20 with Yara Kiewitzbosch. Kai Abelera and Aidan Beekman rounding out the finishers. Jim Darnan retires on lap 9, and Connor Halfer did not even make it past the exit of turn 1 before his race came to a very abrupt end. So there you see the timetable being updated. We've got 4 more races to go until the lunch break, and then we'll be back on track at around about 20 past 1 this afternoon. Once again, in the background, you can hear the planes arriving and taking off from Eindhoven. Air temperature has slightly increased to 11 degrees. It feels colder than that. Wind has increased to the northwest of 18 kph. And still heavy cloud cover up above. Humidity point around about 87%, but we still got a little bit of time to go, around about just under 5 minutes before we go green for the first of 2. And also, there have been some further amendments post-qualifying. I was making notes on the grids provided by our timekeepers, and the seniors did have some penalties, but then there were also some other dramas that happened in the free practice session or the morning warm-up. So further drivers will find themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage coming into the next race at 11:30 local, which is the first of 2 heats for Senior Max.
Oh, you can't? Hey, what are you doing? You have to go the other side. You have to go the other side.
Right, okay, time to turn your attention to the first of the senior Rotax heats. There have been some post pre-grid penalties in morning warm-up. It's going to be Sverre Ubben that's going to start from pole position. Bran van der Weken will line up on the outside of the front row. Then it's Mick van den Hout and Kansbos House, followed by Vince van der Halle, who was demoted some places for ignoring yellow flag. Well, ignoring yellow. It wasn't him. It was Lars Lambers. Vince van der Halle starts on row 2. Benjamin Van Hees, Thijs van Wijk. Lars Lambers was due to start third. Got a 5-place penalty for ignoring yellow flags in morning warm-up. So starts 8th, ahead of Jay Zutterveld and Boris Verhaag. We also had Max Swiderski demoted to 12th from 6th on the grid because of ignoring, got a 5-place penalty. So a lot of changes have happened with regards to the live timing. So the drivers will get themselves into position. So a big old grid as always for seniors. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. And have been a couple of duplicates on the live timing. The drivers now come to a slow. Right, this looks to be a nice and neat organised file. Into the tram lines we go. Revs are up. Lights are out. Here we go. Sven Urban leads the field into turn 1. Big run into the first corner. Couple of karts run wide out of the opening corner. But Sven Urban got the whole shot and has got a 3-kart length lead coming out of turn 2. But a big incident at 3:08 and 3:93 involved. Raymer van Beek and Olivier Lemmens both having dramas. Somebody stumbling out of turn 4. And again, well, side by side, I think there was someone that got a punt. That was probably Mitch Haynard in the 310 TB kart. And that would have been out of turn number 5. Sven Urban leading the way. Looks like we have got one of the Bouvan Powers, the power drivers in second. Might be more than likely Vince van der Halle. Let's see as it changes. No, it's Mick van den Hout in P2. Thijs van Wijk up 4 spots to third. Head of Vince van der Halle. And it looks like there has been a change for P2. And that car is getting very close. That is Thijs van Wijk running with Dams Racing. And is right on the tail of Sven Urban in the 399. As they now make their way through into the final part of the complex here at this 1,030-metre circuit. Sven Urban trying to keep on the racing line. Thijs van Wijk now putting the pressure on from behind on the rear bumper. Out of the final corner, lap 2 completed, 0.1 of a second. Separating the top 2 drivers, Max Swiderski now has moved up from 11th on the grid, runs P3 in the number 397 SP Motorsport entry. And Mick van den Hout has become the cork in the wine bottle. Bran van der Weken trying to get through. Jay Zutterveld up to P6. Jon Jelle Bremer started on the outside of row 7, now up 7 places into 7th, ahead of Lars Lambers. Benjamin Van Hees now 9th. Vince van der Halle now 10th. Looks like Luke Neeson is a non-starter in the 375. Boris Verhaag has tumbled all the way down to the bottom. Right, yellows at Marshall post 5 before the chicane. So someone is has ended up on the grass on the left-hand side of the exit. So that could be Nick Soudan in the number 327 kart. And has managed to get the kart to safety off of Marshall post 6, so well played. So 1/3 of the way through the race is we're through at the moment. So just under 6 minutes plus an additional lap to go, and a feverish pace set by Sven Urban. Bran van der Weken now on the move. Fastest lap of the race, 45.774. The track is evolving significantly. And there is the number 349. Jay Zutterveld running under the RE driver development colours. Red Actions, of course, Bram Ossevaarde, who still continues to do a lot of driver coaching, still has that itchy trigger finger of wanting to get behind the wheel and go racing again. But look at the pace now from Max Swiderski and Bran van der Weyken. They are starting to close in on the top two. Jon Jelle Bremer now up 9 positions, runs a genuine 5th on pace and is 1.7 seconds behind the race leader. Flynn Fitters up from 16th on the grid, now runs 8th. New fastest lap by the 360, 45.328, as now Swiderski and van der Weyken are there with Ubben and Van Wyk. And Julian Mazak saying, come on, you're Valkenars. Valkenars at the moment, currently sitting in 12th position, which is exactly where the 325 qualified. Rein van der Meer, however, has sprung up the order from 25th, now runs 13th. I did see that there is a 3-second time penalty for kart 396, and that is Bran van der Weyken, as Max Swiderski now is through for 2nd. Van der Weyken through for 3rd. New race leader is now Thijs van Wyk, as now the squabbling begins. Here, oh, Jon Jelle Bremer. What a hell of a manoeuvre by the 347. Just absolutely late sent it. Went off, well, went through on Sverre Ubben, but lost it coming out of the chicane. And there's the 340 of Benjamin Van Hees right on the rear bumper of the 347, who's managed to gather it back up again. Another penalty coming the way of 348. Ruben Verheyen. That's going to be a time penalty coming that driver's way. But Thijs van Wyk leads the way ahead of Max Swiderski. And this is on the road. Bran van der Weyken in P3. Flynn Fitters now up to P6. And fastest of anybody, 44.628. The track is really coming to life as we see Jay Zerveld closing in on the likes of Sverre Ubben, who makes a big mistake. And, well, Valkenars has, well, Flynn Fitters has just lost the place, but Jay Zerveld got the buy one, get one free special. And now is 4th. Swiderski for the lead, gets through. Van der Weyken gets through on Van Wyk too. But more to the point, the 396 does have a post-race 3-second time penalty, as the two youngsters ran juniors last year and have really made a quick transition and showcasing lightning fast speed in the senior Rotax class. But Swiderski just holding on, and his dad Piotr having his birthday, well, happy birthday to Piotr, his dad, this past Friday. And, oh, right, Flynn Fitters has had a little bit of a drama. 360 now down into 9th position, ahead of Vince van der Halle. And Van der Weyken just wants to try, and we'll have seen on the Digi flag that he's got a post-race penalty. That is not going to help. Van Wyk now coming back into this in the dying stages of the race. And Swiderski still holding on to that race lead, but by a finger thread right about now. And Jay Zerveld is catching. Zerveld last time round was the second quickest out of the top 4. And the top 4 now covered by 3/4 of a second. Down towards turn 1. Swiderski defends, not just against Van der Weyken, who effectively, through the 3-second time penalty, has been eliminated from this race-winning battle. And again, through turn 4, Swiderski running a little bit wider into the corner. Nearly opens the door for Van der Weyken to get through. But I think the danger driver here is the one in 4th position, Jay Zerveld, in the number 349. 2 laps to go. Gap is now less than 7/10, but Sverre Ubben is starting to chase them down. A little bit further back, Jorn Bremer and Flynn Fitters are having a little bit of a 2 and 8, a little bit of a Barney between the pair. But Swiderski holding on to the race lead at this moment in time. Into the chicane we go for the penultimate tour. And all four of them aggressively bump over the curbs on the left-hand side. Van der Weken is kind of between a bit of a rock and a hard place at the minute, because Van der Weken has either got to defend from Van Wijk or go attack. Last lap is underway. 0.6 separates the top four. 1.1 seconds. And new fastest lap, Sverre Ubben. 44.393. Right. Into turn 3 for the final tour. Lap 13 itself. Looks like there's been dramas for Tristan Shays, who's down into 28th position, the last of the runners on the circuit. Swiderski might think, yeah, I could have this in the bag, but there's still a couple of corners left to go. But the 397 from the Netherlands is going to hang on. Max Swiderski out of the final corner wins Senior Rotax Heat 1 ahead of Bram van der Weken, who will be demoted because of a 3-second time penalty. That'll put him round about P7 or P6. Yeah. So Bram van der Weken, about 3-second time penalty, will end up 7th behind Benjamin Van Hees. Jay Zerveld, well, Thijs van Wijk will inherit second position ahead of Jay Zerveld. So Max Swiderski confirmed as your provisional race winner in this particular time. Just over 50 miles an hour average speed. So Max Swiderski takes the win ahead of Bram van der Weken. Thijs van Wijk, Jay Zerveld and Sverre Ubben ran out the top 5. Van der Weken will be demoted out of the top 5 after any penalty is applied. With Sverre Ubben 5th, ahead of Lars Lambers, Benjamin Van Hees, Vince van der Halle, Flynn Fitters, and Mick van den Hout rounding out the top 10. Jure Valkens, Mitch Haynert, Jorn Bremer, Thomas and Ruben Verheyen ran at the top 15, ahead of Boris Maximov, Rein van der Meer, Vic van Kampenhout, Kasmoshuis and Koen Willems. Boris Verhagen, Niels Vergooyen, Carl Humans, Remy van Beek, and then Julian van Bossen running at the top 25. Bort Algris, Olivier Lemmens, and Tristan Shays, the last of the classified runners in that one. So we now go from seniors to the first heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. Axel Hoos starts from pole position after Wood Kirstens was excluded post-qualifying for a technical non-conformity due to the distance from the electrode was too far on the kart. So Kirstens demoted to the back end of the grid. Ralf van der Pavert will line up alongside Axel Hoos on the front row. Kai van der Werf and Pepin Rietman round out row 2, ahead of Mike van Maastricht and Jort van Wijk. Rick van der Straat and Jesse Spans round out row 4, with Scott Westhovens and Jorik Klebo rounding out the top 10. Vincent van Kerkhoven will be joined by Imke Arts on row 6, ahead of Julian Klosman and Gwen Blogstil rounding out the top 7 rows. Derek van Kort takes pole position in Masters ahead of Christoph Adams, with the returning, and great to see this man back in the paddock, Carl Klebo, who will be joined with Erwin Montfort on the 5:14 entry, rounding out the top 9 rows. Danny Siminsma and Hugo Klebos round out the top 20, with Wim Rouleau, Douglas Knoll and Wout Kirstens bringing up the rear of the field. So after this, we'll have the 2 KZ2 races, so KZ2 followed by KZ2 Masters, which will then bring us to the lunch break. So with regards to those new to Rotax Karting, thank you so much for joining us here on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel for event 3 out of 7 for the 2026 United Karting Series. Of course, all these karts have a 125cc Rotax Max Evo engine bolted to the right hand side, coupled with a 2-speed gearbox, so no direct drive, but they are still able to get a rolling start. So I'm not too sure if we are going to get a clean start this time. Full start has been called. Quite a few stragglers at the back end of the field. So race director saying, you know, you're going around for another formation lap. Doesn't look like Douglas Knoll has gone through on the timing beam. So if that kart has not been able to get out on time, they may give it dispensation to start from the back of the field once we go green for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. As once again the 4 red lights ignited on the starting gantry, just over the start-finish line. Yep, and it seems like, yeah, there was a discussion, I did overhear it earlier on today, that Imke Arts did have a tyre issue. So, yeah, thanks to Sadav's 4853 on YouTube saying that unfortunate that Imke Arts had a puncture in qualifying yesterday. Well, yes, but the good thing is that having known Imke for quite a few years now, she's always one that will make her way through the field and has, for many a year, challenged at the sharp end. So the drivers need to get themselves into order, as it is down to Axel Hoos and the 468 of Ralf van der Pavert. They come out of the final corner. Let's see, do we go green this time? Revs up. We're underway. And straight off, Kai van der Werf through on Ralf van der Pavert, through at turn 1. Not easy on the outside line during the start. Van der Pavert has managed to get the crisscross and has retaken second position out of T1. Through up towards turn 3 we go. There's been a multi-kart incident on the exit part of turn 2, and there are spots of rain hitting the window on the commentary box. So at the minute, it's not showing significance enough to maybe prompt a change onto different tyres. But I would imagine that the majority of the field, if not all of the field, have got slick tyres. So the Mojo D5s mated to the chassis. Opening lap, who's leads from Van der Pavert, from Van der Werf. Van Maastricht up to P4. Van der Straat up to 5th. Yes, Hispan's trying to make some hay whilst the cloud cover still looks white rather than at some points over the circuit, including turn 3. It is looking a bit more menacing and a bit dark grey to boot. Through out of turn 5, Van der Pavert trying to get the move on Hoos, who blocks the 468 going into the chicane. Van der Werf is there in the 491. So is Van Maastricht. Van der Straat is there. Van der Pavert again, just looking for that window of opportunity to stick his nose up and up the inside and alongside Axel Hoos for the Combi Kart Racing team. And this is very, very close indeed. Right, Jordi Klebol has tumbled down the order. Right, fastest lap of the race, Carl Klebol. There is, well, Jort vanWijk's kart is on the side of the circuit, so the 433 not going to be taking any further part in this opening heat. Carl Klebol, fastest lap of the race, 46.570 for the man from Belgium, multi-time BNL and BMC champion, as Van der Pavert has got the lead. So Van der Pavert is through on Hoos. Van der Werf holding on to third ahead of the two Sodi karts of Van Maastricht and Van der Straat. And Imke Arts has already made her way up to P7 and is now starting, I would think, to close on in. Scott Westovens has dropped down the order and has ended up around about 17th place. Started pretty well. Qualified 9th, as the two Sodi karts nearly tripping over each other's side pods at the minute. It's a bit too close for comfort, but then you've got Julian Klosman and Imke Arts not that far behind either. Well, looks like Imke Arts has got through on Klosman, who did have quite a few problems with the rear braking system. They changed as many components as they could find on the chassis. But Van der Pavert leading by nearly a second and a half ahead of Julian Klosman, not of Julian Klosman, Axel Hoos, who's become the cork in the bottle. Has got Kai van der Werf just behind. There's Van der Straat in the 495. And a little bit of a change of position. Looks like Van der Werf. Oh, and it's caused a little bit of a concertina effect. Imke Arts gets compromised on the exit of the left-hander coming out, well, right-hander coming through after the chicane. So that now means that Yes Hispans gets back through. Axel Hoos now down into third position. Ralph van der Pavert is 2.2 seconds up the road, and the rain, the shower is still continuing. So it is going to get a little bit slippery like an ice rink out there for some of the drivers. But Van der Pavert is away and clear by a big margin. That could be more than 2.5 seconds after lap number 6. Van der Pavert already has won a weekend quite recently at Karting de Fagne at Marienborg. Someone has come into the pits. 5:11 Carl Klebor and 5:01 Wim Rouleau. Both have come in. Maybe they didn't want to take the chance, because if that rain gets any heavier, we are on that precipice. Lap times starting to drop a little bit, but Van der Pavert 2.5 seconds up the road. That was a nice little move by Rick van der Straat on the 495 Sodi kart, getting through on Yes Hispans. There's Imke Arts. Julian Klosman up now from 13th on the start, is now P8. So Klosman ran as a senior last year, moved up to DD2. So it looks like whatever work they've done, he's trying to get through on Imke Arts in the moment. A little bit of a touch on the rear bumper of the 421. but Glosman unable to get through. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. And Ralph van der Pavet is opening up the taps on the 468 Kart Republic SP Motorsport chassis. And he's got clear air in front of him. That's exactly what he needs. As there is another attempt here. That's Axel Hoos being pressurised by Rick van der Straat in the number 495 Sodi kart. That is for 4th on the road. They're going to head into the chicane again. And there's more battling up and down the order. Someone has pulled off to the left-hand side after the chicane, lost multiple positions. That kart might be inbound into the weighbridge very shortly. I'm just going to keep an eye on that as the drivers make their way out of the final corner. I think that was Erwin Montfort for Montfort Motorsports. But Van der Pavet seems to be relatively untroubled at the front end of the field, but there are battles all up and down the order. Wout Kirstens started stone dead last, now up into P9, chasing down Julian Klosman. And that's the battle for 8th position, but this battle here, all I can say is Mike van Maastricht has managed to scarper away from it. And that is Axel Hoos, who has got close company. Rick van der Straat. Imke Arts now up into 6th position. Head of Klosman. Jesse Spans now P8. Wout Kirstens 9th. Scott Westhovens in the number 434. Another one that's graduated to DD2 this year from seniors in 2025. But Van der Pavet, as I said, at the front end of the field, looking relatively untroubled. 2.5 seconds is a comfortable gap to manage at this point in the race. But now Rick van der Straat has got through on Axel Hoos. Imke Arts tries to get through, nearly opens the door on Julian Klosman, running with Scott Swart's team at SR Solutions. A minute to go, so it's going to be this. Straight on. That was Julian Klosman. I think he had no brakes. He went straight off at turn 2. The plastic bollards exit forward. Julian Klosman, I'm so glad he's walking away from that. But yeah, that was the sign for I had no brakes. He was talking about that earlier. And I think he said at Karting Genk, he was finding that the brake pedal travel was going right down to the floor. Oh, that I have not seen that at turn 2 before. And Julian Klosman is a very, very lucky individual. So SR Solutions have got to do a lot of work, I think, between the end of this race when the kart gets recovered to get that ready for Heat 2, due to take place at 2:40 p.m. So that will probably give them just over 2 hours to try and find out what the problem, because Julian will communicate that to the team. Imke Arts in the meantime. Oh, this is like 2024 all over again, battling with Axel Hoos. And this is for what is P5 on the road. So a real shame for Julian Klosman. Like I said, I'm so glad he's okay. It was a frightening scene. Final lap is underway. Ralph van der Pavet 3 seconds up the road, now comes towards turn 3 for the final time. Vincent van Kerkhoffen has dropped down the order. He's ended up just outside of the top 10. Imke Arts has one more throw of the dice to try and get through on Axel Hoos for P5. There's Van der Straat in the 495 running P4. Mike van Maastricht doing a solid job, but it is this man here, Ralph van der Pavet, really improving race by race out of the final corner. The 468 from SP Motorsport wins heat number 1. Kai van der Werf P2, Mike van Maastricht P3, Rick van der Straat, Axel Hoos, Imke Arts, Wout Kirstens, and then Scott Westhovens rounded out the top 8. Jesse Spans and Pepin Riedman complete the top 10 ahead of Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Jordi Clerbeau and Christoph Adams wins in Masters, finishing P13 overall ahead of Hugo Claboz, Derek van Kurt, Erwin Montfort, Danny Semensma and Gwen Bloxhill rounding out the 18 drivers that made it to the finish. Julian Klosman out on lap 10 with a frightening no-brake situation down into turn 2. Wim Hulot and Carl Klibor decided to not chance it and pulled into the pit lane on lap 4. Jort van Wijk out on the opening lap, and it looks like Douglas Knoll was a non-starter. But Van der Pavet and Adams victorious in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Right, we now go to our penultimate race before the lunch break, heading into KZ2. Here's your starting grid for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Enzo Boll starts from pole position. He'll have SP Motorsport teammate Mika van der Pavet alongside. Nelson Berghaus and Cedar Wouters round out row number 2. Kane Ince and Daniel Tenbach round out row 3, ahead of Luca Brima and Robin Glirum. Nick Ploymers and Ryan de Jong round out row 5, and Giovanni Vitavin did qualify, but ended up with the 3-place penalty for front fairing being in. Air temperature has slightly increased to 12 degrees centigrade. Still a wind to the northwest of around about 17 kilometers an hour. And it is, in some respects, pushing the cloud cover across, over the circuit. So we go to standing starts for the first time here for weekend 3 out of 7. So the drivers will now line up on their grid positions. Enzo Boll slots into place on pole position alongside him. Mika van der Pavet, the younger brother of Ralph, who was just in action in DD2 Masters. And because of the amount of torque that goes through the back axles, we do standing starts in KZ2. 6-speed shifter gearboxes. Right, green flag at the back. Drivers now instructed to look at the lights. And here we go for the first time in KZ2. Lights are on, 4 lights on, revs up, we're underway. Good start by the front row, level pegging between Boll and van der Pavet as they go through into turn 1. Boll holds the advantage as we get a great run into turn 2 for the first time. And you can just see their rules sort of getting their elbows out. But, oh, who was that under braking? I think that it was Nelson Berghaus, the back end. Started going up into the air, especially on the right rear, when he applied the brakes at high speed into turn number 3. Luckily enough, that car did not go straight on. But it is Enzo Boll that does lead the way. And out of the final complex they go, up the gears, accelerating at high speed. It's a very short run into turn 1. Boll leads after the opening lap. Cedar Wouters on the Maranello up into P2. Kane Ince third. Mika van der Pavet, in the meantime, has dropped down to 9th position. Robin Glirum through up into P3, past Kane Ince on the Croc Promotion chassis. So Glirum on the Birrell Arts, and now it's getting very, very close indeed. Berghaus has managed to compose himself after that near Code Brown moment last on the opening lap at turn 3. Glirum with the fastest lap of the race, 49.368. And all well, Kane Ince manages to take advantage of the misstep by Cedar Wouters. Berghaus gets through, up to P4, goes the number 234, but there's a dive and a half. I think that might have been from Tenbach, or maybe even Brima, through into turn 1. And again, just how close these drivers are really pushing the limit. Cedar Wouters has dropped behind Mika van der Pavet, who's got some ground to make up. So Robin Glirum battling away with Enzo Boll. SP Motorsport versus Power Kart Racing. And they head through at a big rate of speed through into turn 1. Glirum new fastest lap of the race, 45.577 for the 216. Out of turn 2, on the power, up the gears. Hard on the brakes, into turn 3. Tight right-hander, now into turn 4, now turn 5. And you can see that on the acceleration points, both drivers really getting the traction down on the rear axle. There's a little bit further back. That is going to be Brima versus Tenbach. That is for P5 between the two Birrells. Now Glirum right on the rear bumper, out of turn one, closing in on Enzo Boll. And Boll defends into turn two. 10 back right on the rear of Nelson Berghaus. He's got Luca Brima for company. Into turn three they go. Brima is having to wait for his opportunity to get through on the 2-2-3. But that was a little bit of a big hit on the back of Daniel 10 back chassis on the rear bumper. Glirum still putting the pressure on Boll. But at the minute, the 255 from SP Motorsport soaking up the pressure like the proverbial sponge that he is. Into turn one, lap 5 completed. As a little bit further back, there's going to be a little bit of a dive. And I think that might have been between Ryan de Jong. Robin Glirum now gets through. Glirum gets through on Enzo Boll at turn 2, lap 6 for the race lead. And they are the best part of nearly a second and a half up the road from Kane Ince, who at the minute is still holding on to third and is starting to pull away from Nelson Berghaus on the 2-3-4 entry. 10 back, Brima, de Jong, Witteveen, Van der Pavet, Pluimers and Wouters. Wouters now all the way down in 11th position, having started 4th. Got up to second very early in the race, but it seems like the pace has dropped away from the Maranello 2-0-4. Oh, big off-track moment there coming out of the final corner from Nelson Berghaus. Daniel 10 backs managed to get through for 4th position. But Glirum trying to stride away as we are past the halfway point of this race. His gap over Enzo Boll last time around was half a second. Of course, last year we saw the battle between Jens Steur and Tommy van der Struijs for the championship. Both have now moved on to bigger things. But still, there is this battle for P3. Kane Ince is now under heavy salvo fire from Tembak and Brima. And here we go. That is going to be Brima through on Ince through at turn 2. But the big question is, what on earth is, where is Daniel 10 back, more to the point? And he's actually dropped a couple of places. He's behind Giovanni Witteveen in the 226, and also Nelson Berghaus, who now rounds out your top 5. Mika van der Pavet is now up into P9, closing in on Nick Pluimers. But Glirum now starting to extend a lead over Enzo. Robin Glirum starting to extend that lead over Enzo Boll. Last time round, it was just a shade under 1.2 seconds. Ten back trying to be on the comeback trail behind Giovanni Witteveen. On the 226 through the chicane they go. They're taking a big wallop of curb. Nelson Berghaus now closing in on Kane Ince in the 209 Croc Promotion chassis. Good to catch up with Kane this morning, as well as a few other drivers. And Berghaus to the inside. That was late time by Berghaus, but made it work because Kane Ince had a little bit of a slide on the left rear of the kart. And now Mika van der Pavet trying to get his elbows out a little bit here, trying to get through on, I think, possibly Nick Pluimers. But Robin Glirum crosses the line, completes lap number 10 of the race. 1.2 seconds ahead of Enzo Boll. P3 at the minute. Is now in the hands of Luca Brima. Giovanni Witteveen up from 11th on the grid in the 226, now up to P4. Tembak and Pluimers have also made inroads. Pluimers started 9th, is currently P6 as we're heading into the final 60 seconds. Kane Ince now looks to be fighting back. But Glirum has cleared off into the distance. We're going to be very, very finite on time. I think we're going to have this and one more lap to go. And there is a drama. That is Sarvutas over the left rear wheel of Kane Ince in the 209. Disaster for the pair. Whether that has done any damage to the 209 Croc Promotion chassis. Kane Ince was running really, really well. So that has brought drama to this race. Whether they're both going to get those karts started is another matter, because we are running out of time. And I'm wondering if there might be possible steering damage to Sarvutas Maranello. Timer has expired, so next time around we will get the last lap board, and it has been a really, really good battle between the likes of Robin Glirum and Enzo Boll. Now we see Zerarutas being given the blue flag, just say faster traffic. He is approaching you, and as they say in the US wing mirrors, objects are larger than they actually appear. Final lap underway, and Robin Glirum now up the road by nearly 1.2 seconds from Enzo Boll. Luca Brima P3. Vitavine 10 back. Van der Pavet now up into P6 after a disaster at the start where he ended up around about 9th or 10th position. But Robin Glirum has got a easy to manage 1.2 second lead over Enzo Boll. Blue flags waving at Marshall Post 7, but it is going to be the 216. Robin Glirum out of the final corner, wins Heat 1 in KZ2 after a great duel and dice with Enzo Boll. Luca Prima P3, Giovanni Vitavine will be crossing the line shortly. Well, Daniel Tenbach crosses in 4th, ahead of Giovanni Vitavine. So Glirum wins ahead of Boll, Brima, Tenbach, Vitavine. Mika van der Pavet in 6th position, having started from the outside of the front row. Takes the fastest lap of the race, 43.012. Nick Ploymers, Nelson Berghaus, Ryan de Jong, Kane Ince, and Zer Wouters round out your finishers in KZ2. So we now go to our last race before the lunch break. It's time for Heat 1 KZ2 Masters. Alan Kenyon puts it on pole position, setting exactly the same time as the defending champion Jeroen Bos, but Alan Kenyon did it on lap 7 in qualifying, got the benefit of the doubt. That'll be your front row. Mark Verhoeven and Glenn Vandenhoek, the 2024 Chrono Karting KZ2 Masters champion, lines up on row 2. Sebastian Coppenol and Bastien, row 3. Alexander Hommerson and Mick Bertram round out row 4, with Martin Versteeg and Erik Angenent rounding out the top 10. Niels Koster now partnered with a man that challenged Glenn Vandenhoek for the 2024 title. Wesley de Waal is working alongside the man who also does quite a lot of DJing these days. He lines up on P11 with Niels Böhler, and Guy Davis from the UK rounds out the 13-strong grid. The rain is starting to intensify slightly, as in the shower is a little bit more intense than the slight spittle we had in the DD2, well, in the KZ2 race just a few moments ago. So, Alan Kenyon, I'm sure that Soda UK are watching at the moment. Hello to the Barrett family. So, Alan Kenyon pulls the 146 Sodi car onto pole position, joined by SP Motorsports' Jeroen Bos, the defending champion in Chrono Karting KZ2 Masters. Everyone else starting to line up, and we will wait for our last driver, Guy Davis from the UK in the 114, due to start on the inside of row 7. Now we wait for the green flag at the back of the field. There we go, green flag is shown. Drivers instructed to look at the lights. Here we go. When the 4 red lights are out, we're underway in racing. They start igniting. The revs start to build. Lights on, lights out. Great start by the 162. Mark Verhoeven to the inside, takes the race lead at turn 1, but drifts a little bit wide. Alan Kenyon clicked quickly on his case as they head down to 2 for the first time, but that is going to be very, very treacherous. The conditions are going to be like, they're going to be slicker than an ice rink at the moment, and they're trying to get the power out of the corners. I think that was Glenn Vandenhoek possibly getting through on Alan Kenyon, maybe for P2. Let's have a look-see. Yes, it is. Vandenhoek now on CRG machinery here in 2026. But what a lightning start by the 162 Mark Verhoeven, as Alan Kenyon is struggling for traction. So is Jeroen Bos. Slippery surface flags, circuit wide. I thought it was only a matter of not if, it was going to be when. Out of the final corner. And, well, Glenn Vandenhoek was right up the rear bumper of Mark Verhoeven. Vandenhoek to the inside at turn 2. He's going to just about try for the move. Can't get through. Goes to the outside, heading into turn 3 on Verhoeven. And it's Sebastian Coppenol that's made it up to P3 from 5th on the start. Coppenol looks to stick his nose up the inside of Vandenhoek. Gets a little bit sideways on traction application through out of turn 4. Now through to the chicane. And looks like we've got the likes of right at the back. Well, I've just seen Niels Koster come through out of turn 5. Erik Angenent is a little bit further back as well. So these drivers are going to just have to try and tippy-toe round the circuit. Well, they're not trying to tippy-toe round the circuit. I think they're doing a little bit more than that, because Glenn Vandenhoek wants to go for the W. Right, to the inside at 2, tries to go the 141 CRG. Verhoeven accelerates nicely out of turn 2 into 3. Verhoeven uses the curbs to rotate the car around the corner. And that nearly opens the door for Sebastian Coppenol to get through, but Glenn Vandenhoek has already put 3 kart lengths between himself and the number 150. through the chicane, and Van den Hoek is putting the pressure on. He's dived to the inside. Van den Hoek with an audacious inside manoeuvre out of the chicane into the next right-hander. Gets through on Mark Verhoeven, new race leader. Here on lap number 3, Van den Hoek has got the job done early. But he then becomes the guinea pig for the conditions, which may deteriorate at a specific rate with the rainfall coming down. So he is going to find the water first in comparison with anybody else. But he's managing to make the best of it in the meantime. He's got a little bit of a lead over Mark Verhoeven, but those... Oh, Coppenol got through. Coppenol just got through for second. And Jeroen Bos is clawing his way back up the field. He's... Oh, and Verhoeven's lost it sideways out of turn number 5. Jeroen Bos gets through, gets a pass on that one. But now Van den Hoek has got Coppenol right behind. And into the final complex. Now they're going to accelerate up the gearbox once again. Got to be very careful as Coppenol gets a little bit of a wiggle out of the final left-hander. Finds himself a quarter of a second behind Glenn Van den Hoek, but manages to accelerate towards the rear bumper of the 141 CRG that leads the way. And Coppenol on exit of turn 2, and before they've hit the apex of 3, gets through on Van den Hoek, nearly ends up sideways and nearly costs himself the lead. But you can just see they're waiting right up into the last minute, and then blam, straight on the power and up the gearbox. Van den Hoek again using the chicane curbing to his advantage. This time he doesn't get the traction pull out of it to look for a move up the inside of Sebastian Coppenol through into the next right-hander. So coming up to 4 1/4 minutes. We're past the halfway point. And Sebastian Coppenol, new race leader, having started on the inside of row number 3. Mark Verhoeven at the moment holding on to 6th position. Alan Kenyon P4. And look at this. I've just seen a quartet of carts go through turn 1. It's like they're treading on eggshells and trying not to crack them. And one has gone completely deep into turn 2. Guy Davis trying to make some moves up the order as well. Guy started 13th. Looks like he might have just made up a couple more positions. Was running 10th, so might now be running P8. As Alan Kenyon has got, I think, he's got somebody in another Sony kart behind him. It might be more to the point Alexander Homerson from Belgium in the 195, right on the case of the man from Great Britain. Oh, Kenyon trying to put the power down and the back end squirms to the left. But Sebastian Coppenol now starting to stride away from the 141 of Glenn Van den Hoek. Jeroen Bos, P3. Alexander Homerson through on Alan Kenyon for P4. Mick Bertram, Mark Verhoeven, Guy Davis now 8th and climbing. And Guy Davis has got about a 2.8 second differential between himself and Mark Verhoeven in front. Verhoeven, who we did see at the early point, the lightning start, the 162 got off the line. He hooked it up brilliantly through the start phase and got through for the race lead early. Glenn Van den Hoek said, I didn't really want to have that happen in front along with me, but that's the case in point. Just under 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Right, gap is now coming down. Glenn Van den Hoek just went over 2.5 tenths quicker. Someone has gone very, very wide out of the final part of the circuit. Might have been Niels Berder in the 118, who at that point, and that was the case, was running 9th. But Van den Hoek is trying to close that gap. We have just under 2 minutes to go, which could give us, based on the lap times, fastest lap of the race now, 4th position, kart 195, Alexander Homerson from Belgium. 54.378 is the new fastest lap, despite these conditions not being the optimum, let's say. And the gap is coming down. Oh, right, new fastest lap by Glenn Vandenhoek, 52.473. He's got that gap down to just under 8 tenths, and it is closing all the while. 52.889 by Coppenol, as someone runs a little bit deep into turn 2. But that gap was 8 tenths. I think it's going to be more like half a second by the end of this lap. So Glenn Vandenhoek has got the bit firmly between the teeth. They go out of the chicane. More to the point, some other great battles. Alan Kenyon still, well, he's holding on to 6th position at the minute. As there is Jeroen Bos, who's got a couple of drivers behind him, which does include... Oh, right, yellow flags at Marshall Post 5. Someone has gone off at the chicane. Oh, dear. Someone has definitely ended up with the short end of the stick, and it's actually taken some of the barriers out of position, and that is... Well, that's one of the Sodi carts. That is going to be Alan Kenyon. Oh, dear, disaster for the Brits. So yellow flags still at post 5. Alan Kenyon pushes the cart off of the circuit as we are coming down to what will next time be our last lap of the of this first heat, but also the last lap of the morning's action here for round 3 of the 2026 United Karting Series season here at Circuit de Landsard. A real shame for Alan there. Pulls off the race helmet. Was looking ever so quick. But timer has expired. Last lap board is now going to be shown, and the first one that's going to hopefully see it is now going to be Sebastian Coppenol, who's out of the final corner. Glenn Vandenhoek crosses the line. Oh, Mark Verhoeven's getting his elbows out here. And that is, well, they've got through on the other Sodi, well, one of the other Sodi carts, Mick Bertram in the 140. So Mark Verhoeven up into P4, Alexander Homerson into P5. And that is Sebastian Coppenol on the 150, just taking it easy over the curbs through the right-hander after the chicane. And it's just, you can just see it's wait, now accelerates. And again, just waiting until you feel the cart bite into the tarmac. He's going through the chicane very slowly, but understandably so because Alan Kenyon is still there. As, oh, right, a little bit of sunlight starting to try and break through the clouds here at de Landsard, which is the first time we've seen that today. But, well, when the dust settles in this opening KZ2 Masters Heat, Sebastian Coppenol carefully brings it across the line, wins Heat 1 ahead of Glenn Vandenhoek. We've got a little bit of a wait. Jeroen Bos, P3. And Mark Verhoeven is going to take home P4. It's been a topsy-turvy race for the 162 ahead of Alexander Homerson and Mick Bertram, who rounds out the top 6. Barstein, out of the final corner, takes 7th. Well done to Gary Davis on the CRG, takes 8th, having started last. Martin Versteeg and Niels Berler round out the top 10, with Niels Koster and Erik Angenent completing the runners. Unfortunately, Alan Kenyon's kart is being pushed at the moment by the driver himself off of the chicane, but Sebastian Coppenol wins the opening heat after 11 laps with slippery surface flags being shown, winning by just over 1.5 seconds. There are your provisional results. Coppenol, Vandenhoek and Bos rounding out the top 3. Big distance of nearly 7.5 seconds between second and third position. Penalties coming in. Right, Jeroen Bos, unsportsmanlike driving, 3-second time penalty post-race. Kart 118, Niels Berler gets a 5-second penalty for ignoring yellow flags, so that is going to change the dynamic. And with that being said and done, that is it for the morning's action here at UKS Event 3 2026. We will be returning here on the live stream on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel just before 1:20, as we'll have the second set of heats and then the finals that will take us through towards the halfway point of the 2026 season. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, as we start our afternoon's coverage for round 3 of the 2026 United Karting Series here at Circuit de Landsard in Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Alex Goldschmidt back on commentary. Let's take you through the starting order for Heat 2 for Micromax and Micromax Rookie. Ian Halfer starts on the front row from pole position. Alongside will be Amizio Zani. Henry Muyat and Mads van Alst will line up on row 2. Julian Lauritsen and Kendry Schurz round out row 3. Marlon Wodkowski and Quinten Krains round out row 4, with Arturo Yilmaz and Leonard Marks completing the top 10. Jeff Kainens, Hossein Al-Husseini, Victor Moza and Sven Borgesius round out your 14 starters. Now, there was also a couple of... Amizio Zani, the kart was found to be not conforming to technical specification. So Zani was disqualified. Mick van Echtelt did not start. Now, question in the chat, which was basically reference Arturo Yilmaz. Well, Arturo Yilmaz got 2 3-second time penalties for unsportsmanlike driving. Crossed the line on as the winner, but ended up being demoted to P7. So that is the explanation for what happened there. Other drivers that did get penalties as well included Ian Halfer, who got a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. Well, Kart 73, Leonard Marks got a 5-second time penalty for a bumper being out of position. And Amizio Zani's kart was disqualified because the clutch was wet. So thereby, the kart was thereby excluded from the session. So the drivers will have to go through the shortcut to bring them onto the start-finish straight. The red lights are on the gantry as we are about to kick-start the afternoon's action here for round 3 out of 7. Revs rise. Lights are out. First time of asking. And Ian Halfer leads the field into turn 1 as the drivers will make their way. They're fanning out to about 3 wide for second position on the run down into turn 2. Couple of drivers, well, one bumping over the curb, then gets a little bit of assist from behind as they head up to turn number 3. Ian Halfer leading the way. In the previous heat, it was Quinten Krains that took the victory after 8 laps of racing, winning by just over 1.3 seconds from Marlon Wodkowski. So the drivers make their way through the chicane as, bit of a tussle there, and that has Kart 54 and Kart 7, Joshua Lauritsen and Arturo Yilmaz. As the field makes its way through the final couple of, the last technical section. And it is Ian Halfer that leads the way, ahead of Amizio Zani, who just puts in the fastest lap of the race, 77 thousandths behind the driver from Germany for MTech Praga. And look at this, Amizio Zani getting closer and closer. The Buvan Power Racer right on the rear of the number 22. Now on bump drafting out of turn number 3 into turn 4. The left-hander, bit of opposite lock there required by Amizio Zani to stop the tail from sliding on the back end of the 22. And into the chicane, Zani right on the back of Halfer yet again. And there is Henry Muyat, who was out. Unfortunately, on the first heat of the weekend. But it is 3 karts leading the way. Halfer from Zani, from Muyat. And here goes Zani to the inside of Halfer, through at turn 3, gets through for the race lead. You can see a little bit of rubber pickup from the sidewall of other karts on the left side pod of Ian Halfer's Praga. Henry Muyat trying to close on in the number 19, the youngster from Belgium. So the Netherlands leads Germany and Belgium. It sounds like the UEFA, the Euros for UEFA. If you're looking at a football analogy. Right, kart 28, again, Ian Halfer. 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines, and now is really coming under pressure because Amisio Zani has decided to get away into the distance and has opened up a gap of nearly 8.5 tenths of a second. And that would effectively put Halfer down into P4 behind Jeff Gainans, who is just under 3.7 seconds behind our race leader. Battle for second raging on, heading into turn number 4. So all of the second set of heats here this afternoon will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap like we had just before the lunch break. And then after these second set of heats, we will then be going into the finals. Zani now having a lead slightly truncated because Ian Halfer has just gone quickest of anybody, 52.831 by the number 28. And Henry Moyat is also starting to pick up the pace, set a personal best lap of a 53.149. And there we have the number 9 of Jeff Gainans running for Dams Racing. GKS is Tugru Yilmaz. Has got the number 5 of Quintin Kleins. Heat Week 1 winner on the Parolin chassis, right behind the GKS liveried number 7 on the X-Spree. And into the right-hander. Yilmaz thought there might have been a possible window of opportunity through that sweeping right, which kind of double backs on itself, pretty much like a hairpin. And Halfer again is closing that gap to Zani at the front end of the field. Gainans leads the way in the 3-kart battle over P4. Hossein Al-Hosseini up 5 spots. Gainans up 7. And change for position. Quintin Kleins through on Etugru Yilmaz for 5th place. That was down turn number 2 on lap 6. And during the lunch break, well, there is some brightness here. Quintin Kleins gets through on Jeff Gainans. That is for P4. And the gap between 3rd and 4th is now 6.2 seconds. There's Hossein Al-Hosseini in the number 6, just behind Tugru Yilmaz in the number 7 GKS kart. And that gap is constantly increasing. It's now 7.5 seconds between 3rd and 4th place. So the top 3 have really scarpered into the distance. Meantime, Amisio Zani has started to open up the gap over Ian Halfer from Germany. Henry Moyat still there in 3rd place, about a couple of tenths of a second behind Halfer, as the leaders make their way through the chicane. And Henry Moyat at the back end of that 3-kart trail at the front end of the field. Just under 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Lap times are improving. Amisio Zani, new fastest lap last time, around 51.908. Crosses the line again. 51.482, and the gap goes up, and then Ian Halfer responds in kind. 51.449 for the number 28. And they are putting a bit of distance now between themselves and Henry Moyat. Marlon Witkowski, who did finish P2 ahead of Al-Hosseini and behind Kleins in the first heat of the weekend, is all the way down in 14th position, having started on the inside of row number 4 in 7th. But Quintin Kleins has catapulted away from Tugru Yilmaz and Hossein Al-Hosseini. Battle for P5 on the road. And Ian Halfer responds with another new fastest lap. Gap now down to just under 6 tenths between the top 2, but the timer is running out as the race proceeds onwards. Here at Circuit de Landsard, just outside of Eindhoven International Airport, which is literally 5 minutes down the road. And we then see a little bit further back, Jeff Gaynon's battling away with Leonard Marks and Joshua Lorison in the number 54 cart. They've got Mads van Alst not that far behind, who finished P4 in Heat 1. So it looks like we are going to get more than likely 3 laps to go. Oh, very sneaky there from Leonard Marks trying to get through, and Jeff Gaynon's 73 trying to make a move on the number 9 for that 7th place. As our leaders are already making their way through. Right, Ian Halfer has caught up to Amizio Zani. They're just about to go through the chicane as someone runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 3. Looks like that might have been Mads van Alst. So going to be very close between lead. Oh, now Ian Halfer, right on the rear bumper, is the first driver to get very close to a sub 51 second lap time. 2 laps to go. So just 2,060 meters, and there is Ian Halfer back through for the race lead. Got through on Amizio Zani, just literally chipped away at that lead that number 22 had, and has gotten through for position. But Amizio Zani gets a better exit out of turn 4 into 5. The 22 from Bhuvan Bauer gets through, retakes the race lead with about a lap and a half remaining. But last lap board being shown. Gap now between Zani and Halfer is expanded once again up to 0.6 of a second. A 52.290 by Amizio Zani, a 52.814. That is a loss of over half a second by the youngster from Germany in P2. And Amizio Zani, unfortunately, excluded from the race earlier on after the clutch was found to be wet, and needed to be, as instructed by scrutineering and technical, to take any lubrication off of the clutch materials. But it will be the case. The checkered flag will wave. It was Quintin Kleins in Heat 1. It's Amizio Zani, Heat number 2, that takes the victory by just over 0.3 of a second. Ian Halfer in the previous race, P8, finishes P2 this time round, having started from pole. Henry Moyat and Mads van Alst round out the top 4. Who's going to finish 5th? Tokrul Yilmaz takes that position. Ahead of Hossein Al-Husseini, Jeff Gaynon's, Leonard Marks, Julian Lorison, Mads van Alst rounds out the top 10. Victor Moser in 11th, head of Kenji Schreurs, Sven Borgesius, and we're just waiting for one more driver. There is Germany's Marlon Wodkowski in the number 10, and that concludes the heat stages for our Micromax drivers. Their final will be taking place in around about just under 2.5 hours' time. Right, okay. Further penalties to be issued. Hossein Al-Husseini, 2 wheels out of the tram lines. That's a 3-second time penalty. Mads van Alst gets a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving, but Zani does take the win after 12 laps by 0.3 of a second. Hey. Yeah, you don't want to cause yourself more problems, Dave. Especially if you've got an injury.
save. Niels Berler 118. So he ignored yellow flags. Did he overtake under yellows? Okay, cool.
Now we go from micro to mini-max for heat number 2 over a duration of 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Here's your starting grid. Dan Hillen will again start from pole position. Alongside on the front row will be Flynn Locker, Ryan Rampadarath and Noah Stayhouder round out row 2. Danny van der Molen and Xavier Radecke round out row 3. Ahead of Lawrence van Vlaanderen and Tristan Beals rounding out, they complete row number 4. Jesse Moonen and Matthias Clever complete row 5, thereby the top 10. Theo Freher from Ireland, Dayan Habits from Belgium, Mila de Gausmaker in the 106, the 156 of Louis Letauers and Arno Hadstra in the 115 brings up the rear of the field. Radecke took the win in the opening heat earlier on today ahead of Van Vlaanderen and Rampadarath. A couple of drivers did get penalties post-race. Both were 3-second time penalties for unsportsmanlike driving, the first of which was Dan Hillen in the 143, and then the 156 of Louis Letauers also got the same penalty, demoting the driver from Belgium to what was effectively 7th on the field, but would have finished a little bit higher up the order. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry just after the start-finish straight. So once again, to get the racing underway, they will come through the cut-through section and come straight out to the right-hander. Okay, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are not going out. First full start of the weekend and another formation lap for minis. We did have the only race so far that actually started once we'd had two full start was the first race of the weekend for Micromax. So once again, the drivers now have to get themselves ready. A second full start could bring out a red flag and a discussion with the race director, with one of the drivers on the front row. Mainly, it tends to be the pole sitter. So this second start will be crucial. And the red lights back up on the starting gantry once again to signal that we are under starters' orders. Second time of asking here for the second and final heat leading up to the finals. Looks like we might get a good start this time. Red lights are on and we're underway. To the outside, Flynn Locker throws it to the outside with great caution to try and get through on Dan Hillen. And again, the pair were side by side through into turn 2. Locker's gotten ahead. Well, it is Ryan Rampadarath that has moved his way up to P2 in the 132 SP Motorsport entry. Change for third position, make that third and fourth through turns 4 and 5. A little bit of a fight right towards the end of the field. Matthias Clever looks to have lost a few places. Dayan Habits has climbed a couple of places. As we are very shortly going to get to the end of the opening lap in this adventure unto the unknown. So leading the way is Dan Hillen, Rampadarath, Radecke, Van Vlaanderen, Stayhouder, Van der Molen, Locker, Moonen, de Gausmaker and Habits round out the top 10. Biggest loser at the moment is Flynn Locker, who's down 5 positions, having started on the outside of the front row. It looks like Flynn Locker's lost a couple of places, going a little bit too deep into turn 3. As there is the 170 and the 117. Lawrence van Vlaanderen through on Xavier Radecke. That is for third on the road. But Dan Hillen makes a mistake. Rampadarath dives through. Oh, Dan Hillen has got that section really, really wrong. And now here comes Xavier de Decker, and he's off on the grass. Watch the rejoin, goes onto the curb. A couple of drivers having to avoid, including Ireland's Theo Freher. But a big, big moment there for Xavier de Decker, off and big time off the circuit. Going grass tracking, unfortunately, was the 117, who's now right in front of the 116, I believe. That's Flynn Locker. Or no, that's that's the 110. Jesse Moonen. So there is musical chairs afoot here in Minimax. Rampadanath is running away with this at the moment. 1.6 seconds up the road, and a new fastest lap of the race by the race leader on lap 3, 49.380 from Rampadanath. And now Van Vlaanderen finds himself to be the cork in the wine bottle in the 170. Redeka has got Locker right behind, along with Van der Molen. Moonen trying to get through on Steyhouder, who's retaken 6th place back. And it has gone not that well for Dan Hillen, all the way down to 15th, having started from pole position. So not a bad loss for Flynn Locker in the 116 as we complete lap number 4. Rampadanath's lead now 1.3 seconds. Noah Steyhouder down in 6th, new fastest lap of the race, 49.142. Right, kart 116, Flynn Locker, 3-second time penalty for start procedure infraction. And that is going to drop Flynn Locker behind Tristan Abeels if it was a case of repositioning the kart and associating it with the penalty that has just been handed out. But Rampadanath trying to hold on to whatever he can out of this 1.3 second lead, which now is a second. Redeka on the charge, trying to close in on Van Vlaanderen for that second place. And Van Vlaanderen out of turn 2 still has the advantage thereof. Redeka still trying to chase him down. Flynn Locker holding on at the minute, but you've got the likes of Jesse Moonen, Dean Habits, Danny van der Molen, really part of that fight, that quintet of karts from 4th backwards to P8. Change for 2nd position. Xavier de Decker has gotten through, but a big, big loss there for Danny van der Molen on the Birolot, has gone to the back of the 5-kart train and has ended up behind, I think that's Dean Habits in the 131. And not just that, Tristan Abeels in the 109 has also gotten through on the 127 kart. Coming up to 3 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap remaining here in this second and final heat of the day for the Minimax drivers. Final will be taking place at around about 4 o'clock this afternoon, local time here in the Netherlands. And another change for position. This time, it's one of the Dams racing karts. That'll be the 116, I think, maybe, of Flynn Locker. Well, Flynn Locker has crossed the line, so it's going to be a little bit further back. Milja de Gaalsmaker trying to make up some moves. There is going to be a change a little bit further up the order, though, and that was through into turn 2 on lap 8. Xavier Redeka is absolutely taking chunks out of the lead that Ryan Rampadanath had, which at one point stretched to as high as 1.5 seconds. Redeka, new fastest lap of the race, 48.156. That gap is not 0.47 of a second. It's going to be closer, I would have thought, maybe towards a 10th. Well, it's comes down to 2.5 tenths between Rampadarath and Radeka. Both putting in their best laps of the race so far. Radeka looking for the double. But Rampadarath, who finished P3 in the opening heat, is making the back end of that SP Motorsport kart as wide as humanly possible. Radeka looking for the opportunity to get through. And whether it might be the lead up and preparation maybe for going for the race lead into turn 2, but not the case quite yet. Did just briefly clap eyes on Noah Stayhouder in the number 112. We are going to be very marginal on time with regards to whether we do get the last lap board out on this particular occasion. And Rampadarath and Radeka, Roy. Gap is now less than 1/4 of a second. The lead drivers make their way down into turn 2. Xavier Radeka, in the meantime, has just gotten very, very close to the rear bumper of Ryan Rampadarath in the 132 entry. My apologies there. Then you've got a little bit further back, you've got Laurens van Vlaanderen and Kevin Stayhouwer. Other dramas at the moment. Flynn Locker has dropped out of the top 5 and now runs 7th. Okay, 2 drivers getting 3-second post-race penalties for unsportsmanlike driving. One of which is Xavier Radeka, and the other one is Mateusz Klever, the youngster running under the Belgian flag, but also has Brazilian history. Ryan Rampadarath, however, holds off Xavier Radeka, who will get penalised and will drop to P4 at the end of this race based on the 3-second additional time penalty. And yeah, another one for Mateusz Klever as well. Getting a few more numbers showing up. 143, Dan Hillen. 116, 3-second time penalty for a start, well, for a start procedure. But Rampadarath takes the victory after 12 laps with Xavier Radeka, who will on adjusted time move down to 4th. Laurens van Vlaanderen and Noah Stayhouder ran at the top 3 ahead of Van Vlaanderen, Moon and Abiels Locker. Dayan Habits, Louis Letowers, Danny van der Molen running at the top 10. De Kalsmaker, Freher, Klever, Hillen and Hadstra round out your finishers in that one. Green flag waves once again, and we head into Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Here is your starting order. Lieke van Berkel will once again start from pole position. Lionel Munguia will be alongside on the front row. Olivier Mazurkiewicz and Devon Mieta, row 2. Tygo Holthausen, Heat 1 winner, starts once again on the inside of row number 3, joined by Tren van Malik. Niki Naruhito Tomasi and Jente Moonen round out the top 4 rows with Justin Fonck and Milano Shiphorst completing the top 10. DD2 DD2 and João Pereira, row 6. Matthias Verreken, Leon Herbos, row 7. Dimitar Lazarov and Pelle van Echtelt, row 8. Sasha Al-Jabran and Jim Darnan, row 9. Joshua Lawlerson, Jesse Andringa rounding out the rest of the top 20. Liam Hauger, Yara Kivitz-Bosch, Aidan Bigman, Connor Halfer and Kai Abelera rounding out the grid. And several drivers did get a 5-second penalty for front fairing being out of place. Karts 205, 222 and 265. So 265 Joshua Lawlerson, 222 João Pereira, and the 265 Joshua Lawlerson got a penalty. 205, 222 and 265 got a one-place penalty for unsportsmanlike driving out on track. And more blue skies up ahead. Here comes the sun as we go. Revs up, lights on, and we are green. I think, yes, we are green here for Heat 2. To be yeah, I think a couple of drivers may have been sort of caught out napping a little bit as the sun is really beating down on turn 2 itself. Oh, and a big incident off of 3. Someone has gone backwards, rearranged the plastic barriers. We've also had a spinner, Milano Shiphorst has had drama, and João Pereira on the start-finish straight is standing up on this left-hand side, cart by the fence. So Shiphorst and Pereira looks to me that the pair have come together on that one. But someone was very, very lucky. A clash between 2 carts, possibly interlocking of wheels. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 8 out of the final corner. No real surprise there. Oh dear. I'm wondering, was that DD2 DD2 that had a drama as well? Because the 299 has not crossed the stripe, and I think Tygo Holthausen also went out. Olivier Mazurkiewicz has dropped down to 21st as we see a change for position. Tren van Malik through on Justin Fonck. And there's a big gap because, well, Lieke van Berkel is away and clear by 1.3 seconds. And that is ahead of Niki Naruhito Tomasi, who's up from 7th, the inside of row 4 on the grid. So, oh, and Naruhito Tomasi, what has happened to the 252? Right. Niki Naruhito Tomasi, Liam Hauger and Jesse Andringa I have seen drop. And it's 2 by, well, Matthias Verreken trying to get through. That was on that was on Lionel Munguia. So again, the cat has been put amongst the Junior Rotax pigeons. So DD2 DD2 out, João Pereira out. Milano Shiphorst is the last of the 23 runners still in this race. And oh, that is someone having a big, big moment coming out of the final corner. So this now means, with the sunshine beating on the track, there is a kart stricken by Marshall Post 2 off of turn 2 itself. As, oh dear, mounting, well, one mounting the back of another kart through out of turn 3. It's getting a bit too, there's a little bit of impatience, I think, starting to show with some of the drivers. Of course, we are nearly at the halfway point of the season, but nevertheless, you've got to be very careful about picking your moments. And this is where those drivers that make the difference by keeping their noses clean, staying out of trouble, that is going to pay dividends in the latter run of the championship. 3 wide coming out of turn number 2. And there is a bit of gesticulation. That is from the 216 who dives through. Well, I think that might have been the 218, possibly. Yeah, 216, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, and I think that was on Sasha Al-Jabrail in the 228. There's, a little bit of a bump and run there. And that was on Leon Herbos, so that's possibly, yeah, that's Tygo Holthausen who's gotten through. Milano Shiphorst and Niki Naruhito Tomase, the biggest losers in this race. Several drivers have made up 9 positions. Connor Halfer up 9, 15th at the moment. Joshua Lorison up 9, 10th at the minute. Pelle van Echtelt started 15th, now runs 7th behind Matthias Verreken, who is also up a big amount of spots. 7 for the number 254 from Belgium. But Lieke van Berkel now starting to stride away. She's just gone through turn 1. Lionel Munguia has definitely got the bit firmly between the teeth. As, oh dear, right, further dramas. Tren van Melk and Jenthi Moonen have also come to, it looks like, to blows. Double waved yellows at Marshall Post 5. Which has now been retracted. 3-second time penalty for Kart 209 Lionel Munguia. That will probably maybe more than likely for unsportsmanlike driving, because we are more than halfway through this second heat. The gloves have well and truly been taken off. It's not like an MMA fight in a cage, it's more like a bare-knuckle boxing match. Tren van Melk and Jenthi Moonen now out of the race, and their karts came together. So both drivers now walking towards Marshall Post 6, it looks like, just off of the exit of the chicane. But obviously with that 3-second time penalty for Lionel Munguia, I am waiting for confirmation on the live timing. So we see Verreken right with. That is going to be Devon Mieta in P3, which effectively becomes the battle for P2, because Lionel Munguia, oh, well, what could I say about this? Lieke van Berkel is 6.4 seconds up the road after 8 laps. We're on lap 9 with just over 2.5 minutes, plus that additional lap left to go. So this is a much better race for the young lady driver from SP Motorsport, doing a great job at the front end of the field. Pelle van Echtelt is not holding back and is continually moving up the order. Has moved now up 11 spaces up to P5, ahead of, well, was ahead of Olivier Mazurkiewicz before that rapidly changed. Thank you, Ollie. In the 216. Even with the 3-second time penalty, Justin Fonck can find himself ahead of Lionel Munguia. So João Pereira, it looks like the kart did not want to play ball with the man, with the driver from Portugal in the 222. Joshua Lorison has lost a few positions in the 2:65. So we're coming down to the final couple of laps of this race. Lionel Munguia finds himself as the fastest driver out there, 44.709 for the Dutch racer. 6.4 seconds, give or there or take it. So Mazurkiewicz, 44.580. We've got the battle between Gator and Munguia. Right over the curbs go the drivers, including Matthias Verdaken. Timer has expired. And the last lap board is out. So where is Lieke van Berkel at the moment? That's where I'm just trying to pick out the driver on the circuit. I think Van Berkel might be heading into the final section. So Van Berkel has run away by a big margin. 6 seconds is the differential. And the checkered flag now being prepped. 2.72 crosses the line. But here we go. Lieke van Berkel lights out to checkered for the 2.85 for SP Motorsport after 13 laps and wins ahead of Lionel Munguia by 5.8 seconds. Munguia might have a post-race penalty. There was a 3-second indicator on the Digi flag. So that will put Munguia down to 5th ahead of Yater and Verdaken and Mazurkiewicz. So on the road, Jesse Andringa was the last to cross the line. Lap 5, lost both Trent van Melk and Jette Moonen. Didi Didala out. Joao Pereira did not even start. The kart failed on the start-finish line. But Van Berkel, average speed of just over 81 kilometres an hour. That's just north of 50 miles per hour. She wins ahead of Lionel Munguia, Devrim Yater, Matthias Verdaken, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Justin Fonk, Pelle van Echtelt, Tygo Holthausen, Sasha Algebrail, Jim Dahn and Conor Halfer up 13 spots. Hardest charger of the race, finishes 11th. Dimitar Lazarov, Aidan Beekman, Joshua Lorison, Leon Herboz, Jara Kivitsbosch, Niki Naruhito Tomase, Milano Shiphorst, Kai Abelera from the USA and Liam Hauger running out the top 20. Jesse Andringa, the last classified runner, a lap down over the line. Now, at this point, we head back to senior road tax. It's time for Heat 2. Sverre Ubben will start from pole position ahead of Bran van der Weken. Mick van den Hout and Kaz Boshuis ran out row 2. Vince van der Holle and Benjamin van Hees ran out row 3 ahead of Thijs van Wijk and Lars Lambers, who complete row number 4. Rounding out the top 10, Jay Zerveld and Boris Verhaag complete your top 10 with Max Sadurski and Jur Valkenaar starting on row number 6. Mitch Hayden and Jorn Jelly Bremer, row 7. Row 8, Luke Neeson and Flynn Fitters. Row 9, Boris Maximov and Nick Soudan. Rounding out the top 20, it's an all-Belgian row 10, Ruben and Thomas Verheyen, the two brothers alongside each other. Koen Willems and Rick van Kampenhout, row 11. Row 12, Raymer van Beek and Olivier Lemmens. Rein van der Meer and Bo Alerichs on row 13. And then we'll have the likes of Carl Hoemans, Niels Verkooyen, Julian van Bossum and Tristan Shays rounding out the 30-strong grid. So air temperature has now increased to 14 degrees centigrade. That's burgeoning on the mid-60s when it comes to Fahrenheit. Northwesterly wind has increased to 19 kilometers per hour. Humidity 72%, cloud cover 75%. So the wind from the northwest is bringing some more grayer cloud cover overhead at the circuit. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for Heat 2, Senior Road Tax. So into the tram lines we go. It's a steady crawl. Revs rise, lights on, lights out, we're racing. Good start by Sverre Ubben to lead the field into turn 1. And a couple of drivers going a little bit exit stage left out of the opening corner. Fanning through into turn 2, 3 wide coming out. Oh, and there's a big old melee outside of the top 10. And it spun one kart around 360, who's ended up at the back end of the field. As the field makes its way, as it's too wide. Oh, that's not going to go well through the chicane if they were wheel to wheel alongside each other, but they just about made it through. But in the meantime, Sverre Ubben has got a little bit of a lead, and it could be a convincing one. 6/10 over Mick van den Hout, Vince van der Holle now up into P3. Van Wijk, Lambers, Zurveld, Sadurski up 4 spots, now P7 ahead of Benjamin van Hees. Sverre Ubben has just been tag teamed, and he's lost not just 1 place, he's lost 4. So Mick van den Hout is going to be the new race leader in the 322, chased down by Vince van der Holle. Thijs van Wijk is P3, but there's been a stumble by somebody. And that was coming out of turn 5. Someone lost all the momentum, and that is going to be Thijs van Wijk. So Vince van der Holle now up into P3. Van Wijk might be a little bit further down the order. Ubben is 4th. 5th is Sadurski. Van Wijk now 6th. Zurveld up to 7th. Van Hees, Boshuis rounds out the top 10. Biggest loser, it was Jorn Jelly Bremer that did the 360 at turn 2, and the number 347 is right down at 28th position, ahead of Julian van Bossum, Luke Neeson and on-starter in the 375. But we have got a real fight on our hands for the race lead. Vince van der Holle closing in on Mick van den Hout in the 322. And then we've got Lambers, Ubben, Sadurski now up into 5th place. Across the line, complete lap number 3. Gap now 1/10 between van den Hout and van der Holle. Van der Holle, will he send it through into turn 2? He's looking to the inside line. The gap is there. He's just made it through. But now van den Hout trying to get through before turn 3. Ubben's back in the mix. And this is where the elbows will be out, believe you me. Sadurski looking for 3rd place. He got through from 5th at turn 5. Great move there by the youngster from the Netherlands. but Swiderski runs wide into the right-hander after the chicane off of Marshall post 5 and 6. And Swiderski, all that hard work has just dropped him further back and has put him down into 4th. Now there is, Mick Vandenhout has dropped all the way down to 14th as Vince van der Halle trying to keep the lead. Lars Lambers with an indented front bumper now starting to catch Sverre Ubben in P2 for GKS in the 399. We've got a battle royale on our hands and Swiderski is trying to catch them up. The 397 from SP Motorsport on that Kart Republic chassis is doing what he can. Thijs van Wijk now through on Bruin van der Weken. Benjamin Van Hees, Jay Zurveld, Mitch Haynert, Boris Maximov. Now up into P10. Yellow flags at Marshall post 6. And Marshall running to the scene of a potential incident, heading into the final few corners. Sverre Ubben just managed to dive bomb at the last moment into turn 2. Takes the lead away from Vince van der Halle. Meantime, Swiderski passed on Lambers. Van der Halle and Swiderski now again get through. Sverre Ubben, he gets the lead and then all of a sudden he's mugged. And now he's in P3. Van der Halle leads from Swiderski. Ubben, P3. 4th is going to be more than likely Lars Lambers. And look, oh dear, well it's all... All I'm going to say is when you've got too many OTK chassis in the Bouvan Power livery alongside each other, something has a tendency to magnetise. Ubben through on Swiderski. On lap 7, turn 2. He's now just said to Swiderski, stop fighting me. At the moment, we've still got plenty of time in this race. Some people might say 4 minutes will go by. In a senior Rotax chassis, I can guarantee you this. It feels like an absolute eternity. You're trying to claw every millimetre, every thousandth of a second, 10th, 100th. And Swiderski is not letting Sverre Ubben breathe. They're getting away and leading the charge of the cavalry from behind. The person leading it is Lars Lambers, who I think has he's got Vince van der Halle. Well, he's got Bram van der Weken behind. Vince van der Halle P5 and has got an indent on his front bumper now. Then Benjamin Van Hees. Thijs van Wijk at the back end of this quintet. And, well, Jurval Canals has had drama, I'm afraid. The 325 has dropped all the way down to all the way down to 29th position. Started 12th on the outside of row number 6. Swiderski keeping Ubben very, very honest indeed. Lambers responds with the new fastest lap of the race, 44.275. Olivier Lemons and Carla Humans Olivier Lemons has dropped, so has Niels Verkooyen. And there is the 342 of Lars Lambers. Oh my god, they are absolutely throwing complete caution to the wind at the chicane past Marshall post 5, which is effectively turns 6 and 7. Swiderski still within striking distance, especially if you can get it late on the brakes into turn 2. Swiderski switches to the outside to keep Sverre Ubben guessing on where to place the kart, where he needs to place the kart. But Lars Lambers still has got Bran van der Weken behind, along with Vince van der Halle. And with this kind of pack racing, you've really just generally got to pick your moments as to when you're going to facilitate that overtake. But Sven Uben starting to pull a little bit of a gap between himself and Max Siderski, which by my calculations is around about 2 kart lengths. But then you see who is behind. And Bram van der Weken now ahead. Right, Jay Zerveld is currently in 15th. Mick van den Hout hasn't had the best race. Started P3, now runs 16th as someone was a bit slow. And is, now someone has just gone straight on and off. And that is coming out of the final corner. Wondering if that is one of the Verheijens possibly. It might not be. No, Olivier Lemons. 3:08 is not returning to the circuit, so whoever's cart that was is now stricken on the outside of turn 1, which is why we have got yellow flags waving. Further dramas a little bit further down. Ruben Verheyen has dropped. So is Bo Alex. As there we see Siderski and Van der Weken. Van der Weken, fastest of anybody so far in the race, 43.922. And the checkered flag has waved, so Sven Uben picks up the victory ahead of Max Siderski. Bram van der Weken P3, Lars Lambers 4th, Vince van der Haaland 5th, ahead of Benjamin van Hees. Mitch Haynert has a better time this one around in the 3:10 from TB Cup Netherlands. Ahead of Boris Verhagen, Flynn Fitter and Bos Maximov, who round up the top 10. Thijs van Wijk finishes ahead of Jay Zerveld as they start the second column of drivers, but Sven Uben confirmed as your provisional race winner. 82.18 kilometres an hour average speed, total distance, race distance just under 13.4 kilometres. So after Boris Maximov, Thijs van Wijk, Jay Zerveld, Thomas Verheyen, Rein van der Meer making good strides, finishing 14th, up 11 spots ahead of Vic van Kampenhout. Then Mick van den Hout, Jorn Jelly Bremen recovers to finish 17th after all the madness on the opening tour after coming out of turn 2. Rema van Beek, Koen Willems, Cas Boshuis finishes 20th ahead of So we now head to our last Rotax-powered heat of event 3 of 7. Time to take you through the starting order for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Axel Hoos and Ralph van der Pavert, who will line up on the front row. Hoos on pole. Van der Pavert won the opening heat of the weekend. Guy van der Werf and Pepin Rietman, row 2. Mike van Maastricht and Jort van Wijk, row 3. Rick van der Start and Jesse Spans, row 4, with Scott Westhovens and Jordi Clevaux round out the top 10. Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Imke Arts round out row 6. Ahead of Julian Klausman and Gwen Bloxhill. Derek van Kurt, Christoph Adams, Carl Clebor, Erwin Montfort, Danny Semensma. Then we've got Hugo Clebors, Wim Rouleau, Douglas Knoll and Wout Christens rounding out the field. So we are on the official formation lap, ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional tour. First final will get underway at around about 20 to 4 local time. That's 15:40 CEST. So Hoos and van der Pavert will have to get things in order. And everyone has to get into formation rather quickly as we head into the tram lines. Revs will rise. Are we going to go green? Yes, we are. And at that point, van der Pavert has Van der Werf up the inside. Gets through for second. And into turn 2 for the first time. Bit of Noah's Ark, 2x2. Hurrah, they go. One nearly went 2 wheels on the grass. So we've had a drama at turn 3. One of the Sodi carts has ended up at the back end of the field. As the leaders make their way through the chicane into the sweeping right-hander that brings us into turn 9, 10, and then turns 11, 12, and 13. So Axel Hoos will complete 1 lap as the leader. Kai van der Werf, Ralph van der Pavert, Rick van der Start up to P4 from 7. Scott Westhovens up to 6. Vincent van Kerkhoffen for GKS representing Belgium up 4 places to P7. Rietman, Van Wijk and Arts round out your top 10. Van der Start trying to put the pressure on Ralph van der Pavert for P3. Out of turn 5 into turn 6 and 7 at the chicane, bumping over the curbs. Van der Start has got Mike van Maastricht in the other Sodi cart behind. Westhovens closing on in. As again we go into turn 1 here on lap number 3. Mike van Maastricht, fastest of anybody. Christoph Adams has tumbled a little bit. Danny Semensma, I think, has retired from the race. Didn't even last 2 seconds for the 582. And leading the DD2 Masters class at the minute is Erwin Montfort in the 514 from Montfort Motorsports. Van der Pavert now starting to get a little bit of pep in his step, a little bit of giddy up for the 468 from SP Motorsport, trying to get through on Kai van der Werf for that second position. When I briefly spoke to Ralph van der Pavert during the lunch break, he was very, very happy about taking the first win of the weekend. But Axel Hoos for the Combi Kart Racing team still holding on to the race lead. Mike van Maastricht looking for a way past the 495 Sodi kart of Mike van Maastricht. In the meantime, Derek van Kort now is the new leader, as Erwin Montfort has dropped behind Wout Kirstens. Wim Rouleau rounds out the top 3 in 19th overall, the current defending DD2 Masters champion from Chrono Karting last year. Axel Hoos now starting to build a little bit of an advantage over Van der Werf. Gap is just under 6/10 as they roar across the line. And Rick van der Start, nearly stuck his nose up the inside at turn 4 on Ralph van der Pavert. Right behind is Van Maastricht in the 409. And Van der Pavert this time unable to get an opportunity to pass Kai van der Werf in the 491. And Hoos is now starting to open up that gap. Those clouds do not look very friendly up there whatsoever. Ralph van der Pavert is in between a rock and a hard place at the moment. He doesn't know whether he wants to attack or defend. But still the cat and mouse games continue. Axel Hoos across the line. Kai van der Werf now 1.7 seconds back. Imke Arts up 3 spots from 12th. The biggest problem is now for people. It's going to start getting a little bit close for comfort for everybody out there, but we are into the final 4 minutes. Plus an additional lap. Kirstens has got through on Yuri Klebol, so up 10 places. Was the person that did put it on pole yesterday but got excluded after the electrode was found to be non-conforming to current technical regulations. And Hoos is checking out 1.9 seconds up the road. But I spy with my little eye up above in the skies something beginning with C, and it's clouds. Lots of them. And if you do remember what happened last time we had a race earlier on, the slippery surface flags were out. Van der Pavert is putting Kai van der Werf under significant pressure, and this is allowing Axel Hoos to pull away. That gap is going to be north of 2 seconds when we come to the end of this 8th lap. We've got just under 3 minutes on the time to go plus that lap. So I would say maybe another 4, 5 at a push. 2.3 seconds is the advantage. Julian Kloosman and Vincent van Kerkhoven have struck a little bit of drama. There's Rick van der Straat was one of the drivers. I think maybe Mike van Maastricht has just lost 3 places. Imke Arts is going to look to the inside at turn 5. Right, kart 413. 3-second post-race penalty. So 413 being Gwen Bloxall. So she will have a penalty post-race. Could possibly drop her a couple of positions down the order. And Axel Hoos, again, just starting to clear off into the distance. And is 2.6 seconds up the road. More drivers trying to facilitate overtaking at turn 3, but at the moment that's not quite working. As Imke Arts is closing on Mike van Maastricht, who's down in 7th position now. Still plenty to play for when it comes to the finals, but oh, right. Yes, Hispan's trying to get through on Scott Westhoven's, I think, through turn 12. Turn 11 did not quite work. Jort van Wijk now completes the top 10 in the 433 entry. As there, oh, right, nice move there by Ralph van der Pavert on that would have been Rick van der Straat in the 495. That's 3rd place now gained for the 468 from SP Motorsport, not MP Motorsport, SP Motorsport. Big difference. Completely different livery. Scott Westhovens is closing in on Rick van der Start and might have an opportunity maybe on the run down to turn number 2. Let's see. Does he make the move? He's going to try, but there is Jesse Spans to his outside. Spans unable to get through. Spans sideways into 3, tags the right rear of Westhovens, and it opens the door for that's 5 karts that Scott Westhovens has lost positions to, and the first one that went through was the 421 of Imke Arts. And that also, I think, also brought through Wout Kirstens in the 466 Combi Kart Racing Team entry. Ralph van der Pavet is not done yet. We're on the final lap of the race. Van der Pavet is going to go for broke and try and close in on Kai van der Werf. Yellow flags at Barshall Post 4. And, Wim Rouleau is off the circuit. Not entirely happy with what's happened. Well, he's got a little smile and a laugh from his face there. Wheel has exited chassis. That's got 3 wheels on the wagon, Wim. He's just stuck the tyre, which has got the stub axle on it. Axel Hoos wins Heat 2. Kai van der Werf holds off Ralph van der Pavet for P2. Rick van der Start, Mike van Maastricht, Imke Arts, Wout Kirstens. 16 places gained, finishes P7. Jort van Wyk, Jesse Spans, and Scott Westhovens round out your top 10. Pepin Rietman, Jordi Klebo, Julian Glosman, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Gwen Bloxhill, Derek van Kurt this time takes the win in Masters ahead of Edwin Montfort and Christoph Adams. Hugo Klebo, Carl Klebo, Hugo Klebutz, Carl Klebo and Douglas Knoll round out your finishers, all completing the 13 laps and 2 from the end. 3 wheels on the wagon for Wim Rouleau. Right rear, to be more precise. And then Danny Semensma didn't even make it past the opening couple of seconds of the race. So I have to say, Wim Rouleau's putting on a bit of an entertaining show for the crowds, because it looks like the stub axle connected to the right rear wheel is claiming it as a trophy, it looks like. Always the Joker, Wim Rouleau. What a great character to have in the paddock. As the DD2 and DD2 Masters field makes their way over the weighbridge and into effectively park for May conditions before the karts will then return to their awnings. The DD2 and DD2 Masters Final scheduled at 5 p.m. local time, which is in just over 2 hours. But as you can see by the timetable on your screens at home, folks, KZ2 Heat 2, then KZ2 Masters Heat 2 before we go into the finals. And have already had some of the ranking after heats being confirmed for both micro and mini. As the recovery quad makes its way back to its position just off of turn 1. So very shortly we'll be getting underway with our penultimate heat of event 3 of 7 for the United Karting Series for 2026 here at Circuit de Landsard in the Netherlands. Now in time for our penultimate heat of event 3 out of 7 for 2026 for the United Karting Series. We turn our attention to KZ2. Starting on pole position is going to be SP Motorsports' Enzo Bol. Once again, it's a front row lockout for the team because Mika van der Pavet and the 286 will be alongside. Nelson Berghaus on the Birolot will have Servutas on the Maranello alongside. Kane Ince and Daniel Tenbach in the 209 and the 223 round out row number 3 itself. Luca Blima and Robin Glirum in the 222 and the 216 round out row 4. Completing the top 10, the 252 of Nick Ploymers and Ryan de Jong in the 233 with Giovanni Vittavine on the 226. Birolot bringing up the rear of the field. So as per earlier, these drivers will do a traditional standing start. So when we get the green flag at the back, drivers will be instructed to look at the lights, and once all 4 lights are ignited, they hold the drivers, the revs rise, and then they will be let loose on the very short run into the right-hander at turn 1 out of 13 at this 1,030-meter circuit here at Circuit de Landsard, right outside of Eindhoven Airport, about 5 minutes drive from here. So we're just going through the procedure of getting the tyres warmed up. Also stamping on the brakes. That helps with tyre temperature increase. We want to make sure that those tyres are very, very heavily gripped up, ready to launch them off the line from a standing start. These shifter carts can go from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour very, very quickly. A lot quicker than, let's say, 992 GT3 RS. But the field is now assembling on the start-finish straight. And we'll wait for Giovanni Vittavine, who now slots into position on the inside of row number 6. Green flag at the back. Drivers instructed to look at the 4 lights. Here we go. They steel themselves and get ready as the tension builds. The revs will now start to rise. 3, 4 red lights. We're off and racing. Even start once again by the 2 SP Motorsport drivers. But Enzo Bol takes the lead going into turn 1 quite easily. They head down to turn 2. There's going to be a dive and a half through into turn 3. Well, turn 2 itself. And that is going to be Servutas. As into turn 3 they go. Kane Ince held out a little bit high and dry to the outside in the 209 Croc Promotion chassis. Nelson Berghaus trying to make a few moves of his own. But they go towards turn 7 for the first time. And Bol and van der Pavet line astern in formation. Wouters P3. Tenbach, I think that is in 4th. Berghaus 5th. And the lead after the opening lap is exactly 0.4 of a second. Tenbach diving to the inside at turn 1 on Servutas. Did not get the move completed. Robin Glirum, I think, has just got past on Luca Brima in the 222. That's for 6th position down at turn 2 itself. And shifter kart racing is the most demanding discipline at the sharper end of top-tier karting. And it does also lead to a progression into the lower classes, say Formula 4, when it comes to feeder series on the route and the pathway towards Formula 1. Mika van der Pavet keeping Enzo Bol very honest and has just halved the gap. Robin Glirum in P6 has just put in the fastest tour of anybody and has dived to the inside at turn 2. That was late and then some by Robin Glirum on Nelson Berghaus. And I think maybe Luca Brima might have mugged the pair of them at the same time. Glirum went for the move. Well, it was going to be the case that someone was going to throw it to the inside at turn 2 from way back when, and it happened. It was Glirum on Brima. So change for 5th position. Daniel Tenbach has always been a protagonist in this category for the last couple of years at least. And he's going to try and put the frighteners on set of Wouters. Nelson Berghaus has dropped down into 7th position. Luca Brima exactly 44.8 seconds to go 1,030 metres around the circuit here at the Landsard. 10 throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at Sir Wouters on the Maranello 204 entry. And Sir Wouters is saying, thou shalt not pass. You won't pass go, you won't collect 200 euros, and you go straight to jail on the Monopoly board for that one. Right, 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Tenbach is putting so much pressure on Sir Wouters. And in the meantime, Kane Ince on the Crop Promotion 209, closing in. He's got Nick Plumers, Ryan de Jong. Well, Nick Plumers as there goes. Wouters again. Tenbach goes for the crossover here out of turn number 2. He gets through. Wouters gets bumped from behind, possibly courtesy of Glirum. And there is the 216. Wouters is... Wouters has just been robustly handled by 3 Birrell Arts in a row. But they've got to be very, very careful. If you're going to be a little bit robust, you can't be too over-aggressive because that will be picked up by the judges of fact and race control. But Enzo Bolt still holding the lead in what is a SP Motorsport 1-2. A little bit further back, Plumers versus Vitavine for 9th position. They're going to be side by side again. And Ryan de Jong just a little bit further back, just waiting to see what happens. Maybe pick make a decision on how to get through. As there we have one of our members of the media getting the lenses ready on the camera. 4.5 minutes to go, so halfway through this penultimate heat of the event, 3 out of 7 for 2026. Bol and Van der Pavert still lying astern. They are literally joined at the bumper. At the minute, well, I think Mika van der Pavert has made the move, has got through on Enzo Bol, and after the best part of just over 6.25 laps, it is now Mika van der Pavert that leads. Enzo Bol P2, Daniel Tenbach P3, Robin Glirum now up to 4th and chasing down the 3 in front. Giovanni Vitavine now up into P9, having got through on Nick Plumers in the 252. And Van der Pavert now trying to swing the pendulum his way. And that was over 4/10 of a swing. Robin Glirum, new fastest lap of the race, 43.108 for the 216 Birrell ART. Is behind Daniel Tenbach at the moment. Once again, a bit more blue sky showing above the circuit, so there is some brightness and a little bit of radiant warmth here on Sunday, May the 17th. Van der Pavert now starting to stretch the legs on the SP Motorsport Cup Republic chassis and has just gone in with a 42.903. Giovanni Vitavine, I think, was trying to get through on Kane Ince heading into turn number 1. That would have been for 8th position on the road. And the train led by Nelson Berghaus, which includes Kane Ince, Giovanni Vitavine, Nick Plumers, Ryan de Jong. There are some good battles here in the KZ2 division, up and down the order. We are now on lap number 10 with just over 2 minutes remaining. Enzo Bol, new fastest lap of the race, gets the gap down to just under 4/10 of a second with the 42.644 for the 255 entry. And at the moment, well, Nelson Berghaus is the cork in the bottle, so to speak, and is just holding the line, holding the racing line. You can see, those watching at home, how big the grey clouds have started to become at some points overlooking the circuit, being pretty much over the circuit thereof. Van der Pavert, his lead is probably going to be... Oh, and there was a bit of a moment there for Nelson Berghaus, ran him a little bit wide, and one of the karts coming out of the corner up the inside of him must have had a little bit of a stumble over the curbing, and that can sometimes not give you confidence. As that's a bit of a cheeky move there from Daniel Tenbach through on Enzo Bol. Second place now in the hands of the 2-2-3. This is allowing Mika van der Pavert to claw away an advantage, and the gap now is just under 1.5 seconds. So we've got this and 2 laps remaining. Now that Daniel Tenbach has gotten through on Enzo Bol, he can start trying to chase down Mika van der Pavert. It'll be close but no cigar, unfortunately, for the 2-2-3 as they head into turn 7. And Nelson Berghaus has got Ryan de Jong for company. Kane Ince is at the back end of the field in the 209 kart. As we head on to the penultimate lap. Van der Pavert, 1.6 seconds ahead of Tenbach. Bol P3, Glirum 4th. Brima up 2 places from 7th on the grid and is currently running P5 overall. Giovanni Vittavine up 7 places and is got a big gap between himself and Servouters on the 204 Maranello, which now has a completely stealth black front bumper on it. Timer has expired. Next time round will be just 1,030 metres left of the race to run its course. So it will be last lap. Mika van der Pavert across the line. What's the gap between him and Tenbach? Nearly 1.9 seconds. And another new fastest lap by the race leader. 42.366. Van der Pavert makes his way into the braking zone, down the gearbox, into the right-hander at turn 3. Now into the left-hander here at 4. Very much the, as you can see, it is pretty much a triangle. One triangle within another. But Van der Pavert has strided away into the distance and is going to say to Enzo Bol, his SP Motorsport teammate, well, I'm going to pick up a win, buddy. Right, out of the final corner, Mika van der Pavert wins Heat 2. Second, Daniel Tenbach. Third, Robin Glirum. Enzo Bol 4th, Luca Brima 5th. 6th, Servouters, and 7th place, it is going to be 2-2-6, Giovanni Vittavine. Nick Pluimers, 8th, Nelson Berghaus, Ryan de Jong, and Kane Ince all come across the line within 16.6 seconds, but Mika van der Pavert takes the win here in KZ2 Heat 2 by a commanding nearly 2 seconds after just over 14.4 kilometres with an average speed just shy of 85 kilometres an hour. So there are your provisional results for Heat 2 KZ2. Van der Pavert wins after 14 laps over Tenbach. Glirum, Bol, Brima rounding out your top 5 with Wouters, Vittavine, Pluimers, Berghaus, de Jong and Ince rounding out all the finishers. And that is our penultimate heat. Next up will be KZ2 Masters Heat 2. Time for our final heat of round 3 from 7 for 2026 for the United Karting Series here at Circuit de Landsard. Time for KZ2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. It's going to be Jeroen Bos and Guy Davis on the front row of the grid. Niels Berle and Niels Koster, row number 2. Bastien and Mick Bertram, row 3. Glenn van den Hoek and Martin Versteeg, row 4. Alan Kenyon will start 9th on the inside of row 5 and will be joined on said row by Sebastian Koppenol, Mark Verhoeven, Erik Amgenent and Alexander Hommerson round out the 13-strong grid. As from my vantage point on the commentary box, just overlooking the start-finish straight, there's a few more spaces where there's blue sky, and that's around by turns 2 and 3. However, looking on the outskirts of the outside of turn, the entry point into turn 2, turn 1, there are some very menacing dark grey clouds to the left-hand side of where I'm sitting. But the drivers now will come through the shortcut here at Circuit de Landsard. And it looks like we are going to actually have the same grid as what we had last time. So Alan Kenyon is going to line up on pole position. So qualifying actually does decide the actual heat. So it will be Alan Kenyon from Jeroen Bos, row 1, Kenyon on pole. Verhoeven and Van den Hoek, row 2. Koppenol and Steen, row 3. They are going to... Oh, right. A little bit of a drama there for Sebastian Koppenol, who's trying to get the... He's push starting the kart, trying to get it fired up. Well done. As, Alexander Hommerson has had to restart the kart as well in P7. So the actual starting order will be Alan Kenyon from Jeroen Bos, Mark Verhoeven and Glenn van den Hoek, row 2. 150 and 136, row 3. Sebastian Koppenol and Bastien. 195 and 140 on row 4. Alexander Hommerson and Mick Bertram. Martin Versteeg, 142, joined on row 5 with Erik Amgenent in the 165, completing the top 10. Niels Koster, 122, starts 11th. Head of the 118 of Niels Berle, and Guy Davis on the 114 CRG brings up the rear of the field. So the drivers now lining up again. So they were given an opportunity to go around once more. The track is evolving significantly here at Circuit de Landsard in Veldhoven, just in the suburbs of Eindhoven. Okay, right. Looks like Sebastian Koppenol is going to start from the back end of the field. Let's see, yeah. Okay, green flag waves at the back. Drivers instructed to look to the lights. Alan Kenyon brings scoots the wheels forward. 4 red lights now on. Revs up. Lights out. And we're underway. Even start by the front row. But Alan Kenyon takes the advantage into T1 off of Jeroen Bos as they head down into turn 2 for the first time. Someone's decided to throw a haymaker to the outside and has made a couple of positions. And that is one of the Sodi karts. I think that might have been possibly maybe Bastien or maybe even... No, Mick Bertram. Mick Bertram was the kart. Mick Bertram absolutely fired it around the outside from 7th on the grid. And he's got himself up into a genuine P4. Meantime, Alan Kenyon has bolted. And that is going to be a clear, I think at least, a second advantage. Kenyon across the line after lap 1. 1.5 seconds is nearly the differential between him and the defending champion. As, oh no, Niels Koster is off of the circuit. His race has abruptly ended on the inside line of turn 2. He's on the grass. as Mark Verhoeven now chases after Jeroen Bos. But keep your eyes on Mick Bertram in the 140 Sodi kart. And I thought that Alan Kenyon had got a flyer. He launched it off the line. But never count out Jeroen Bos. If you might remember, 2024, he came back after significant injury and rehab. Came through and then won the title last year. So Niels Koster is unfortunately going to have to sit on the sidelines before the 122 Cali kart gets recovered. And Jeroen Bos absolutely halved that gap that Alan Kenyon did have. And now it's been truncated significantly. Jeroen Bos on the charge. Alan Kenyon has got to defend going into turn 2. Coming up now. Gap is a 1/10.5 after the opening 3 laps. Jeroen Bos to the outside. Can he get the crisscross here on Alan Kenyon? Bumps over the curbs. Kenyon goes to the inside line to defend into 3. And now you've got Mark Verhoeven there, looking to dive up the inside of Jeroen Bos. Mick Bertram, Glenn Vandenhoek, Buzz Steen at the back end of the 6-kart train, battling over the victory. And Kenyon is doing what he can. Verhoeven trying to put a certain Jeroen Bos a little bit under pressure in the 101 SP Motorsport Kart Republic chassis. 4 laps in. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe what's just happened there. That was a late move, and I think it was Mick Bertram that might have caught the rough end of the stick, because Alan Kenyon is still leading. It was Mick Bertram. I think Mick Bertram, after that manoeuvre from Mark Verhoeven, got caught out inadvertently. And that now means that there's going to be a little bit of a change behind, because there are some of the drivers that have made their way up. So Kenyon versus Bos. Bos to the inside at turn 1. Coppenol now P3. Vandenhoek 4th. Versteeg. Burler up to P6, having started 3rd. Kenyon at the minute is doing a great defensive job. He is not blocking Jeroen Bos. He is trying to capitalise as Coppenol dives to the inside. Jeroen Bos obviously clearly not happy about that one, but Sebastian Coppenol went absolutely dive bomb central into turn number 4 on Jeroen Bos, got second, and now Kenyon has a new challenger behind him. And half of this race is done. Coppenol to the inside, through at turn 1. And now Kenyon is under all type of salvo fire from Bos, from Vandenhoek. And now Coppenol starting to try and clear a way into the local countryside. There's Martin Versteeg, followed by Niels Burler. Buzz Steen, I'm afraid to say, on lap 4, looks to have retired. The 136, but I have to say, Alan Kenyon, for putting up with so much pressure from Jeroen Bos, then Sebastian Coppenol says, hang on a second, watch this. Gets through, but Alan Kenyon, DNF, let's not forget, with 2 laps to go at the chicane, is now having to hold on to second position. Glenn Vandenhoek, the calibre of that driver, the winner of this division back in 2024, and dedicating the title win to his late grandfather with the wonderful flag presented by Gabi van der Berg from the organisation at the Home of Champions in November of 2024. I remember that day like it was yesterday, and it was a wonderful celebration and a great way to pay tribute to a man much missed. Coppenol now has a 1.5 second advantage as Jeroen Bos through at turn 2 on lap 9 gets through for second place. Alan Kenyon, he's tried everything in the playbook, but it is very difficult. As I said, this is the most physical class in karting, period. When you see people who still compete in karting, the likes of Danilo Albanese, Davide Fori, who is pushing 50 and still competes in the Masters division these days. Has won at Supernats, at SCUSA, at Las Vegas. You know, so many drivers that have come through the ranks as we are coming towards the end of the race, and Glenn Vandenhoek is trying to see, can he do a flanker on Alan Kenyon and get through for that third spot? It's Sodikart versus CRG. And at the minute, Kenyon still holding station. Oh, look at that sunlight. Plenty of vitamin D for people to soak in. As all, Vandenhoek to the inside at turn 12. Oh, a little bit of a rub, and Vandenhoek spins! Oh, Glenn Vandenhoek tried. He tried once, he tried again, but thrice it did not happen, and he span around. So that now gives Alan Kenyon a little bit of breathing space. Possibly not for the case, because he's got a Sodikart behind him. There's Mick Bertram right on the back. And look at this, Jeroen Bos versus Sebastian Coppenol for the race lead here in heat number 2. Coppenol won heat 1. Jeroen Bos will want to fire back at him and go for the victory. Right. We were on the cusp. It's going to be 2 laps to go. Or maybe even final lap. We were right on the buzzer with that one. And Alan Kenyon starting to stride away from Mick Bertram. Eric Angenent, who started down in 12th, is now up to P5. But Jeroen Bos has made the move on Sebastian Coppenol. Through at 6 and 7 into turn 8. Here on what is lap 12. Oh, and here we go. Niels Berler has just been slapped with a 10-second time penalty for very unsportsmanlike driving. And that is going to put him out of the top 8. Final lap underway. Jeroen Bos still leads, 6.5 tenths ahead of Sebastian Coppenol. Alan Kenyon, can he hold on for just under 1,000 metres ahead of Mick Bertram? It looks to be okay at the moment, but Kenyon using the inside line coming out of turn 2 to keep the inside line for 3. Jeroen Bos through into turn 6 and 7 for the final time here on lap 13. Through 8. Now into turns 9 and 10. Into the right-hander here at turn 11. Turn 12, Jeroen Bos wins KZ2 Masters Heat 2 ahead of Heat 1 winner Sebastian Coppenol. And what's going to happen with regards to Bertram versus Kenyon? Kenyon's held on. Kenyon gets P3. Oh, my goodness. Mick Bertram was just under 3 tenths away from taking third position, but Alan Kenyon holds on to the lead for half the race. Race won eventually by Jeroen Bos. Sebastian Coppenol puts himself in a very, very good place indeed with second in that one. Alan Kenyon, well, a bit of redemption there for the Brits on the Sodi in the 146. Takes P3 up from, well, having started on pole position. Mick Bertram, Eric Angenent round out your top 5. Niels Berler slapped with a 10-second time penalty post-race. Finishes on the road ahead of Glenn Vandenhoek, Alexander Homerson, Mark Verhoeven, Guy Davis round out your finishers. Martin Versteeg out on lap 9, Buzstein out on lap 4, and Niels Koster out by turn 2, lap 1. This is going to provide us with an exciting final later on today. So that concludes the heat stages for round 3 for UKS 2026 here at Circuit de Landsard. Just a brief reminder for the folks at home, what are the next stops on our calendar? Halfway point of the series, round 4 will head to Circuit Park Berchem on the 6th and 7th of June. We then head over to our sole trip to Nordrhein-Westfalen in northwestern Germany. Well, in Western Germany to Erflantring at Kerpen, 11th and 12th of July. Circuit Park Berchem, 5th and 6th of September, penultimate round of the series. And then it will be close to 2 months before we head, well, pretty much 2 months before we head to the Home of Champions, where we started back on the 7th and 8th of March at Karting, 31st of October, 1st of November. And then, of course, just over a week, well, less than a week later, 7th to the 14th of November is the new rescheduled date for the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Obviously, there was, as I said, there was obviously the geopolitical troubles in the Middle East, which then affected calendars such as Formula One, the World Endurance Championship, and also MotoGP. So they've had to bring the event forward a couple of weeks. So when things are done and dusted for the United Karting Series for 2026. Also, one other thing I need to remind people of, how do they qualify for the Grand Finals? Well, all drivers must compete. That is for Micromax Open, and also the tickets that are going to be provided by CNAF for the RACB. They have to compete in all events to qualify for a ticket if they win it. And of course, with the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, there are over 390 plus tickets given out every single year. And rather than entering a big event, you are actually qualifying for your spots. And drivers in this championship, where there's 3 championships within a championship, where you've got the UKS overall title, the Chrono Karting title, and then, of course, the Belgian Max Challenge components of the title. The championship. So there are 3 opportunities. If a driver, however, qualifies at an international recognized event or series, such as, let's put into context, Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia, Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans coming up in a few weeks' time, also the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, and a whole host of other series that drivers actually will go to. There were people that actually ended up going to the Rotax Winter Trophy that ended up in Houston in Texas this year. For the last few years, it's been in Orlando in Florida. And one of the drivers that did qualify is actually the reigning and defending International Trophy champion, B&L Karting Series champion, and won the Grand Finals last year, Team UK's Macaulay Bishop. There are also several other drivers that have qualified early this year. And what that has meant is that it's given there's less pressure on their shoulders, whereby they are able to concentrate their efforts fully on preparation. If you know, but the thing is that if you want to, you know, be the very best, you have to race the very best. So yeah. But very shortly, we're going to get underway with our first of what will be 7 finals. All will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And very shortly, we'll get underway with the green flag for the final for Micromax for round 3. So let's take you through the starting order for the 14-minute plus an additional lap Micromax and Micromax Rookie Final. Quintin Klein starts on pole. Ian Halfer alongside. Top rookie in the grid will be Artugru Yilmaz from Belgium, and joined by fellow rookie and fellow countryman Julian Lorison on row 2. Hossein Al-Husseini and Victor Moser will round out row number 3 ahead of Henry Mert and Mads van Aalst. Marlon Woodkowski and Amizi Ozani will round out the top 10. Leonard Marks, Jeff Gainens, Kenji Schreurs, Sven Borgesius and Mick van Echtelt round out the 15-strong grid. Van Echtelt has not partaken in both races and did not set a time in qualifying. So it looks like we are going to have 14 drivers competing over 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So, of course, there are the respective standings in order after the opening 2 rounds at Karting Genk and Karting FInal. For the RACB component of the series, the CNAF component of the series, and the overall standings. But it looks like our Micromax and Micromax rookie drivers are looking very, very ready to go racing. Red lights are on the gantry here for what is their final race out of 3. So all classes have competed in 3 races here this weekend. Okay, out into the tram lines, down the start-finish straight. Revs rise. The final is underway. Who's going to lead them? It's going to be Quinten Krains as they head out of turn 1. Now the run down to turn 2. And it's going to be nearly 3 wide, a dive to the inside, and there's been a bit of a tussle and a tangle. Oh dear, 5 carts intertwined at turn 2. One of which is Henry Moyat, I believe. One gets going again, which is a Dams Racing liveried cart. But in the minute, well, Quinten Krains is leading the way. Second position, I think, looks to be Ertugrul Yilmaz. Third is going to be Ian Halfer from Germany. And Hossein Al-Husseini looks to be up into P4. So Kleins leads. Yilmaz, Loris Halfer, Al-Husseini, Amizi Ozani, Victor Moser, Leonard Marks, Kenji Schreurs, Sven Borgesius. And, oh, that's the spin. Quinten Krains has dropped it whilst leading at turn 2. And involved in the melee was Maz Van Als, Henry Moyat, Julian Lorison, and Marlon Vutkowski. You can definitely not win the race on lap number 1, but you can make sure that you move yourself up the order. So, Tugrul Yilmaz is leading the way, but has got the young hotshot from Germany, Ian Halfer for MTech Praga, right behind. Coming out of turn number 12 into the left-hander here at 13. And another 1,030 metres are completed. Zani now up to 3rd place from 10th on the grid. And how has the... there we go, Halfer to the lead on Yilmaz at turn 2, lap 3. So there is an opportunity for some of the other drivers. Quinten Krains now finds himself down in what is 7th position behind Victor Moser. Leonard Marks up 6 spots. The youngster from Germany in the number 73 is now running P5 overall. Halfer's trying to make a break for it. Zani and Al-Husseini closing in on Yilmaz for P2 out of the final corner. Lap 3 completed, and the gap between first and second is now 0.7 of a second. And here goes Al-Husseini, looks to the... Oh, there's a tussle! Zani spins himself around whilst trying to go through on the inside of Yilmaz, and Al-Husseini has nowhere to go and has a touch with Amizio Zani. Oh, that was a real shame for the 22. And Amizio Zani, it just goes to show these drivers, they might be young, they are full of vim, vigour and gusto, but sometimes you can just be that little bit overzealous. And it means that Quinten Krains has made a couple of positions. That looks to be, I think, P4 for the number 5. So Quinten Krains setting personal best. Halfer leads by now 1.7 seconds. Ahead of Yilmaz. And Halfer is absolutely flying on the Praga chassis. The number 28, fastest lap, 50.238. So 4 minutes down, 10 to go. And Quentin Krains has got Amizio Zani chasing him down in the number 22. Out of turn 10. Now the double right here. You can just see how close it is at times when you go a little bit off the racing line and you sort of slightly open that door. Well, Quentin Krains has got to be very, very careful for the next 9.5 minutes. Oh, Hossein Al-Hosseini nearly could have ended up in the right rear wheel of Ertuğrul Yilmaz from Belgium in the number 7 kart. And Al-Hosseini not giving up. And this is allowing Ian Halfer to pull away into the distance in the number 28. The lead is now 2.4 seconds, and I think that's going to climb a little bit higher. Yilmaz at the moment not holding back, giving 110% on the CS55 chassis. He's going to look to the inside at turn 1. Yilmaz defends appropriately, sweeps to the outside, and holds on to second. And into turn number 3 head our second and third place drivers. Looks like Al-Hosseini has a little bit of a Lewis Hamilton. Oh, that's an old retro style lid. Very much in the vein of Lewis Hamilton's Formula One race helmet livery back from the early McLaren days back in 2007 and 2008. And look, Hosseini just trying to get through. Oh, that's close. Out of turn 12 again. Yilmaz to the outside. And the gap is now 4.5 seconds. Quentin Krains can smell second place from where he's currently standing at the moment. Oh, Al-Hosseini, 2 wheels on the grass. Yilmaz was trying to defend from the Dutch driver. And here comes Quentin Krains. Might get the opportunity under braking into 3, does not quite yet. Amizio Zani has come back into this. And there is Leonard Marks in the number 73 kart. And there goes Al-Hosseini through at 5. Here goes Krains on Yilmaz. And at the chicane, Zani has to back out of it right at the last second. Al-Hosseini was... Oh, and there's been a bit of a hit from behind on the back bumper of Yilmaz from Zani. And there is Leonard Marks just waiting to pick up the pieces. Mads van Aalst did not finish the race, actually was out in the early throws by, well, just after about a second, or 1.1 seconds, after we went lights out. 6 minutes and 56 seconds to go. Well, we are just past the halfway point of this race. Mick van Echtelt once again. Right, official warning for driving standards, Ertuğrul Yilmaz. And that has just pinged up on the live timing. But Halfer is striding away. That gap is now nearly 5 seconds. Call it 4.9. Al-Hosseini, however, has decided, well, there's real estate between me and the person in front. I'm going to chase them down. And Al-Hosseini has just done on lap 9 a 49.285. There's Germany's Leonard Marks trying to get through on Ertuğrul Yilmaz in the number 7 GKS entry. Leonard Marks still putting the pressure on the youngster from Belgium. Oh, and that is Ertuğrul Yilmaz pulling the cart into pit lane. Oh, what a shame for the GKS Lemons Power driver. Goes on to the weighbridge. And whether there has been a bit of a moment in the race earlier, whether I can't see anything untoward. I think maybe Yilmaz has decided that is enough, because sometimes, you know, these young drivers, they put themselves under so much pressure. And I'm wondering if there might be an issue with the kart, because there was a little bit of contact earlier on, about a couple of laps ago. But Ian Halfer still leads, of course, part of the Halfer family. We'll see Connor out in the juniors in a couple of races' time. But Al Husseini is absolutely flying, has just broken underneath 49 seconds on lap time. So Ian Halfer will be signalled. Right, the second place driver will be closing in. There is always that secret code that mechanics and drivers have between them. And I'm wondering how much more time. Hossein Al Husseini took nearly half a second out of Halfer last time around. So Halfer crosses the line. Al Husseini, gap again, it's gone down. And, oh, well, Ian Halfer has had a disastrous previous lap on lap 12. 50.559 for the number 28 from Germany for MTech Praga. And Al Husseini did a sub 49.1. That is 1.5 seconds. And these next 4 and a bit minutes for this young German here will feel like an absolute lifetime. He's just got to keep it on the racing line, hit his marks, braking points, etc., etc., and try to do what he can. We've got 3 minutes to go. Halfer across the line. Gap now was 2.5. It's 1.6. Al Husseini, 48.840. 9 tenths was the differential, 49.761. Halfer has just got to get that kart home before Al Husseini catches him. And they've got a back marker just coming up in front, which is going to be the number 10 of Marlon Wutkowski from Germany. And I can see that gap rapidly disappearing between first and second position. Halfer has just got to hang on. And then a little bit further back, we've got Victor Moser versus Kenji Schreurs in the number 14. Right, that gap, 1.1 seconds. Ian Halfer has got, I think, well, they crossed the line with just over 2 minutes and 5 left. So that's probably going to give us 4 laps of racing potentially. But it just depends on how quick Halfer just negotiates the turns here. Can't rest on his laurels, because that gap was mighty. It was 4.5 to 5 seconds, and Al Husseini has just been absolutely flying. I can hear a screech of tyres from somewhere, because someone's really overdriving the kart, it seems. Hoping that's not the case for Ian Halfer. Right, it's going to be 3 laps to go. 0.7 is the advantage. 49.264. So Ian Halfer coming in with the consistency on back-to-back laps. Al Husseini, 48.9. And at the minute, well, blue flags will wave. And now Al Husseini is with Ian Halfer through the chicane. This is going to be absolutely crucial. If Ian Halfer wants to have the race win, has got to start defending. And defending sternly, but fairly at the same time. They're going to very shortly come out of the final corner. And they're going to do so now. Kart length is the difference. 0.12. 2 laps to go. Ian Halfer has 2 kilometres to hold on to that race lead. And Al Husseini over the last few laps has been closing that gap significantly. And now it's at that crunch point. It's crunch time for Halfer. It's crunch time for Al-Husseini on the CS55. Through into turn 5 they go. Now the chicane. Timer will run out as they will exit turn number 8. And Haufer is holding on. Barely. But he's done a really good job to keep it to this point. Al-Husseini cannot make a mistake now. Last lap. Here we go. Haufer versus Al-Husseini into turn 1 for the final time. Haufer defends. Keeps tighter on the apex. Al-Husseini to the inside. Haufer's going to try and fight this, and he keeps it round the outside at turn 2. Well played by the youngster from Germany. Into turn 3. If Ian Haufer pulls this off, this is going to be a victory that the family is definitely going to celebrate here at Eindhoven. Through into turn 5. About half the lap remaining. And Haufer is just hanging on by a finger thread. Through into 8. Al-Husseini might have the run coming out of the final corner, but he's got to time this perfectly. Ian Haufer has held on all the way through. Despite having a 4-second advantage, he comes out of the final corner. Gratulation, Ian Haufer! Haufer's done it! Blinding drive by the German. Winning after 18 laps ahead of Hossein Al-Husseini, who will not only be the top rookie, but still second on the podium. And if that stands, will also be the recipient of the round 3 Wisselpokal for the top rookie in the division. Quentin Kleins, what a shame for the number 5, ends up P3, having lost the back end through turn 2, lap 2, whilst leading. Amizio Zani P4, Leonard Marks P5, Victor Moser, Kenji Schreurs, Jeff Kanens, Julian Lorison, Henry Moyart, Sven Borgesius, Marlon Vutkowski. Just had a notification that Amizio Zani will get a post-race 3-second penalty, which will not affect his P4 status on sportsmanlike driving. Etugru Yilmaz decided to come into the pit lane on lap 9 and retire the kart. Mads van Aalst out on the opening lap, but what a defensive drive by Ian Haufer to win the Micromax final. Okay, time after a great fight between Hossein Al-Husseini and Ian Haufer, winner of the Micromax final. We turn our attention to the final for Minimax. Here's your starting grid ahead of 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Ryan Rampadana starts on pole position, will be joined on the front row by the 117 of Xavi Redeka. Noah Stayhalder and Tristan Abils ran out row number 2. Danny van der Molen and Louis Lataras ran out row 3. Jesse Moonen and Dean Habits complete row 4. Rounding out the top 10, Mila de Kaalsmaker and Lons van Vlaanderen. Theo Verheer from Ireland will be joined by the Netherlands' Finn Locker on row number 6. Matthias Clever and Dan Hillen round out row 7. Rounding out the final position on the grid, Arno Hardstra from the Netherlands in the 115. So the drivers now officially on their formation lap. And the red lights ignited on the starting gantry just past the start-finish line at the circuit here in Eindhoven. So the drivers will now make their way out of turn number 8. Looks to be a very, very clean formation. Revs rise, lights are on. The final is not going ahead yet. Another formation lap, full start called. And even though at this point of the season, it is still a very nerve-wracking time, because how the start takes place also works into the strategy that the drivers will have in their mind. They won't tell anybody else, of course, but the one thing that you need in a final to get yourself a good opportunity to maybe go for the podium, especially if you are outside of the top 5, is to get a very, very good start. And that is crucial at this point. As we have had earlier on today, the first race out of 21 ended up being 2 yellow flags, red flag stoppage, time started counting down. The same rule applies for every single race that takes place when we are running under the rules through Chrono Karting. And that is a de facto staple. When I joined to do commentary from 2024 with the series, that is something that has always intrigued me. And sometimes it can work in the favor of some, doesn't always work in the favor of others. But in the heats, it seems to be a better catalyst. Right, let's give it a second time of asking. Revs rise, lights are on. The final gets underway here for minis. And into turn 1. Xavier Radeka trying to get through on Ryan Rampadada. Someone goes very, very wide out of the opening corner. But the SP Motorsport number 132 is leading the way. Out of turn 2, they all get through, 3 abreast a little bit further back. But the first 3 are starting to pull away ever so slightly, and the swabble for first has already started in earnest. Out of turn 5, Rampadanath is leading the way. And then we look a little bit further back as they all fly through the chicane. Big commitment by a lot of people as Rampadanath trying to hold on to that race lead in the early goings of this race. Out of the final corner, lap 1 completed. And it's the 1-1-2. Noah Stayhouder up to P2. Danny van der Molle, P3. Tristan Abeels. Xavier de Decker has dropped down to 5th in the early goings. Still plenty of time left to go in this race where drivers can decide whether they are going to start pushing from the onset. Now, one of the big problems with that is that obviously they are using Parc Fermé tyres, which after each race so far this weekend, including qualifying, they have had to give back to the tyre bay under Parc Fermé conditions. And Tristan Abeels in the 109 is trying to close in on Danny van der Molle in P3. Is bringing along, well, Jesse Moonen now has got through on Xavier de Decker, who's now down to 6th place, but there is an attempt. Stayhouder, has he got through? Yes, he has. Right, that was through at turn 2, lap 3, and Noah Stayhouder takes the lead away from Ryan Rampadarath. Danny van der Molle is sticking with them. But if the top 3 continue to have a close-fought battle. What will thereby happen is that everyone else behind is going to start closing them in. And that is exactly what we're seeing now. Tristan Abeels is bringing the train of 3 karts, including himself, and the 2 behind, to try and maybe get involved, as we've got someone getting a little bit squiggly under brakes. I think that might have, I'm not too sure, that might have been Theo Freire from Ireland, having sent a move up the inside of turn 2 on Louis Letauras, and in front of the Irish driver. A few more karts, including, I think, it's going to be Radeka, Von Vlaanderen, De Kalsmaker. They're all just ahead of the Irish driver for GKS. And Noah Stayhouder holding on to the race lead. We are about to complete lap number 4. The gap is not going to be much. 0.5 over the top 3. Tristan Abeels. Oh, right. Milo De Kalsmaker has just dropped down from 8th and has gone to 10th. And has dropped down behind Louis Letauras and Theo Freire. Well, Theo Freire, I think, is how it's pronounced. But still, battles are plentiful when it comes to close pack racing. But Stayhouder holding on to the lead. Van der Molen trying to get through on Rampadara for P2. You can see the gantry on the right-hand side of the main building on top of the, just overlooking the pit lane we have here at Circuit de Landsard. That is filled to the rafters, so to speak. You cannot move. And people have got their keen eye on what's going on. Nevertheless, we are just over 9.5 minutes away, plus an additional lap. And with the pace that is being set, Louis Letauras' new fastest lap of the race, 47.183. And the top 3 for the last couple of laps haven't been any more than 0.6 of a second apart. Right, through they go out of turn number 13, lap 6. Now completed. It's a bit like cadets in the United Kingdom. That's the equivalent. And you'll have like a pocket of maybe 2 to 4 karts battling over the race lead, and no one's really going to show their hand completely until we get to those last 2, maybe say at a push, 3 laps, which is here just 3,060 meters, 3,090 meters, so just under 3.1 kilometers in total of the combined race distance over the laps that are counted. Rampadarath now starting to try and see if he can potentially put some pressure on Stayhouder. Keeping with him, however, is still going to provide that opportunity for the 1-3-2 for Stan Pex's team. The gap now is 0.4 between the top 3. Top 6 covered by 1.7 seconds. Louis Letauras 2 laps ago set the fastest lap of the race. Laurens van Vlaanderen just in front was not that much slower. Rampadarath now starting to ramp things up a little bit here. Let's see if he can put the pressure on Stayhouder in the 1-1-2. Out of the final few corners they will head, including the left-hander here at effectively turn 13. And Rampadarath is responding. He's setting pretty much equal lap times to our race leader, which is allowing him to stick with him at the moment. So the 1-1-2, Stayhouder leads the way. The Rampadarath right with him, coming out of turn 3 into the left-hander here at 4, before the tight left-hander here at turn 5. So we've officially hit half-time. And it looks like there's a little bit of a gap starting to appear between Ryan Rampadarath and Danny van der Molen. Looks to be about 6 kart lengths between the pair. Tristan Abeels Let's see what his lap times are like. 47.466, so he was quicker than Van der Molen. Moonen, high 47.58. Redeka, 47.6. Lataras, 47.28. And then who was 0.3 quicker on that last lap than Laurens van Vlaanderen in the 170. But again, it is just about keeping that consistency. Van der Molen was the quickest out of the top three. Tristan Abeels just set a personal best. Laurens van Vlaanderen has just dropped to the tail end of the field. And that is after lap, well, that's pretty much lap 9. So where is Laurens van Vlaanderen is the big question that needs to be answered. Just going to try and have a look at, from what I can see, I can only see up to turn 8. So it might be in the final section, possibly. Trying to see if there's any drivers near any marshal posts from post 1 to 6, which I can't actually spot, so it's on the far part of the circuit. Laurens van Vlaanderen has got going again, but meantime, the top 3, line astern again. Oh, 0.3, gone from 0.5 to 0.3. And who is the fastest? Dayan Habits in 8th has just put in a 47.142. And there is, I've just seen Laurens van Vlaanderen come across the line. And right, change for second. Danny van der Molen has decided now is the opportunity to start chasing after Noah Stayhouder. They have dropped Ryan Rampadarath, who is a little bit further. Well, he's actually now Rampadarath is, where is Rampadarath, more to the point? I couldn't see him for a moment there. Rampadarath is now down in P5. Oh, right. Ryan's had a little bit of a difficult lap. 49.2. So he's had a mistake somewhere, and it's cost him time. It might have been coming out of turn 2 or turn 3 when Danny van der Molen got through. And van der Molen now, with 4 minutes, has got to start pushing Stayhouder and force a mistake out of the 1-1-2. And when it comes to this kind of pressure cooker situation, if you are the one that is second, you've got a little bit of a potential advantage, because what you're doing is you're following the cart in front of you, using that as your marker, seeing where they brake, how they turn in, what lines do they use, how do they approach turn 1, and Van der Molen is right in the wheel tracks, and he's only a quarter of a second behind. And P3, very hotly contested now. A quartet of karts. And at the back end of that is going to be Xavier Redeka in the 117. And he's trying to see if he can make a move through. Coming out of turn 5 of the 2 leaders. Van der Molen right on the back bumper of Stayhouder as they head into turn 8 with 3 minutes to go. This is, again, one of those moments where you hold your line. You wait until the last moment possible to make that move that could be the difference between you being the winner or not. So Van der Molen has got to put pressure, big time pressure, on Stayhouder. Keep the 1-1-2 guessing. Don't fire it up the inside at turn 2 or turn 3. There's going to be a time when Van der Molen is going to see that opportunity. And I think what he's doing now is starting to build an offensive platform. In other words, when can he fire it up the inside or around the outside of Noah Stayhouder? But Stayhouder has stayed on track, has stayed on the racing line, which, as the leader, gives him right of way. But there is no shame or no way of hiding away when you are being absolutely hell-bent on keeping with the person in front of you. 2 minutes to go. I think we are going to run to 18 laps here. And there was the first sign from Danny van der Molen. Showed his nose to Noah Stayhouder heading into turn 2. And look at this. Going into turn 4 now. The leaders are starting to fight. And then it's all started to kick off. The chain reactions happened behind. Tristan Abeels is in P3. Where are the leaders? Turn 8. And now they're coming through to the final infield section. And this is going to be 3 laps remaining. 1 minute and 20 on the timer. Out of turn number 13. 3 laps to go. Lap 16 completed. Now Van der Molen has got to start pushing now. If he doesn't, it's going to be too late for anything to happen. But there's a gap of about a kart length and a half into turn 3. Just under 60 seconds on the timer. Tristan Abeels is holding on to 3rd place, but by a finger thread. And who's in second behind? Who's behind him? Oh, that's Jesse Moonen on the Haas chassis, right behind. So we're going to have 2 more laps to go. Just 2,060 metres, 2.06 kilometres of race distance to go. And Danny Van der Molen has got to now start pushing like crazy. 1/10 of a second as they cross the line. Van der Molen loses time coming out of turn 1, but into turn 2. And the fighting is still continuing for 3rd position, but it's broken up into 2 groups now. 5th is Ryan Rampadanath, who has got an opportunity to maybe get as high as P3. The victory is now out of sight. We hit 0 as the leaders head into turn 6 and 7 at the chicane for the final time. Van der Molen trying to do what he can. Into turn 8, now into 9. Turn 10. Turn 11. This is where we've got 1 more lap to go. Danny Van der Molen, you've got to go for it. Stayhouder brings us on to the final lap in the Minimax final here at Circuit de Landsard. And what is Van der Molen planning? He closes in to Stayhouder through turn 2 for the final time. Run to turn 3. Van der Molen is there, but not quite. Now Stayhouder is now going to put the back end of that kart as wide as humanly possible to not allow Danny Van der Molen any opportunity to get through the chicane. Turn 8 now beckons. Van der Molen tighter to the apex and to the racing line, but he's got to try and see what he can do. Corners are fast running out. Noah Stayhouder, can he hold on? Through into the final corner. Stayhouder wins the final. Danny Van der Molen. Oh, and there's been an incident coming out of the final corner. Tristan Abeels and Xavier Decker have come together. Oh, watch the rejoin, Tristan. Oh, Xavier Decker meters from the finish line. Oh, heartbreak for the 117. Oh. Noah Stayhouder, however, is your provisional winner of round 3 in the Mini-Max final. Ahead of Danny Van der Molen, who, just like we saw with Hossein Al-Husseini in the micros, is the top rookie, finishing just under a quarter of a second behind. Jesse Moonen rounds out the top 3 ahead of Louis Letowers and Ryan Rampadanath. Dayan Habits, Theo Freya from Ireland rounds out the top 7 ahead of Arno Hardstra and Milo de Kaalsmaker. Dan Hillen rounds out the top 10. Matthias Clever, Tristan Abeels, Finn Locker, Lawrence van Vlaanderen and Xavi Redeker round out the finishers. And unfortunately, Xavi Redeker just about a couple of 100 metres from the line after an incident with Tristan Abeels. But Noah Stayhouder wins round 3 in Mini. We now go to final 3 out of 7. It's time for Junior Rotax to compete over the next 14 minutes plus an additional lap. For the ranking after heats, it sets the grid for the final. Lieke van Berkel starts from pole position. She'll be joined on the front row by Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Lionel Munguia and Justin Fonk ran out row 2. Tygo Holthausen and Matthias Verreken ran out row 3. Pelle van Echteld and Devon Mieta with Leon Herbos and Niki Naruhito Tomase ran out your top 10. Dimitar Lazarov and Joshua Laurisson on row 6. Sasha Al-Jabrail and Milano Shiphorst row 7. Jethy Moonen and Trent van Melek row 8. Row 9. Aidan Beekman and Didi Dadale. Jim Dunn and Yara Kivitsbosch ran out the top 20. With Jesse Andringa, Liam Hauger, Connor Halfer, Kai Abelera and Joao Pereira rounding out the field. So as the Junior Rotax division is on the formation lap, the Minimax drivers are going over the weighbridge. There was a little bit of slugfest when it came to the second heat for Junior Rotax. Drivers now being told to slow. Coming out of turn number 8. Into the tram lines we go. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. And we are racing here in the final. Van Berkel leads the field into turn number 1. Munguia gets through on Mazurkiewicz, who's hung out to dry on a big incident on the outside of turn number 1. I count 4 or 5 karts. Don't tell me that's Matthias Verreken on the outside of the opening corner. Oh, no. Verreken started in 6th. And there was all flotsam and jetsam heading into turn number 1. There were 2-3 wide. As Verreken got going again, yes, there is another kart stationary on the outskirts of turn number 1. So there will be yellow flags. Waiting for the timing to update once we cross the line to complete the opening lap. But someone has definitely ended up, well, they've got into the kart. They fired it back up. They are getting going again. So 2 drivers heavily compromised. One of which is Matthias Verreken in the 254. Waiting for the other driver to come through. Yellow flags being shown at turn 1. So just keeping an eye as the driver in question that has just got it fired up coming through turn number 5 is going to be the 214, and that is Milano Shiphorst. And other drivers that look to have been slightly involved. Leon Herbos, Pelle van Echteld, Devon Mieta, Dimitar Lazarov, and Didi Dadala also. Well, that has really changed the complexity. Connor Halfer managed to get through all of that mess and is now P10. Van Berkel, however, is leading the way. And it's Munguia, Holthausen, Fonk, Mazurkiewicz, Al-Jabrail, Moonen. As we've got a couple of drivers dropping, Liam Hauger being one of them. And now the thing is they're going to come up quickly towards the back bumper of Milano Shiphorst. He's just coming through the chicane. Tygo Holthausen trying to battle away with Lionel Munguia in the 209 Redeka Kart Racing Team entry for P2. They bump over the chicane. Behind them, Justin Fonk and Olivier Mazurkiewicz. That's the battle over P4. I think Mazurkiewicz, yes, has got through on Justin Fonk for P4. And Van Berkel has hit her stride. Winner of Heat 2 by a considerable margin. She's nearly a second up the road from Munguia. Holthausen, Mazurkiewicz, Fonk, Al-Jabrail, Moonen, Darnan up 11 spots. Joshua Laurisson being has got pressure from behind, courtesy of Connor Halfer. Well, Connor Halfer at the moment is trying to close that gap and has got behind him Aidan Beekman, who's up from 17th. Tygo Holthausen trying to get through on Lionel Munguia, missteps through the chicane. Munguia gets a little bit of breathing space. And now here comes the cavalry. Mazurkiewicz, Fonk, Al-Jabrail, Moonen, Darnan et al. Are closing in. That's the thing. You don't want to try an audacious manoeuvre. Right, 3-second time penalty going to the 265. Joshua Laurisson. That's being that's shown on the Digi flag. And at the minute, fastest lap of the race. Good afternoon, Trent van Melek. You woke it up. up 4 places from 16th as the 218. Is now up into P12, closing in on Aiden Beekman, and has got Connor Halfer. So can Trent Van Melk in the next couple of laps make his way into the top 10? A very frantic first 3.5 or so minutes as we are about to complete. Oh, mechanical black flag. Milano Shiphorse is going to have to park it, I'm afraid. They might have seen damage on the, if the chain guard has come off, if the bumper's flailing. A little bit further back, Trent Van Melk might have just gotten through on Connor Halfer. So Matthias Verdaken comes through. Right, waiting for Milano Shiphorst, who is just coming through out of turn 8. I can't see from this vantage point what is wrong with the cart, but it looks to me possibly right side rear bumper might be dragging, so the bolts might have been broken on the back of the chassis. Okay, right, yeah. Shiphorst has come in and retires. Van Berkel, in the meantime, is finding that her lead is being chipped away at by Munguia, who's now 0.6 of a second behind. Olivier Mazurkiewicz now starting to pick up the pace. Fastest lap for the 216, 44.525. And Mazurkiewicz started on the outside of the front row alongside Van Berkel. So we've got a titanic three-way scrap for the race win. Let's see. I'm just having a look over outside of the window. That's a real shame for Milano Shiphorse, but unfortunately for him and Matthias Verdaken, they ended up being involved in an incident. Right, okay, Trent Van Melk has got João Pereira behind him. Pereira started last, now up 13 places and is challenging Halfer, who's another new addition, you know, when you consider countrymen of Connor Halfer, Julian Dumas being one of them. And really has now managed to get his spurs on. But we are down to the last 8 minutes. And Lionel Munguia is closing on Lieke Van Berkel, but Olivier Mazurkiewicz is there. Justin Fonck I wouldn't count out at this point because he's only a second back. If these three start to engage into battle lines being drawn, Fonck will be there, Moonen will be there, Holthausen will be there. And you could have a potential of 6 karts in contention for the race victory. But Lieke Van Berkel showcased why she is with SP Motorsport. Over the past couple of years, since I've seen this young lady get behind the wheel of a kart, there are brilliant signs that she could be one to really push forward in terms of making a difference within motorsport in her own way, her own style. And she is really showcasing that she can go up the field, she can lead from the front. I mean, Heat 2 was a perfect personification of that for the 285 from the Netherlands. Devon Yates, in the meantime, has dropped all the way down to 24th position behind Matthias Verdaken. But again, if you might remember what we saw a little bit earlier on with Hossein Al-Hosseini trying to put the frighteners on Ian Halfer, and Ian Halfer soaked up the pressure. This is exactly what we're seeing. This is how things are building with regards to the tight confines of this circuit here at Circuit de Landsard. You know, when you get that pack racing style coming into the forefront, you then see that is a case of wait until you play the right card at the right time. Munguia is there. So is Mazurkiewicz. They are starting to build a little bit of a buffer between themselves and Justin Fonck in P4. Looking at the lap times, Fonck is actually slower than the 3 in front. Moonen, however, is picking up the pace. Holthausen, Dunn and Al-Jabrail, Pereira, they have all set personal bests. Nicky Daruhito Tomasi now the next driver to get past Connor Halfer, who is still 10 places up from where the 278 started. Joshua Lorison now down into P10 behind Trent van Malik. And it looks like, unfortunately, Devon Mieta is out of the race on lap number 8. We are on lap 12 with just over 5 minutes to go, plus that all-important additional lap. And at the minute, the top 3 are pretty much matching each other. Justin Fonk, however, has just managed to put in the fastest lap of the race. So just had to do a quick announcement for a vehicle that needs to be moved from its current location. And still, Lieke van Berkel continues to lead the way. Munguia and Mazurkiewicz have done what they can at the moment, but with just over 4 minutes to go, there is still time. And of course, there is one word that I've not mentioned today. It's the unpredictability of this sport. Because one move done by one driver can start a chain reaction. So 3.5 minutes to go. Lieke van Berkel has just kept up a very, very quick pace, and the 2 behind are matching her. But that says a lot about the character of a driver. If you can lead at the front, but look, I'm seeing now Justin Fonk is starting to pick up the pace. He just did a mid-44, and we've just had someone go off. That might have been DD2 DD2. So yellow flags at Marshall Post 4 off of turn 4. And yes, unfortunately, that is DD2 DD2, who becomes the latest driver to retire from the race, I'm afraid. Brings us down to 22 drivers, rounded out by the 2-3-1 of Liam Hauger. The gap now is only just over 0.3 of a second between the top 3. This is where you find these moments where drivers will sit in a little pack for a little while. And then someone gets a little bit itchy. Someone gets a little bit restless. And has to try and, you know, it may be the case of someone who's going to make the move. Who is going to make the move, when they're going to make it, I don't know, honestly. But Lieke van Berkel starting to pull slightly away. The gap between her and Munguia has now expanded to 0.3. And Lieke van Berkel has just responded with a personal best and was 1/10.5 quicker than Munguia on that previous lap. We're on lap number 17. So a 44.446 for Lieke van Berkel, 44.596 for Munguia. Mazurkiewicz, 44.559. So just under 90 seconds to go. And Van Berkel, this is now going to put us on to 3 laps to go. We're about to complete lap number 17. 1 minute and 14 to go. 3 laps remaining. And Van Berkel is holding on. But actually, she's in a little bit more of a comfortable position. Mazurkiewicz now decides, right, I'm getting a little bit fed up sitting behind these 2. But Olivier, look behind you. There's Justin and Yenthe. 5 karts, a quintet, could go for the victory here in the Junior Rotax final at round 3 out of 7. And Van Berkel, I think one of the big things that she did early was get a gap, and it was about a second. and held it for quite a few minutes, quite a few laps. But 2 to go. Van Berkel now has got a 3.5 of a second advantage. I'm wondering whether she kept a little in reserve and has been able to keep those tyres as they should be in that optimum window. And she has led every single lap. Tygo Holthausen, new fastest lap of the race a few tours ago, 44.265. Into turn 8 for the penultimate time on what is now lap 19 out of 20. And Mazurkiewicz is starting to fall away a little bit here. Into the clutches of Fonk and Moonen. Last lap. Lieke van Berkel through out of turn number 1 for the final time. 3 tenths ahead of Lionel Munguia. Into turn 2. Munguia now starting to pick up the pace. I think he senses an opportunity. He switches to the outside here at turn 3. Van Berkel stays on the racing line, covers it off nicely. But this is now bringing Mazurkiewicz back in. Into the chicane. One wrong move from somebody is going to cause a chain reaction. And Munguia, I think, tried to make a move there. Van Berkel was quick to counter it. And what a race it's been. It's been lights out to checkered flag. Lieke van Berkel wins round 3 in the final. Oh my days. That was consummate. That was cool as a cucumber from Lieke van Berkel. Winning the race by just under 1/10 of a second after just over 20 plus kilometers of racing. Van Berkel triumphs after 20.6 kilometers at an average speed of just over 82 kilometers per hour. Munguia knows he could have done something a little bit sooner, as I've just seen him slam his right hand into the steering wheel with frustration. But Lionel, don't be disappointed. You did everything you could on that one. Olivier Mazurkiewicz rounds out your top 3. Justin Fonk, Jette Moonen means the top 5 were covered after 20 laps by 0.7 of a second. Tygo Holthausen 6th ahead of Trent van Melk, Jin Danen, Sasha Algebrail, João Pereira from Portugal up 15 spots to round out the top 10. Joshua Loris and Niki Naruhito Tomasi, Leon Herbos, Pelle van Echtelt and Conor Halfer round out your top 15. Dimitar Lazarov, Jesse Andringa, Matthias Verdaken finishing 19th behind Aidan Beekman. Yara Kuvitsbosch rounds out the top 20, with the USA's Kai Abelera and Belgium's Liam Hauger rounding out the finishers. Dadala out on lap 13, Yater out on lap 8, and Milano Shiphorse mechanical black flag meant the 214 would have to retire from the race. Now time for the Senior Rotax Final. Let's take you through the starting order. 30 drivers set to start on the grid. Luke Neeson has not taken part in any races, so I would say is a non-starter. Sverre Ubben and Lars Lammers on the front row. Max Sederski and Bran van der Weyken, row 2. Thijs van Wijk and Flynn Flitters, row 3. Mitch Haynert and Benjamin van Hees, row 4, with Vince van der Holler and Mick van den Hout completing the top 10. Jay Zerveld, Thomas Verheyen, Boris Maximov, Boris Verhaag, Jon Jelle Bremer, Vic van Kampenhout, Kaz Boshuis, Koen Willems, Jure Valkenaars, and Rein van der Meer round out the top 20. Raymond van Beek, Tristan Shays, Julian van Bossem, Ruben Verheyen, Bo Alriks, Niels Verkooyen, Kyle Hulmans, Nick Soudan, and Olivier Lemmens, with Luke Neeson scheduled to start in 30th position on the grid. That is your starting order ahead of 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry here at Circuit de Landsard in the Netherlands. And this will put us at the halfway point of the 7 finals. 21 races, a very, very compact schedule. As always, qualifying will normally happen on the Saturday afternoon. And we have a full complement of races here today on Sunday. So through turn 8 into the shortcut that will bring them into the tram lines here at Circuit de Landsard. The Senior Rotax Final is under starters' orders. The red lights are on the gantry. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are out. We're underway. And into turn 1. Lars Lambers squirming under braking. Trying to keep it around the outside of Sverre Ubben, who leads the field down into turn 2. And there's a long old line. There's a bit of fanning out. There's one mounting the back of some. Oh! Big chain reaction at the back end of the field. 333 was at the back there. Rein van der Meer. Oh dear, someone's going to get, well, someone's got a very, very noisy exhaust, I've heard, coming out of turn 3. Oh, right, and that might be a Tony kart that already realises it. So one kart is going to end up into the pits, I would imagine. They've noticed it. I'm going to say that driver will head into the pits. They are not carrying on, so let's see who that is. The timing is adjusting. And that is more than... Oh, don't tell me. That might be possibly Boris Maximov that I think might have parked it. And there is a cart awaiting to go onto the weighbridge. So Boris Maximov, I think, might be the casualty who started 13th in the race. But Max Sederski is at the front end of the field. There we see Mitch Haynert just behind Thijs van Wijk. And he's sandwiched between Van Wijk and also Vince van der Holler, who's right behind him in the 345. Sederski now leads. Sverre Ubben has dropped down to 5th position in the meantime in the 399. He's currently sitting 5th. And there is Mitch Haynert on the TB kart, the 310. Oh, right. Olivier Lemmens has retired. Rein van der Meer out. Boris Maximov out of the race. Nick Soudan and Niels Verkooyen are down at the back end of the field, so we have 26 runners. Luke Neeson was a non-starter, so we only had 29 flying their way into turn number 1. And that was just over 2 minutes ago. Sederski now starting to expand a lead. It's 1.1 seconds. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 44.918. And now who's gone? Oh, Jon Jelle Bremer. Right. Kart number 333. Rein van der Meer. Well, it's going to be just insult to injury and a bit of knock to the pride. 3-second time penalty, 2 wheels outside of the tram lines during start procedure. Okay. That is one penalty that driver does not really need to worry about. But nevertheless, Sverre Ubben is now behind. Hang on, Well, Vince van der Holle has dropped. I'm not sure. Where is Vince van der Holle at the moment? He has dropped. Oh, van der Holle has dropped, and he's gone down to 7th. Mitch Haynert is battling away with Thijs van Wijk. Swiderski trying to clear off into the distance. Haynert set the fastest lap of the race just now on lap 4, 44.385. They've got a gap of about 9/10 of a second between themselves and the 396 of Bran van der Weyken. Sverre Ubben now ahead of Vince van der Holle. Flynn Fitters, Lars Lambers, Jay Zurveld now round out your top 10. Thomas Verheyen, Mick van den Hout, Boris Verhaag, Kaz Boshuis, Raymond van Beek, Bo Ulrichs, Ruben Verheyen, Koen Willems, Jurgen Valkenaars, and Julian van Bossum round out your overall top 20 as we complete the first 4 minutes out of the 14 plus an additional lap distance, or time thereof, that we have got here. Of course, the juniors, we saw them complete 20 laps of the circuit here, which is 20.6 kilometres. And we're already on lap 6 within the first 4.5 minutes. Bran van der Weyken knew fast as that, but someone has had a big drama out of turn number 4 and was running very, very slowly indeed. I'm trying to see who that was. Didn't quite catch it, but someone lost a big amount of positions, and it might have been from the sharp end of the field. So I'm going to wait for the timing to refresh in a minute. Oh, Lars Lambers, it looks like. Yes, the 3-4-2 from Bouvin Power. And now there's been a change for second. Mitch Haynert and Bran van der Weyken have gotten through on Thijs van Wijk. Van der Weyken new fastest lap, 43.883. Bran not one for having the biggest stature sitting in a kart, but has got a lot of pure natural speed to complement the chassis underneath and the OTK provided by Bouvin Power. Max Swiderski is now finding that his lead is being chipped away at, but it has now expanded because he's just responded with his fastest lap of the race of 44.266. Haynert 44.389. Van der Weyken 44.326. Van Wijk in 4th 45.216. So Thijs van Wijk's last lap was not conducive to where he is currently positioned down on the circuit, but he can chase down the 2 in front. So Haynert and Van der Weyken have to indirectly work together to close in on Max Swiderski, who is continuing to lead this race and has done so from the minute he took the lead early on. Biggest movers at the moment. Kaz Boshuis up from 17th, now runs P10. Right, 3-second time penalty going to number 342. Lars Lambers. So that might be possibly driving standards related, I'm not 100% sure. As Bran van der Weyken has got through on Mitch Haynert. Haynert now starting to struggle a little bit. Van Wijk's gotten through. But then Van Wijk lost out to, of all people, who was lurking in the reeds? It was Benjamin Van Hees. And now Van Wijk finds himself battling away with Sverre Ubben in the 399 GKS Express chassis. That is for position. And Haynert is now going to have Vince van der Holle right behind him in the 345. Jay Zurveld now up into the top 8. As there goes the move, van der Holle robustly past Mitch Haynert at turn 2. It seems like the TB Kart Netherlands operated vehicle is struggling with a little bit of pace. The track temperature will have increased, even though the air temperature has slightly gone up. We're up to what should feel like 16 degrees Celsius, but it's probably anything but. It's probably more like about just on double digits. Van der Weyken, however, he's taken a big chunk out of Max Swiderski's lead. Swiderski's last lap, 44.520, 44.081 by Bran van der Weyken. This is proving to be rather interesting. We've still got just over, just 6 minutes and change, plus an additional lap. Swiderski has just got to try and keep a stranglehold on the lead and not allow Brand van der Weyken to choke him away from it. But still, there is time in this race left to go. And Swiderski, is he trying to take a page out of what Lieke van Berkel was able to achieve in the final for juniors just a few moments ago? Kyle Hulmans is now the latest driver to fall by the wayside, I'm afraid. Out on lap 9 as we complete lap number 12. Sverre Ubben now starting to pick up the pace in 4th position. He's got Benjamin Van Hees in front of him. They're going to go, oh, Sverre Ubben tried for the crisscross attempt on Benjamin Van Hees, and his front bumper clipped the rear bumper of Benjamin Van Hees and lost him time, put him straight into the clutches of Thijs van Wijk. You've also got Vince van der Halle and Mitch Haynert sticking with them. Meantime, Van der Weyken and Swiderski. It's just like their junior road tax days last year. Van der Weyken is trying to put the pressure on Max Swiderski. And Van der Weyken is now finally through, but Swiderski is not going to relinquish the lead that easily, let me tell you that much. 3 3/4 minutes on the timer. Swiderski and Van der Weyken, they know each other well. They've raced each other for quite a few years now. And you might say that Van der Weyken hasn't quite had the accolades that Swiderski has had going through the ranks, but Van der Weyken, when he turns on that tap and engages the afterburners, he is a very, very quick young senior road tax driver. Swiderski not letting him out of his sight. Van Wijk, now who is leading the battle? Oh, this is going to be very, very close indeed, as Mitch Haynert manages to make up a place. Looks like Van Wijk's gone to the back of the train. Looking at the lap times, Van der Weyken last time around today low, well, a 44.54. Swiderski 44.87. Now Swiderski might feel a little bit more comfortable. Is not going to have to extend the throttle pedal cable too much to the point where it might go flat to the floor to keep with Van der Weyken. Right down into turn number 2. Swiderski pulls out and goes to the inside, wheel to wheel out of turn 2. Swiderski then slots back in behind Van der Weyken. There's not much long left on the timer. So retirements, unfortunately, Boris Maximov, Rein van der Meer, Olivier Lemmens, Kyle Hulmans, Tristan Shays is now the latest one on lap 11. So 24 runners and riders. Swiderski still keeping. Van der Weyken, very, very honest at this moment. 2 minutes to go. And with the pace they're setting, they're running in the 40, well, they've just done 44.8 a piece. They're 2/10 apart. So you're probably looking maybe at another 4 or so laps. Might put us to 21, 22 laps. Swiderski to the outside of Van der Weyken, through into turn number 3. Just positions the cart there just to say to Van der Weyken, keep your head on a swivel. And here we go. Swiderski through turn 5 on lap 17. Swoops to the inside of Brand van der Weyken, retakes the race lead. Benjamin Van Hees has been closing. And I would say you might also need to keep your eyes on the likes of Vince van der Halle and Mitch Haynert. They're not that far behind either. The top 5 covered by just under 1.5 seconds. But Swiderski is going to bring us on to the penultimate lap of this race. So 2 laps to go. Swiderski leading Van der Weyken. Van Hees is there within distance. But it is going to be the tussle of the 2 at the front that could decide how this final plays out in the dying stages. And if Van der Weyken tries something audacious, and he and Swiderski have a drama as a direct correlation, it's going to gift the lead to Benjamin Van Hees. Timer expires. They now have just over 1.2 kilometres of racing left to go. Last lap this time. Max Swiderski from the Netherlands in the 397 from SP Motorsport brings us on to the last lap of the race for round 3. Van der Weyken, what's he going to try? He's staying in the wheel tracks, which is, I think, quite sensible at this time, but he's got to decide when he's going to go for it. Through turn 3. Swiderski still holding on into turn 5. Through the chicane. Bit more aggressive attack by Van der Weyken at that particular point as they come through out of turn 8 into turn 9. Well, when it was all said and done, Lieke van Berkel won for SP Motorsport in juniors. Swiderski does it in seniors for the same outfit. 20 laps in the books. Checkered flag waves. Max Swiderski provisionally picks up the victory here in the final for seniors at round 3 of 7. Finishing ahead of Bran van der Weyken and Benjamin Van Hees, who round out the top 3, covered by just under 6.5 tenths of a second. Mitch Haynett, 4th, ahead of Sverre Ubben, who started from pole position. Thijs van Wijk, Flynn Fitters, Vince van der Halle, Mick van den Hout and Jay Zurveld round out your overall top 10 finishers. Boris Verhaag, Thomas Verheyen, Koen Willems, Kaz Boshuis, Ruben Verheyen, Jon Jelle Bremer, Jure Valkenaars, Lars Lambers, Vic van Kampenhout and Reimer van Beek round out your top 20. Bo Alerichs, Nick Sudan, Niels Verkooyen and Julian van Bossum round out the 24 that completed the total 20-lap race distance. Tristan Shays out on lap 11, Kyle Hulmans out on lap 9 with Boris Maximov, Rein van der Meer and Olivier Lemmens out on the opening lap with Luke Neeson, a non-starter. Right, time to take you through the starting order for our last of the Rotax finals here for round 3 for UKS 2026. Here's your DD2 and DD2 Masters starting grid. Axel Hoos and Ralph van der Pavet line up on the front row. Kai van der Werf will be joined by Imke Arts on row 2. Mike van Maastricht and Rick van der Start, row 3. Scott Westhovens and Wout Kirstens, row 4. Jesse Spans and Pepin Riedman ran out the top 10. Jordi Klibbo and Vincent van Kerkhoffen ran out row number 6. Derek van Coort will lead the DD2 Masters field from 13th on the grid, joined by Christoph Adams in the 555. Erwin Montfort and Julian Klausmann start on row number 8, ahead of Gwen Bloxil and Hugo Klebots. Danny Simensma, Jort van Wijk, Carl Klibbo, Wim Rouleau and Douglas Knoll round out your starters. Hopefully Wim does not have a right rear tyre and stub axle exiting the kart and having 3 wheels on the wagon like he did, unfortunately, in Heat 2. And after this, we will have 2 more races to go to conclude the 3rd round out of 7 for the 2026 calendar. And don't forget, effectively, the first weekend of June, 6th and 7th, we'll be heading to another circuit in the Netherlands, to Circuitpark Berchem. So the revs rise, and we are underway here in the final. Van der Pavet has found that Van der Werf is trying to go through on the inside of him. Van der Pavet defends into turn 2. And they all try and make it cleanly through, but someone spun around. I'm wondering who that was. I think that could have been possibly, judging by the livery, it might have been Bastien, who... well, no, Bastien is not in this. It could be Erwin Montfort, possibly. The 514 for Montfort Motorsports. But Axel Hoos leads the way. Ralph van der Pavet now going with him as they now complete the opening lap. And there's been a little bit of slowing up into turn 1 by quite a few drivers. There is a lot of grey cloud cover up above. The wind has picked up to the northeast to nearly 20 kph. Air temperature still 16 degrees centigrade. And it was Erwin Montfort that was, unfortunately... Oh, someone's broken down coming out of turn number 2. And that is a Sodi kart. So someone is stationary. That is going to bring out yellow flags at Marshall Post 2, at turn 2, so no overtaking permitted. Scott Westhoven's in the 434. He's got Jesse Spans, Imke Arts, Wout Kirsten's closing in, Axel Hoos still leading. And right, we're going to get an understanding. It's Mike van Maastricht, I'm afraid. Oh, what a shame for the 409. He was looking really, really racy here at the Landsard this weekend, and his race has come to an abrupt end on lap number 2 out of the second corner from 13. Scott Westhoven's at the moment. Now, he is another one that has moved up into DD2 this year, along with Julian Klausmann, who's up 8 spots. Oh, well, Julian Klausmann, after disaster in one of the heats earlier where he literally had no brakes, he went straight on into one of the cameras situated at turn 2. Right, yellow flag has been ignored by kart 483. Vincent van Kerkhoff knew of... Oh, no! 585 has just got onto the grass coming out of the final corner. Douglas Knoll. Vincent van Kerkhoff has been hit with the 5-second time penalty for ignoring yellow flags. Scott Westhoven's is off. Oh, Westhoven's is off and has accidentally shortcutted the circuit. And that is going to put him probably to the end. Probably they're going to demote him to the back of the field. Imke Arts has just really gotten herself fired up a little bit here. And once again, you just see that some drivers, once they get bitten by that adrenaline, all of a sudden, the mindset changes. Douglas Knoll, I think, has just retired. Yesis Spans has dropped to the bottom of the field. And that is 481 Pepin Rietman, who has been passed. Julian Klausmann up 10 places. The 499 for SR Solutions now up into 6th place. And is now going to have to try and chase down Wout Kirstens in the 466. We've got a real interesting race on our hands here. And all I'm saying is I'm not liking the look of the cloud cover I'm seeing to the right-hand side of the commentary box off of turns 8 to 13 and maybe incorporating the chicane. Axel Hoos and look at this, Ralph van der Pavet, they have cleared away into the distance. Ralph van der Pavet is about 2.2 seconds ahead of Kai van der Werf, who's just put in a personal best. Van der Pavet has just gone quicker than Axel Hoos. the last time around. So we have got a battle at the front end of the field. Of course, you want to get those points because that means you are in the mix. Van der Pavert. Right, okay. Oh, right. Car 434. Scott Westovens has just been given a 10-second time penalty. I would imagine whether that's related to the shortcut. Yes, that's just been confirmed. So Scott Westovens is going to be plunged right to the bottom end of the field. Oh, there's a tussle! Oh no, Wout Kirsten's on Julian Klosman, and I think that might have been Jordi Klebo that flew off the circuit. Oh no, it was Pepin Rietman. Rietman from SP Motorsport had a big amount of air. I think it's knocked the wind out of his sails. He's got out of the kart, and he's going to try and get back into it. I have to say, Pepin Rietman, you've got some stones on you, sunshine. Whoa, that was a big, big moment. And it was all because Wout Kirstens tried to get through on Julian Klosman, who just got away with it. Marshall post 4, turn 4. Right, Pepin Rietman trying to wait and rejoin the field and is going to basically, I think, end up being lapped very shortly. So Pepin Rietman, it's not been good for the 481, who we have seen this season has been incredibly competitive. Oh dear. 466. Wout Kirstens, same penalty as the 434. So Scott Westovens and Wout Kirstens have just been smacked on the wrist with a big old 10-second time penalty for shortcutting the circuit. Oh, someone's got a noisy exhaust now as well, so someone's going to get the mechanical black flag. But look at this. Kai van der Werf is not out of the woods yet. We're nearly halfway through the race, and look who's right behind the 491. You've got Imke Arts and Julian Klosman for near disaster for the 499, who had no brakes earlier on today, going into turn 2 straight on, and now is competing for the final step on the podium. Scott Westovens, you might be able to catch and pass them, but you've got a 10-second penalty coming your way. Julian Klosman tries the crossover, nearly bumps into the back of MK Arts as a direct correlation, and they're squabbling again. I think Kai van der Werf has lost out. Yes, he has. And he's lost out 3 places on the road, so MK Arts up to P3, followed by Klosman, followed by Westovens. And Julian Klosman admitted to me yesterday morning, late morning, you know, obviously about the brake troubles that him and SR Solutions have been having. But in the final, that kart is really cornering on rails. Just under 6.5 minutes to go. And the battle for P3 has been lit up like a Chinese firecracker. The top 2 are quite clearly away and clear. They're 7 seconds up the road. Van der Pavert P2, who's P1? And this will be a bit of redemption for Julian Klosman, even if he finishes 4th. He's made up 12 places. He's going for position number 13 because he wants to try and see if he can get past Imke Arts, but whether he's aware of Scott Westovens having that 10-second penalty hanging over him, that's going to be crucial. As he's going to defend, maybe that Julian Klosman is just in full flat chat race mode and is having to battle with Scott Westovens. This could compromise him in battling for P3 overall. And Axel Hoos is now starting to turn the wick up to volume number 11, in the words of Spinal Tap. He's now done the fastest lap of the race on lap 11, 44.148. And last time, well, he's just done a 44.273. Ralph van der Pavert has just responded with his best lap of the race and has got the gap down to just under 5.5 tenths of a second with a 44.191. The gaps are starting to expand between IMKit Arts, Julian Klosman and Scott Westhovens. Between the three of them, they're covered by just 7/10, and once more, it is just that case of getting the kart to the end. Pick up those points. They are crucial. Wim Rouleau now leads in DD2 Masters. And he's currently up 7 places, started 22nd, now running as the last competitor in the top 15. We now are on lap number 14. Wout Kerstens just sets the fastest overall lap of the race, and he's also got that same time penalty as Scott Westhovens, 10 seconds for cutting the track. But it's still not going to stop him pushing 10 tenths and then some. So at the moment, the top 6 have crossed the line. Jordi Kleebo in 7th, Wout Kerstens 8th. And Christoph Adams actually is leading the DD2 Masters classification. And the man who's the most qualified driver in Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals history. He had a run of about 15 years on the bounce before he didn't qualify 1 year. But has been through the ringer, you know, health problems a few years ago, but he's got a little bit more pep in his step these days, and he's up 4 places. The man who was qualified for the Grand Finals for Team France, Team Belgium, and in the last few years he's represented Team Netherlands. Right, car 499. Oh, Julian Klosman has just been hit with a 10-second penalty for very unsportsmanlike driving. Now, I'm wondering if that is in correlation to the incident that meant that maybe Wout Kerstens shortcutted the track, but Wout Kerstens was trying to make a move on him. And then we saw Pepin Rietman, who has retired as of lap number 6. So that has really changed the complexity, because Julian Klosman, Scott Westhovens and Wout Kerstens, who are 4th, 5th and 8th respectively, both have between them 30 seconds combined of penalties coming their way post-race. Ralph van der Pavet, however, oh, now that's interesting. Van der Pavet, has he been holding a little bit in reserve? Because he's just put in the fastest lap of this race, and on this tour, both he and Julian Klosman both dipped under 44 seconds. 43.917 for Van der Pavet. 44.072 for Axel Hoos for Combi Kart at the front end of the field. Lap 17 completed, 3 to go. And Hoos has just responded 43.9 seconds flat across the board for the 455. And he's opened up the gap to north of 3/4 of a second. And in the meantime, Christoph Adams has lost a few positions. Gwen Bloxhill now, she's had a bit of a comeback in the final for DNA Racing. Up to 10th, ahead of Jort van Wijk, who's now up into P11 from 20th on the grid. Vincent van Kerkhoffen has got a 5-second penalty on the road. He is currently 12th. That penalty would put him around about 18th or 19th, where Carl Kleber and Erwin Montfort are at the moment. So there's only 2 laps to go. Axel Hoos, 43.968. Ralph van der Pavet, 43.953. Their fastest lap has been within 17,000 seconds of each other. Timer is fast running out. Leaders now, who are nearly 8 seconds up the road from IMKit Arts, who's on course to staying P3 in this race. Next time around, last lap for the Rotax component of round 3 out of 7 for the United Karting Series for 2026 here at Circuit de Landsard. Axel Hoos leading, Ralph van der Pavet in P2. And they are making their way through in towards turn 4. And Axel Hoos, Ralph van der Pava, they have been in a status quo for the entirety of the race. They cleared off, they've done their own thing. They've got past Douglas Knoll, who is a couple of laps down now. But Axel Hoos, the 455 from Combi Kart Racing Team, will power out of the final corner. It's not going to be the three-peat for SB Motorsport. Axel Hoos wins the final here at round 3. Ralph van der Pav at P2. Imke Arts, it's a podium for the 421. Finishing just ahead of Julian Klosman and Scott Westhovens. They will be demoted by 10 seconds post-race. And seeing how things might go, Jort vanWijk's about to cross the line. And that is going to put Julian Klosman and Scott Westhovens down to what will be 7th and 8th. So that'll promote Kai van der Werf to P4, Jordi Klebor to P5. Wout Kirstens will actually be demoted, so Jort van Wijk will get the promotion, I think. Well, he will get a promotion post-race. There are your provisional results. So Axel Hoos, Ralph van der Paven and Imke Arts round out your overall top 3. And then behind them, before the adjustments are made, Julian Klosman up 12 places to finish on the road 4th, ahead of Scott Westhovens. Kai van der Werf, Jordi Klebor, Wout Kirstens also hit with a 10-second time penalty post-race. Jort van Wijk, Derek van Kurt, Vincent van Kerkhoffen also has a 5-second penalty post-race. Finishes 11th on the road, ahead of Gwen Bloxhill. Christoph Adams finishes P2. Van Kurt wins in Masters. Rick van der Start in 14th, ahead of Hugo Klabots. Wim Hulo rounds out the top 3 in Masters, 16th overall, ahead of Danny Simensma. Carl Klibber on his return finishes P5, 18th overall in the final, ahead of Erwin Montfort. And Douglas Knoll finishing 2 laps down. Pepin Rietman out on lap 6, Jesse Spans on lap 3, and Mike van Maastricht out on lap number 2. Now we head to the penultimate final of round 3 of the 2026 calendar. It's KZ2, and here's your starting order. Enzo Boll will lead the field from pole position alongside SP Motorsport teammate in the 286, Mika van der Pavet. Robin Glieren for Power Kart Racing on the 216. Birolart will be joined by Daniel Tenbach on row number 2. Luca Prima and Giovanni Vittavin ran out row 3, ahead of Ryan de Jong and Servutas on the 233 and the 204. With the 234 of Nelson Berghaus, 252 of Nick Boimers and Kane Ince on the Croc Promotion 209, bringing up the rear of the field. Good to see Jens Tur in the paddock as well, who I'm sure is giving the DJK Racing hotshot a little bit of advice. Of course, Jens has run on the Croc Promotion chassis. Obviously, if people might remember, earlier on this season we had the second ever running of the Karting Champions League, both at Karting Genk and then at Karting de Fagne in Marienborg, where both Kane Ince and also Jens Tur were in action, along with a whole host of other drivers. After this, we'll have the KZ2 Masters to conclude the on-track activities before we head to Circuitpark Berchem on the 6th and 7th of June, which will then kickstart the midway point of the season. Of course, the drivers will compete in other series thereof. So humidity has started to pick up a little bit. It's currently at 63%, cloud cover 75%. Well, I can't see out of my commentary box windows much of blue sky. It's more either light white or grey cloud cover, as Enzo Boll will now head into his grid position, pole position, right-hand side of the circuit. Row 2 now into position. They're just keeping the engines at their optimum, because once we get the green flag at the back, they will put them onto the rev limiter. Here we go. Time to steel yourselves and get ready. 14 minutes plus an additional lap of KZ2 action. Red lights start to ignite on the gantry. 3, 4, revs rise, and lights are out. Who's going to make it to the outside? Well, Enzo Boll just stuck it plainly on the racing line. Mika van der Pavet tried to go to the outside, but here comes Robin Glieren. Through they go into turn 2 for the first time. Kane Ince round the outside of 2. He got through on Ploymers, he got through on Berghaus, loses out to Berghaus coming through out of turn 3. But Kane Ince just absolutely launched it round the outside, did the old Slim Shady M&M styly. And he's made up one place. But Enzo Boll, it seemed like in the second heat, earlier on today, the pace started to drop off for the 255. It's a lot of torque, so these drivers have to really manage these karts as we complete the opening lap. 0.3 of a second is the opening distance between Enzo Boll and Mika van der Pavet. And Boll puts in a 48.2, van der Pavet a low 48.5. Glieren is keeping van der Pavet very honest, as we are seeing a little bit of a gap develop between Nelson Berghaus and Kane Ince. And Berghaus is going after Ryan de Jong. That's a battle for 8th place on the field. Now we head through into turn 9, and it's still the SP Motorsport freight train at the front end of the field, with Boll leading van der Pavet. Glieren in P3 for Power Kart Racing on the Birolart. So the total of 11 drivers covered by, after the opening 2 laps, by just under 3.15 seconds. Oh, we've had a flip. We've had a flip at turn 2. We've had someone go over. And I'm wondering who that is. I think it might be, well, the kart is on the ground now. All 4 wheels on terra firma. Full course slow employed for the first time today. That has neutralised the race. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. A big, big flip for one of the competitors. So we have got a full course slow. And I have a feeling that looks to be Zerwooters in the number 204, who has just walked over. Red flag called, red flag. So we've stopped the race with 11 minutes and 38 seconds plus an additional lap remaining. Big incident off of turn 2. And I can see Zerwooters, he's taken his race helmet off. So, right, medical team on the circuit. So, Zerwooters is one of the drivers, but there has been a need, a necessity for the medical, the ambulance has been called to turn 2 on lap, well, basically we were just about to complete lap 3. So, red flag stoppage with 11 minutes and 38 seconds in the KZ2 final here at round number 3. So who have we got? We have got Bowl, Landapavert, Tenback, Hooters is not there. There's another one. Ema? Ryan De Jong is there. So we have had a shortening of the race. It's gone to 12 minutes plus an additional lap, but a really good start by Enzo Bol. Mika van der Pavet tried to cover off the likes of Robin Glirum and Daniel Tenbach, who managed to get through on the 2.86. And more to the point, he didn't complete lap number 2. So it was a complete restart. Obviously, the other driver involved in the incident, our thoughts are with Giovanni Vittavine in the 2.26. But now, the race is very much on. Enzo Bol has got a lead over Robin Glirum, which is around about 9/10 of a second after the opening lap. Now they're trying to put the feelers out a little bit here because Daniel Tenbach trying to look for a move on Robin Glirum for that second spot. But this could give an opportunity to Enzo Bol to start to pull away. He did a 47.266 in the opening lap. Robin Glirum, 47.730. And Van der Pavet now dives to the inside, through on Luca Brima. That is for 4th spot for the 286 SP Motorsport Cup Republic. But Enzo Bol is hoping to try and see if he can extend that gap, but it looks like it's slightly coming down as things stand. So 8/10 was the gap after 2 laps. And at the minute, well, it's gone down. 6/10. 10 back, a new fastest lap of the race. And Luca Brima has just been hit with a 3-second time penalty for a jump start. So Brima, with that penalty in mind, would be demoted to just in front of Kane Ince. So obviously Giovanni Vittavine was the one that unfortunately had the flip. Seravutas did walk away under his own power, took his race helmet straight off after going down to Marshall Post 2. So, of course, once there are any updates, if we have them by the end of today, which I think would be very much unlikely, we just hope that Giovanni's okay. That's the main thing. So the leaders now making their way through into turn number 3. Enzo Bol starting to open up a gap, but I am spotting improvements in lap times, particularly from new fastest lap of the race in the hands of the 286 and Mika van der Pavet. And he's just done a 44.289. 8 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap to go here in the KZ2 final. And Bol just calmly keeping things on the racing line. Half a second is now the gap because Robin Glirum just did a low 44.0, as did Tenbach, as did Van der Pavet. Brima's just gone and put in the fastest lap of the race of anybody, gone under 44 seconds. 43.974 for the 222. Now, the reason for the final being shortened to 12 minutes plus a lap is because of the fuel that was used by the drivers before the red flag. So, of course, you've got the sighting and the formation lap. Then you've got the start, which takes there's a lot of fuel going through at high revolutions per minute in these engines. And then, of course, the near 2 laps being completed. Enzo Bol gets attacked from behind. Robin Glirum right on the rear bumper. And this is where Tenbach's got to defend against Van der Pavet for P3. Van der Pavet just waiting. Now it's a quintet at the sharp end. Luca Brima at the back end of the train, but is not going to be in competition, I very much think, for that race win. Bol leads out of turn 7 into 8. Glirum right with him. He's now NASCAR bump drafting the number 255 from SP Motorsport. So Glirum wants to win here. Out of turn number 13. Lap 7 completed. We are 40 seconds away from half-time in this shortened final. There is a dive on, I think, well, there's been a change. Oh, there's been a clash. Two karts together, 2-3-3. Ryan de Jong has been given a mechanical black flag, but there's been a clash, and that was coming down in towards turn 2. I caught it in the back of shot. So we'll keep an eye out on, well, Kane Ince is still running. Nelson Berghaus is still running. So I thought there was a clash between two karts. So we may be down another. So Ryan de Jong is going to be eliminated, and there is a kart there by the side. That is Nick Pluimers. 252, I think that is the one that has just thrown the gloves into the kart seat. So rear bumper for Ryan de Jong, which eliminates him, and that means we're down to 7. And Van der Pavert has got through on 10 back in the meantime for P3. So Van der Pavert tried to cover off people earlier on in the race. And I would imagine that Ryan de Jong is now making his way down onto the weighbridge. So rear bumper flailing on one side. That is a safety issue. So we have got Glirum, well, Bol, Glirum, Van der Pavert, 10 back. And Glirum has lost out to Van der Pavert in the meantime. So there has been a change for second. As Ryan de Jong has parked the 233 on the weighbridge. A real shame there. Could have got some good points. But he's going to be classified in 8th position. And Enzo Bol is now starting to pull away. He's got Van der Pavert, his teammate from SP Motorsport, in second. We're coming down to the final third of this race, so 4 minutes to go out of the 12 plus an additional lap to run. Enzo Bol is starting to put down qualifying style laps. He's just done a 43.373. But still, the battle of the Birlots is happening for P3. And that's going to be between Glirum and 10 back, obviously with Bremer's 3-second time penalty coming into play now. So at this point, we are heading down into the final 3 minutes. And Van der Pavert is starting to close in on teammate Bol, so it could be an inter-SP Motorsport battle. Van der Pavert's just done a 42.813, and he took over a quarter of a second out of the race leader, Enzo Bol, in the 255. And once again, Mika van der Pavert's absolutely flying at the moment. They're getting under the 43-second barrier as that fuel is being burnt off. The karts are getting lighter, so that gains you a little bit of performance. So the tyres are not being put under so much duress, but you're still able to get it through the corners. Van der Pavert is closing. He is within striking distance. He got very close under braking at turn 8, did Mika van der Pavert. So Enzo Bol is in a real tussle with his own teammate for the race win with 1:45 plus an additional lap to go. Through into turn 1. 0.17 is the differential. Bol on a 43.4. Pavet on a high 43.1. Van der Pavet through on the inside before they even hit turn 2. And Van der Pavet is the new leader. And because they did start to have a little bit of a battle, it wasn't much of a battle, but it was a battle nevertheless, that they were trying to outdo each other on fastest laps, which meant that Glirum, 10 back, they had a little bit of a motivational spur, I would say, to try and close on in. But we are going to be on 3 laps to go. We're about to complete lap 15. So 3 to go. 0.4 is the gap between Van der Pavet. He's just done a high 42.9. Bol a mid 43.3, 43.5. So Bol has got to really start digging deep a little bit here. But obviously there's only so much conservation you can do on these Leconte tyres to keep them in that optimum window. And obviously they're under parc fermé conditions. And they've been used pretty much all the way through from qualifying through to today. Daniel Tenbach in the 2-2-3, closing in on Robin Glirum. That is the battle for the final step on the rostrum here at Eindhoven at the Landsard. And 3 out of the final corner, 2 to go. Bol now puts his personal best in, 42.688. The gap is 0.4. How much time can Enzo Bol make over this penultimate lap? We're going to go to 18 laps distance. And the timer has now officially expired. Glirum and Tenbach still at loggerheads for P3. But we have just over a kilometre left to run. Mika van der Pavet is now going to lead us onto the final lap of the KZ2 race, the final race of the weekend. And Enzo Bol goes and bests his fastest lap. Daniel Tenbach is responding to Robin Glirum. So now the battle lines are drawn. Van der Pavet through at turn 3 here on lap 18 out of 18. Bol has tried to close that gap, but it looks like when Van der Pavet made the move for the race lead, he pretty much nigh on sealed the deal. Through out of turn 8. It's been a good weekend for the Van der Pavet brothers. Of course, Ralph finishing P2 in the final for DD2, but his younger brother Mika comes out of the final corner. Mika van der Pavet wins round 3 in the final. Enzo Bol P2, SP Motorsport 1-2 finish, with Robin Glirum rounding out your top 3. Daniel Tenbach and Luca Prima round out the top 5. Prima has a 3-second time penalty post-race for the jump start. But it's not going to matter. He will stay P5 ahead of Nelson Berghaus and Kane Ince completing your finishers. Ryan de Jong out of the race on lap 8 with a flailing rear bumper. Nick Pluimers out on lap 7 with Giovanni Vittavine and Sederutas unfortunately unable to take the restart, with Giovanni Vittavine having, I think, is receiving medical treatment and advice. So obviously we wish Giovanni all the very best. But Mika van der Pavet leads home an SP Motorsport 1-2 here at round 3 in KZ2 in the final. We now turn our attention to the final race of round 3 for the 2026 United Karting Series here at Circuit de Landsard. It is now time for the KZ2 Masters Final. Jeroen Bos starts on pole position. He'll be joined alongside on the front row by Glenn van den Hoek. Mick Bertram and Mark Verhoeven round out row number 2. Alexander Homerson and Alan Kenyon round out row 3. Sebastian Koppenol and Erik Angenent round out row number 4. Martin Verstegen Balstein round out the top 10 with Niels Koster, Niels Böhler and Guy Davis rounding out your 13-strong grid. Dark, menacing grey clouds up above. Humidity has gone to 59%. 19 kilometers an hour is the northeasterly wind that we still have. 16 degrees centigrade air temp. So the drivers will now make their way through out of turn 8 and into the tram lines on the shortcut, which means we're able to get them onto the start-finish straight for their grid positions. And, well, I can see just from the commentary box window, Mika van der Pavet, Enzo Bol and Stan Pex. I think they're going to be keeping a keen eye on fellow teammate, the man on pole position, the defending KZ2 Masters Chrono Karting champion, Jeroen Bos. And he has got the man who took the title the year previously. 2 champions from the last 2 years on the front row of the grid. Kart Republic versus CRG. Let's get ready for one final time here at Circuit de Landsard for round 3 of 2026. The 4 red lights, they are on. The revs rise. We're underway. And a great start by Glenn van den Hoek. And he gets through before they even hit the apex on Jeroen Bos. Van den Hoek, that was textbook. Launched it off the line, got the start he needed, and leads the field as they come out of turn 2 for the first time. Up to the hard braking zone for the right-hander at 3. And, well, it looks like there is a Sodi kart that has made its way up to P3. And that is going to be the 140. Mick Bertram. And I see that Alan Kenyon looks to be in around about 5th position at the moment. But a great launch off the line by Glenn van den Hoek in the 141 CRG. Launched it off the line. Great job by him. He leads after the opening lap, and he's got a little bit of a gap here. Half a second. So, a couple of drivers really getting caught out on the start, but they are making their way around the circuit. Guy Davis in the number 114 at the back end of the field. He is trying to catch up with the likes of Niels Koster and Niels Böhler, who are having a bit of a battle over 11th position. But Van den Hoek is trying to clear away. But Jeroen Bos, as soon as there is a gap that he needs to chase down, he will run that down quickly. And along with him is bringing Mick Bertram in. So you can see it's very dark over the far part of the circuit from turns 8 to 13. And here goes Jeroen Bos up the inside, uses the curbing. Nice little shrewd move by the defending champion. Gets through on Glenn van den Hoek, and that opens the door for Mick Bertram to get through for P2. Nicely played there by the 140. Alan Kenyon is, well, I'm trying to see where... Right, there's Sebastian Koppenol I've just seen in 5th place. He's behind... Mark Verhoeven. Alan Kenyon is now in 6th place, so he's losing a bit of ground to the Dutchman in front of him. He's got Alexander Homerson in the 195 from Belgium just behind on the, looks to be the Formula K. Erik Angenent, that's the first time we've seen it from this man. Fastest lap of the race, 44.507 for the 165. Meantime, Jeroen Bos, Mick Bertram, that was a quick change of direction heading into turn number 4. He tried to look to the inside, made possible misstep on the steering angle input, and it caught him out, but he's right on the back of Jeroen Bos once again as they're heading through into turn number 9. Now turn 10, 11, 12, and the left-hander here at 13 to bring them back onto the start-finish stretch. 3 minutes down, just under 11 to go. And Jeroen Bos has got a challenger behind him, that being the 140 Sodi kart of Mick Bertram. And I'm wondering if he's got Hanson Motorsport on the back of his Sodi kart overalls. It looks like he has. So, of course, Joey Hansen, no stranger to karting himself. But that wind is really picking up at the far part of the circuit. They come out of the final corner, the two leaders, and they have started pulling away. Glenn Vandenhoek is now coming under threat from Sebastian Koppenhol for P3. Alan Kenyon with Mark Verhoeven at the moment. And Jeroen Bos still is keeping Mick Bertram at bay. The gap was a quarter of a second after 5 laps. But more to the point, it just goes to show that when you are a man like Jeroen Bos, when you've got someone behind you, you don't tend to look back. You've got the racehorse blinkers on and you're going for broke, you're going for everything. And Jeroen Bos, as I say that, just set the fastest lap of the race. 43.363, and that was 2/10 quicker than the man behind him. He just set a personal best thereof. And then we see a little bit further back a few other drivers, including Martin Versteeg on the Croc Promotion chassis. Niels Berlin not that far behind. Niels Koster running on the Cali Kart chassis. Nice to see that brand back in the paddock. And also, I think at the Champions Winter Trophy, or I think it was either the Champions Winter Trophy or the Karting Champions League, we had the On1 racing team, which actually had a driver that's no stranger to KZ2 and to karting, Beitske Visser, who has been taking part in the NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series this season, along with the likes of Garrett Lowe. She was the chief competitor to Jamie Chadwick in the program W Series. And now we see that Jeroen Bos is starting to really open up the taps. And he's half a second ahead of Mick Bertram. He absolutely flings that Sodi kart into turn 6. And it gets 2 wheels underneath, well, air underneath the 2 wheels on the left-hand side. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway point of this final race of the weekend. We have to say a big thank you to everyone that's been watching live and uninterrupted on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel. Thank you so much for putting your comments in. There are some real battles still carrying on here. So again, just hearing these KZ2 Master Karts just absolutely roar across the line at a high set of RPMs in those engines. We are now half-time at the minute in this final race out of 21. It's been a packed schedule today, and we've also had 7 5-minute warm-up sessions to boot, so it's been a long, long day for everybody. And Glenn Vandenhoek is still holding off the advances of one Sebastian Koppenhol in the 150, that very, very green machine. There's more high-vis colour of that shade on his kart, contrasting nicely against the orange and black and white of the CRG machine that Glenn Vandenhoek is piloting at the moment. Jeroen Bos, in the meantime, has started to pull away from Mick Bertram, and the gap is now evident. Jeroen Bos on lap 10 sets a 42.934 second lap time, which is the fastest of the race. Okay, jump start penalties. Oh, Mick Bertram, you have just been hit with a 3-second time penalty. So has Erik Angenent has got a 3-second time penalty for a jump start. So, Mick Bertram, that is going to put him on the road behind Glenn van den Hoek and Sebastian Coppedal. So at the minute, if the race was to finish as it does now, Bertram would be off the podium. But there is still time for him to see if he can open up a little bit of an extension of that advantage over Glenn van den Hoek. Martin Versteeg, unfortunately, has dropped down the order. So is Alexander Homerson, who's now in 11th position, having started P5. We head into the final 5 minutes of not just this race, but of the race meeting itself. And van den Hoek trying to pull away from Sebastian Coppedal. Looks to be a little bit more successful in doing so this time around. And what I'm noticing here, Mick Bertram, his pace seems to be dropping a little bit, because Glenn van den Hoek has just gone into the 43.1s for the last 2 laps, and on both laps he took nearly 0.3 of a second out of Bertram that time around, and he took over 3.5 of a second in the previous lap. So over 0.55 of a second has been gained by Glenn van den Hoek, because he now knows, okay, he knows the race is in terms of the race win, it looks to be a mere formality in his eyes. But there is still that motivational, imaginary carrot being dangled in front of him that is second position on the road. And he is really catching Mick Bertram, and the gap between them is now 0.7 of a second. He's just taken nearly another 0.3 out of him. So Glenn van den Hoek is really turning up the wick in the CRG to close in on the Sodi kart in front. And there you see it. So Coppedal is slower than van den Hoek. Van den Hoek is quicker than both Coppedal behind him and Bertram in front of him. So it seems like whether Glenn has been saving something in reserve, possibly, for this final. As we've got just coming up to 2 minutes left on the timer, plus that additional lap. There is Buzz Steen, I've just noticed, on the 136. He's just crossing the line now and finds himself the best part of 8 seconds behind Alan Kenyon, who has had, I think, to be honest with you, a redemption in this class this weekend. DNF'd in race 1, was promoted to P2 in the second heat, after all penalties were taken into consideration. But now the real battle is going to be Mick Bertram and Glenn van den Hoek for the runner-up step on the rostrum, because Jeroen Bos is 3.2 seconds up the way. And he's, as always, Jeroen very, very calm, very cool. We are coming to the final throws of this race weekend, and next time we'll head to the midpoint of the season at Circuitpark Berchem on June the 7th for round 4. And then it'll be Kerpen, Berchem again on, well, Kerpen in the middle of the second weekend of July. Then we head to Circuitpark Berchem first weekend of September, and then the crossover October, November weekend, 31st of October, 1st of November, will conclude the season at the Home of Champions. And that will be basically just over a period of 8 months in total. So after this, we'll have 2 laps to go. We're on lap 19 out of what will be a predicted 21 laps. And there it is, the man of the moment, Jeroen Bos, doing a very, very good job. He's expanded his lead over Mick Bertram to 3.5 seconds. Glenn Vandenhoek is very, very quickly running out of time to try and challenge Bertram for that second spot on the rostrum. They've just gone through the chicane. So Vandenhoek will know how much time is left. And oh, how about this for a finale? I think, yes, I'm seeing rain spots on the commentary box window. We've just about made it in time before the rain's about to fall down here at Circuit to Landsard. And yes, it is coming. It is starting to come down a little bit, more like a shower. Timer has expired. And Jeroen Bos very shortly will start the 21st and final lap of the race, and more to the point, the final lap of the race meeting. As there we see Jeroen Bos himself coming through into the final couple of corners. One more lap to go here for round 3 of the season. And Jeroen Bos starts it in earnest. Glenn Vandenhoek is now ahead of Mick Bertram, so the change has happened. Bertram finds himself in P3. Sebastian Coppenol 4th, Alan Kenyon rounding out the top 5. And through into the chicane goes the number 101 from SP Motorsport. Oh, yellow flags I think we might have had a rearrangement of some... Yep, there's a cart being pushed. And because the rain has started to make the track slick, Jeroen Bos calmly comes across the line. Here's the run to the line for P2, Glenn Vandenhoek. And Mick Bertram round out the top 3. Yes, there's been a couple of cars that have ended up like Skittles going off at turn 2, which has brought out the yellow flags. Coppenol P4, Kenyon P5, and now the heavens have royally gone. That's it, we're done for the day. Here's some water to refresh everybody. And it was, Martin Versteeg and Martin Verhoeven went off. I haven't seen Niels, who's coming across the line? Niels Koster takes 10th. And I'm wondering where... Oh, that rain is coming. That rain is about to go medieval. And here comes Guy Davis. He crosses the line and will take 11th. Martin Versteeg and Martin Verhoeven exited straight on at turn 2, and they will be... Well, Martin Verhoeven's actually come across the line. He's managed to gather the cart back. Martin Versteeg looks to be stuck behind the barriers, but that really concludes our racing action here at UKS Event 3 at Circuit de Landsard for 2026. I want to do an outro. Yeah, because there's someone from PAF who passed away quite recently. Well, thank you so much for everyone joining us as the rain now starts to come down. Brollies are up, hooded jackets will be on. I know mine will be on very shortly. But a big thank you to everyone that has watched on the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel for round 3 of the 2026 United Karting Series season here at Circuit de Landsard in Veldhoven, just outside of Eindhoven Airport in the Netherlands. Really, firstly, I want to say on behalf of the organisation, a big thank you to our men and women in orange, the marshalling crew here at Circuit de Landsard. Thank you to everybody for their assistance. A big thank you to the medical team, to Tyre Bay, Park for May, Scrutineering, Race Control, Stewards Panel, live timing, live streaming, and everyone else behind the scenes that has been a part of today's events here at Circuit de Landsard. But before I sign off, here at Chrono Karting, we heard the news that after a short illness, unfortunately, the CNAF and karting and motorsport has said goodbye to Gerard Dupre at the age of 68. Gerard played a prominent role as a volunteer, and then people that have known him in motorsport as someone who didn't let the grass grow and certainly didn't get out of the way. He came into contact with CNAF through the Autocross organisation in the 1980s, and his motorsport horizon was wider than just autocross. He succeeded Wolf Berger in 2005 as chairman of the Sports Commissioners Commission, and in that capacity formed the connection between a core of sports commissioners on one hand and the CNAF board on the other. Among all motorsport organisers, Gerard was seen as a well-seen official, where he was not above the organisation, but wanted to be a big part of it. On behalf of all the team here at Chrono Karting, we send our prayers, thoughts and condolences to the family of Gerard at this time, who unfortunately we lost after a very, very short illness. So, Gerard, rest in peace. Thank you for what you have done for CNAF and for motorsport in general. And for myself, Alex Goldschmidt, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you on June the 7th when the United Karting Series continues at Circuit Park Berhem. Until then, good night.